12. Sector 15, star 15000001, Telonis. Planet 1, Concilium orb. Galactic year, La Prime, 1382693. 18 March, 2063. He was there alone, just as the Hydra had planned it, sitting by the fire with a cup of hot buttered rum and a magazine plaque programmed with back issues of some fly-fishing publication. His 4 friends were long gone. The units of the multiplex monster watched him from a darkened snowmobile parked in a lane of Alpenland enclave, 100 meters or so from the little A-frame hut. The snowdrifts were silvered by a small, chill, illusory moon. Most of the nearby dwellings were dark. "I'm ready. What do you think, Clint?" "He's relaxed and as susceptible as he ever will be. The equipment has already been packed for the trip back to Earth tomorrow, but he can easily set it up again if you're persuasive enough. Just watch me. I know I can do it. He won't suspect a thing. To him, I'm just one more casual female acquaintance, the self-centered, arrogant shit." "Ooh, he's really your kind of guy, all right, Maddie." Petulance. "I could handle him better. I'm sexier. I don't see why Madeline has to have all the fun." "You? Cope with a parma? Not bloody likely, Celine. He'd squash you like a roach if you went ex-concert, sweet cakes." "Will you two shut up?" Is well softened after our dream therapy. What a marvelous idea of Fury's. It never occurred to us, that he, of all people, would be vulnerable through that particular limbic path. "He likes you, Maddie. The consanguineal affinity is extremely powerful. There was already a softening of resolve even before we worked on him, and males are so much more vulnerable than females in this respect. Even a unique male like Mark can't completely control his hormones like the great enemy can. If this ploy fulfills Fury's expectations, the effect on Mark's psychological stability should be devastating. It's going to take a lot to soften up the bastard, but this will be a useful start. The rest of us will join you in meta-concert afterward to delete every trace of the invasion." "Until the day we refresh his memory." "And finish him once and for all." "If I'm not successful, if he recognizes me or even realizes what I'm trying to do, he may kill me. He could probably fry me to a cinder with his unaugmented creativity alone." "Yes, it would probably be inadvertent, but the remote possibility is there. If he feels himself integrally threatened, he must not perceive any danger until it's too late. Use the utmost caution." Apprehension. "Maddie, Quint's right. Be careful. If we lost you, the most powerful Hydra unit, then Fury's great scheme would suffer a terrible setback." "Don't worry, Parney. I know what I'm doing. Just keep a good hold on Celine. When the going gets hot, I can't have her crashing in half-cocked." "I never do that, damn you!" "No, you nearly fucked our snuff job on the old Okanagan dirigent losing control from sheer life force gluttony, and we had to blow the ship to Kingdom Come instead of doing the switch and feeding." "That was an accident." "We won't have any more accidents like that." "No. No. No." "Understand. In the physical sphere, Fury depends upon Hydra. We depend on Fury for our life and fulfillment. Hydra must never forget that. Now open the cab door, Quint. It's time for me to go." She felt his seeker sense flick over her as soon as she stepped onto the walk leading to his hut. But the convenances governing polite behavior between non-intimate operants forbade that he take any notice of her arrival until she actually tapped on the door of the A-frame. There was an Escher-esque snowman in Mark's front yard, a fantastic, strange loop creation of dizzying, entwined spiral limbs and multiple faces. No hands could have carved it. It had been fashioned by an operant mind. Mark's? The area around the sculpture's base had been trampled by small feet. The great enemy had been here, visiting his elder brother. She repressed a shudder. Making certain that her mental shield was strengthened to the utmost, she forced a smile and reached for the brass knocker. Mark opened the door. His expression was cordial and his aura benign. "Hello, Linnell. Not celebrating St. Patrick's Day with our little purple friends?" "The party's over. And not with a whimper, but with a considerable bang. I think I'd better let your family tell you about the paddywhacking, though. The real reason I came by was to wish you bon voyage. Meeting you was one of the more memorable events of my first trip to Orb." Mark's asymmetrical smile broadened. "Come in, if you're sure you're not afraid of being compromised by associating with a scandalous character." Her laughter bubbled richly. "That's ridiculous. No one was scandalized by your speech except a few dreary arch-conservatives, and they're just envious because the Lyelmic named a brand-new magnate to be the one and only paramount Grand Master of the human polity." He lifted a dismissive shoulder. "The honor and $2 will buy me a tall latte in an Alpenland deli. It isn't as though a paramount had any real political status." As he helped her off with her black velvet evening cape, she looked at him mischievously over her shoulder. "Oh, but he does, you know. When the most powerful metapsychic mind in the human race expresses an opinion strongly, people listen. When you spoke against the outlawing of the rebel faction, it tipped the balance in the Concilium and helped defeat the first magnate's bill of attainder. Dirigent Castellane told us staffers that the gag bill might have squeaked through if it hadn't been for you." Mark only shrugged. She unbuttoned the wrist slits of her long black kid-skin gloves and slipped her hands out, then fluffed up the extravagant corkscrew curls of her Gorgon hairstyle. "I'm not a rebel myself, but there are a good many people on my planet who are. They should be able to speak their minds freely. Calling an honest difference of opinion treasonous, trying to outlaw open debate, is an outrage. We might as well be back under the Symbiari proctorship. The first magnate made a serious mistake co-sponsoring that bill." She was dressed in an Empire gown of white silk gauze, high-waisted, with short puffed sleeves and floating panels embroidered in silver and red. A black ribbon centered with a tiny silvery Medusa encircled her pale throat. Together they went to the fire. Before Mark could pull up another chair, Linnell Rogers sank down gracefully onto the hearth-rug, pulled off her red dancing slippers, and arranged them so that the snow-dampened soles would dry. "You should keep your walk shoveled," she chided him, "or turn on the melting grid. Does summer ever come in Alpenland Enclave?" "Sorry. For that you have to go to Edelweiss on the other side of our fake Swiss mountains. Would you like something hot to warm the cockles?" "I'd love it. Alcoholic, please. It's cold out there." She drew off the gloves and set them aside. He got 2 clean mugs and added sweet butter, cinnamon sticks, and Jamaica rum, then swung the crane away from the flames and tipped the spout of a steaming cast-iron tea-kettle with his bare fingers. She gave a cry of warning. "Look out, you'll burn yourself." "No, I won't." He added boiling water, stirred with his PK, and handed the cup to her. "Oh." Her laughter was apologetic. "How silly of me. Of course a little thing like a red-hot iron tea-kettle wouldn't faze a paramount Grandmaster Creator. I suppose you could pick up the flaming logs in the fireplace if you felt like it." "You must forgive my momentary breach of decorum. The potholder was accidentally burnt up when my little brother was messing around here last week, and I forgot to order another. I try to conform to civilized operant behavior most of the time." "What a shame," she murmured slyly. He was wearing a flannel shirt, jeans, and a pair of beaded moccasins over bare feet. When he had finished making his own drink, she patted the rug beside her. "Sit down here with me, and tell me what you'll be doing now that the Concilium session is over. Someone said you were thinking of leaving academia and taking your E15 project into the private sector." He settled himself so he could look into the fire and sipped the aromatic drink. "I may as well tell you. It won't be a secret for long. I'm resigning my professorship at Dartmouth College. The trustees and faculty have always regarded me as a maverick who doesn't play by the rules, and that's almost a hanging offense in an Ivy League Earth college. They've been scared to death by the political implications of high creativity enhancement. The fact that creativity is the most fundamental of the metapsychic powers, able to influence all of the others and embracing an enormous spectrum of faculties, shivers the livers. They're afraid my E15 might be misused by some galaxy-class nutcase bent on causing a new ice age or a modification of continental drift or some such thing." Her eyes widened. "Does the equipment have that potential?" "Hardly. Not even an augmented paramount mind could do those things, if it was mad enough to want to. It's true that the E15 might be abused, but so might any number of other sophisticated devices or processes." "You'd find a very different attitude toward your project on my world," Linnell Rogers said softly. Dirigent Patricia Castellane was fascinated when she learned about it. Okanagan is one of those planets with anomalous crustal plates, like Caledonia and Fhoghair and Satsuma. As I understand it, high creative CE might eventually provide a way of stabilizing the planetary lithosphere and preventing seismic disasters, if enough Grand Master operators learn to use the equipment properly and focus shaped energies in metaconcert. Mark eyed her with surprise. You're right. But I don't recall anything published in the literature that mentions metaconcerted CE. My own paper on the subject is still going the rounds of the journal editors and being viewed with jaundiced eyes. We aren't Hicks in Okanagan. We have an outstanding science establishment, and we keep a close watch on research topics that are likely to be of critical interest to our survival, including yours. I had no idea your spies were on to me, he teased. But Linnell was deadly serious. Metaconcerted creativity is obviously the next step once the limits of individual enhancement of the faculty are reached. One presumes that you don't intend to limit the E-15 to paramount Grandmasters. Certainly not. A Grandmaster-class creator would be able to use it safely even now. The only serious hazard would be to an operator who lacked focusing ability or badly misjudged his creative talent. But it will be years before metaconcert programs can be designed for CE equipment. Even bare-brain operants are still fumbling around, trying to get the hang of choral thinking. In theory, a genuinely efficient combination of minds would produce a synergistic effect, a whole greater than the sum of the individual parts. Linnell was staring at the leaping flames. Yes, I understand that. But even without multiple operators, CE creativity shows great promise for minor geophysical applications. Seismic forces are delicate and subtle. No conventional energy beam or explosive that we have is fine enough or immediately variable enough to exert the tuned and shaped pressures needed to avert dangerous earthquakes or change the devastating nature of volcanic or diatraumatic eruptions. But an enhanced mind, working like an intelligent, large-scale laser scalpel, just might do the job. Of course, that's only one possible application of creative CE. Uses for the equipment are virtually unlimited. I wonder why the exotic races never developed cerebro-energetic enhancement. God knows. Lack of imagination, perhaps. I'll tell you another of my disreputable opinions. I think the milieu is rather staunchy, and the Lyelmic who run it are a senile race of mystics on a downhill slide. Maybe their motive for dragging humanity into their confederation was to give it a well-needed shot of élan vital. She nodded slowly. It's plausible. They've said often enough that they need us. But I wonder if we really need them. So much of the galactic milieu smacks of well-intentioned tyranny. The rebel faction believes that humanity is actually being retarded in its psychosocial evolution by exotic restrictions. It's true that the exotics probably saved us from self-destruction 50 years ago and gave us a great scientific leg up. But by now our science and technology have passed theirs in almost every area. Our social problems are nearly solved, and our larger colonial planets are completely self-sufficient. Is the milieu still good for us now? I don't know the answer. Mark did not offer an opinion. They were both silent for several minutes, savoring the fragrant rum. Finally she said, Here's just one example of milieu bungling. Our world, Okanagan, is really a great place, provided that you don't look too deep underground. It never should have been granted cosmop status and made a main focus of colonization, because it has an unstable crust. The Krondaku team that checked it out 4,000 years ago were incompetents. A whole group of other worlds in the same stellar region, Satsuma, Yakutia, Fhoghair, Caledonia, were also improperly surveyed and suffer the same kind of instability. Of course, we humans never doubted the milieu evaluation when they told us to colonize those planets. Serious anomalies in Okanagan weren't discovered until 2058, when a comprehensive geological survey was done with new equipment developed on Earth. By then, our population had mushroomed to over 1 billion. Okanagan is a sector base in the home of the 12th Fleet and one of the most highly developed human colonies. It would be economically disastrous to abandon the planet and start all over. Nobody seriously suggests that we should, yet. Most exotic milieu geophysicists think that the likelihood of a truly catastrophic incident is small. Our late dirigent, Rebecca Perlmutter, accepted that judgment and was inclined to minimize the danger. But a significant minority of planetologists, all human, of course, believe there's room for real concern. Dirigent Castellane takes their opinion extremely seriously. I'm certain that your research would receive unlimited funding if you'd relocate to our planet. Castellane told you to sound me out. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, even though we knew nothing of your problems with Dartmouth College. Linnell set her cup down. She examined one of her drying shoes, then moved both of them further from the heat. You'll be receiving an official invitation once we return home. As a senior member of the dirigent's staff and an acquaintance of yours, I was asked to introduce the idea to you before you left Orb. I'm sorry, but I can't accept. I've made other plans. Please reconsider. We'd appreciate your genius in Okanagan, Mark. There'd be no irksome academic or political restrictions. You'd have an unlimited budget, carte blanche, in facilities and personnel. You probably know that I come from an affluent family. I have abundant funds of my own in trusts that are available, and the Remillard Foundation is one of the wealthiest on Earth. I intend to ask the Foundation to help fund the new independent research institute that I'll head. He hesitated, then added, when the time comes to test the E-15 equipment on geophysical applications, I promise to give Okanagan top priority. Oh, thank you. Thank you so very, very much. She flung her arms around him and kissed his lips. He was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed and gently extricated himself from the embrace. But she insisted on nestling close beside him, and somehow he could not find it in himself to object. For a time they discussed technicalities of the crust modification process, but then they sat quietly together, staring into the flames. Her head with a mass of gleaming ebony curls rested against his shoulder. The firelight had turned her filmy gown and pale skin to gold. Dearest Mark, she said finally, I knew you'd be willing to help us. The people of my planet will express their gratitude later, but I wish you'd let me show my own appreciation now. Her hand began to move along his thigh. It was caught by his psychokinesis and held immobile. She gave a soft moan of frustration. Mark, I want you so very much. More than any man I've ever known. I felt an attraction from the first moment we met. We'd be so good together. You know we would. You're a lovely woman, Linnell, and very appealing, but I think not. She sighed, withdrawing her hand reluctantly as his mind released it. Are you gay, then, like your brother Luke? No, but I'm different from the other men you've known, with very different needs. Perhaps someday I'll welcome the physical pleasures of sex, but not now. It would be a distraction, a diversion of vital energies needed elsewhere. She rounded on him sharply. Paramount Grandmasters can't be bothered with vulgar fucking. Is that the way it is? Or are you like Merlin, the greatest wizard of them all, unless you succumb to a woman? Mark only tossed off the last of his rum and climbed to his feet. He did not offer to help her up. Thanks for coming to say goodbye. And I appreciate your telling me about Okanagan's support of my work. No hard feelings? Her voice was tremulous now as she looked up at him, forcing a smile. No hard feelings. I'm sorry I balked at you. I hope we can say au revoir rather than goodbye. I'd like to show you Okanagan some day, as a friend. Still seated on the rug, she began to put on her shoes. Suddenly she halted, as if struck by a thought, and gazed up at him in eager hopefulness. Mark, there is one other thing you could do if you would. A consolation prize. One winged eyebrow lifted quizzically. Show me your new E-15 helmet, she pleaded. All Orb was buzzing about it after you did your demonstration before the magnates of the Science Directorate. Could you show me just a little of how it works? Say you will do it. Say you will do it. Say you will do it. Mark's deep-set grey eyes seemed to glaze for an instant. When he spoke, the words came haltingly. It might be possible, if you're really interested. She was standing now, charged with excitement. It would be thrilling to see you demonstrate it. I could give my own confidential report to the dirigent. That might be useful. He turned away and went to the other side of the little hut's main floor living area, rooting among a stack of luggage awaiting transfer to the human terminal. A moment later he returned carrying an impressive-looking transport pod with a prominent label. Caution, internal Sigma shield. Do not attempt to open this pod without code, or contents will be destroyed. He gently bit his lower lip to dislodge a few cells, then licked his finger and poked it into the code aperture. There was a ping, and the container cracked open like a clamshell. A small puff of smoke confirmed that the decoder had sterilized itself and awaited the next DNA sample. Linnell said, "You protect your valuables well, but what if someone simply ran off with the entire pod? There are surely ways of breaking the code or deactivating a Sigma that's small, given time and resources." "Not in this setup. I designed it myself. It responds to my DNA, my fingerprint, and my mental signature. The Sigma itself has 15 backup levels, and 5 are programmed to micro-nuke at the least hint of tampering. Illegal to ship a pod like this on a civilian transport. It'll go home to Earth on a diplomatic career." "Oh, my," she whispered. Mark opened the pod fully. Inside the padded interior was the prototype CE helmet, a grotesque golden thing with portions of its operating systems mounted nakedly on the exterior for ease in experimentation. The container also held a small fusion power generator with cables, and a device resembling a handheld computer. Mark carried the equipment to his chair by the fire, plugged the helmet into its energy source, and fiddled with the handset. When he was satisfied, he sat down and donned the helmet. It engulfed all of his head except the facial area below the eyes and was nearly as bulky as an old-fashioned hard-hat diving helmet. "Damn prototype still weighs a ton. When it's perfected, it'll be more comfortable." "What does the handset do?" She crept over and knelt beside him. A fine dew of perspiration had dampened the fine tendrils of raven hair in front of her eyes and at her brow. Her lips, painted blood-red, were tongue-dampened, and the pupils of her eyes had become enormous. "It's a systems monitor that analyzes this and that and backs up the brain-board controls. It also has a dead-man switch. If I drop it, or if my hand pressure exceeds a preset level, the CE rig shuts down and a medic alert squeal goes out." She reached out tentatively to touch the handset, but he moved it out of reach. In spite of having his eyes covered, he was not at all blind inside the awesome golden cask. "Don't be concerned about my safety. The thing works beautifully. Ready for a demo?" "Oh, yes." "Here we go. Remember that what you see is no illusion, such as I might project with my ordinary gray cells, but an actual modification of matter and energy. I'll need to concentrate. You sit still and just watch." She sank back onto her heels, her hands folded tightly over her breasts. The nipples were prominent and aching. She felt herself swelling and becoming moist as the anticipatory tension grew. Could he detect it? Probably not. His mind was completely wrapped in his marvelous machine. Oh, my God! Something was climbing out of the fire. It was doll-sized, less than 1/2 meter high, human in shape, but apparently composed entirely of flames. She could see its tiny features, its fingers, even its miniature male sex. It glided over the fender, not touching the floor, and bowed with comical gravity toward the 2 human beings. Then it turned about and lifted both fiery arms like a dancer posing. A charred chunk of wood, some 10 centimeters square, popped out of the grate and floated above the mannequin's hands. Rapidly the charcoal shrank, glowing strangely blue as it hissed and smoked. When it resembled a black pea, the fiery homunculus plucked it from mid-air and held it in both diminutive hands. "Now for the difficult part," Mark said. The flame being appeared to be compressing the ball of carbon, squeezing it and kneading it until it shrank further and was lost to sight within the little hands. Then the mannequin bent down, placed something very small on the floor in front of the hearth, bowed again, and whisked back into the fireplace, where it disappeared. The log fire burned as usual. Mark took off the CE helmet, exhaled a deep breath, and ran his fingers through sweat-dampened curls. A line of bloody pinpricks was stitched across his forehead. On the floor, something crystalline sparkled. "It's quite cool now," he said. "You can pick it up." In spite of herself, Linnell Rogers cried out, "It can't be! You couldn't possibly have done it!" She knelt and retrieved the glittering thing, a sharp-edged octahedron less than 2 millimeters long that flashed rainbow colors in the firelight.
"Good Lord, it is!"
Mark shrugged, grinning. "It's a diamond, all right. Very strange internal structure, because I wanted it large enough for you to pick up easily. Take it and have it analyzed. Show it to your dirigent. You might leave out the fiery sorcerer's apprentice, though. I got a bit carried away." He set the helmet on the floor, upside down, crouched beside her, and pointed out the crown-of-thorns electrodes inside the apparatus that had penetrated his brain. The wounds on his head were fast fading, healed by his redaction. At his suggestion, Linnell opened her mind to his concise mental diagrams of the cerebro-energetic enhancer. Although Mark withheld critical technical details, the images were explicit in showing the CE rig's mode of operation.
"It's absolutely incredible," she breathed. "What do you estimate as the maximum energy output you will generate at a macro level?"
"That kind of testing will have to wait until the prototype is completed. This hat is only a crudely built demonstration model. It wasn't even operating at full capacity." Linnell Rogers shook her head in wonderment, studying the little diamond in the palm of her hand.
"Incredible,"
she repeated in a whisper. The Hydra struck with its coercion again. "Mark, the fire is burning low. Put more wood on it. Now!" He rose, pulled an armful of logs from the caddy, tossed them into the grate, and bent down with the poker to restore a brisk blaze. When he was satisfied that the fresh fuel had caught fire, he turned back to Linnell, and found her wearing the helmet. "Christ!" he exclaimed. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Her graceful, elegantly attired figure was incongruously crowned and blinded by the heavy metal headpiece. She held the controller in one hand and the diamond in the other. Her lips were slightly parted, and her mind said,
"Mark, darling, come to me this way."
"My God, no! You crazy fool, you can't—" Her natural creativity must have been enormous. Enhanced, it took possession of every extracerebral neuron in his body, paralyzing him, rendering him speechless. Momentarily, at least, he was unable to utter a far-spoken cry or touch her with his psychokinesis. He might have broken the spell if he had called on the brute force of his coercion. Even creatively enhanced, her mind was no real match for his. But he held back. She offered no threat. What she wanted was glaringly clear, depicted in a dizzying series of erotic images that flooded his senses and ignited his imagination. What he had repressed, what he had denied, now came alive with overpowering intensity. There was no anger or fear in his response, only tremendous excitement and need.
"You see," she said, laughing, "you are human after all. This will be very instructive, very humbling, and even though you are to forget the details of the catalysis, the resultant will remain with you always. Now, come to me, Mark."
Even at that point he might have withdrawn, sealing his mind behind a safe, impermeable barrier until he was able to regroup his faculties and regain self-control. Something deep inside him was shouting a warning and urging him to do just that. But still he hesitated. She lifted the tiny crystal. The diamond held before his eyes by two slender fingers tipped with gleaming scarlet lacquer. The diamond, seeming to expand until it filled the world with hot scintillation, the prismatic rays bathing him with exquisite pleasure. He felt a delicious pain swell in the root of his being. Vital energies began surging up his spine in slow, ever-amplifying waves. His brain seemed to catch fire within a fierce, thundering rainbow. The crystalline lattice of the diamond was alive, piercing him, trapping him, becoming him. Crucified in light, his entire nervous system burned and screamed and sang, ultra-sensitized to the point of torture. She was recreating him, and it hurt, and it was marvelous, and he wanted it more than anything in the world. She was with him inside the diamond's kaleidoscopic colors. They were twinned crystals, conjoined and vibrating to inhuman harmonies. The anguish and joy were consuming him, bringing him willingly to the edge of death. "Why are you doing this?" he groaned. "How do you know me so well to use me, to torment me, to make me want this?"
"I love you," she said. "I hate you. And some day, my dearest, I'll kill you in just this way."
"Yes," he said. "Oh, yes, please."
"Fool," she said from amidst the dreadful light, separating herself from him and abandoning him at the very brink. "Some day, but not now. This is only to teach you who you are.
Alone, he fell willingly into the abyss. The living diamond that was himself shattered. He came, and all energy was spent, and it was over. Mark awoke. He was lying prone on the hearth-rug in front of a grate full of dead ashes. The helmet and its accoutrements were on the floor next to him, and the cabin was frigid and silent. He remembered nothing. Pulling himself up, he muttered an obscenity. Every joint and muscle throbbed with pain. What the hell had happened? And what was the CE rig doing here, out of its pod? He couldn't possibly have used it to... God! But he must have. The signs were unmistakable. Cursing himself and consumed with self-loathing, he limped off to the bathroom. Puzzling out this piece of idiocy could wait. All he wanted now was a long, hot shower. 13. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. The wish Lucille Cartier made at St. Bridget's Spring on St. Patrick's Day, 2063, came true. For 5 years the affairs of the human polity of the galactic milieu seemed to run peacefully, even though the rebel faction continued to flourish and gained some distinguished new adherents. Human colonies grew apace, exotic human relations continued to be cordial, and human philosophers and ethicists noodled away at the concept of unity, making it more and more acceptable to the majority of operant earthlings. Rory Muldowney's attack on Paul was a 9 days' wonder that was never publicized outside of Orb. A good many people took secret satisfaction in the dapper First Magnate's comeuppance, and I admit to sniggering over it myself. It's only human, after all, to enjoy the discombobulation of the high and mighty. But the dirigent of Hibernia apologized handsomely once he sobered up, and no one believed Paul was actually responsible for Laura Tremblay's death, even though nasty comparisons to the demise of Teresa Kendall were inevitable. Once the brief hullabaloo died down, Paul carried on his official duties effectively and efficiently. However, he may have subsequently vetted the mental health of his mistresses with more care. No more ladies died for love of him. The rest of the Remillards also dwelt in relative tranquillity during that half-decade, thanks largely to the fact that Mark had left New Hampshire and immured himself in his spiffy new CE laboratory in the Pacific Northwest, barring every family member except young Jack from the premises. Throughout this time, Mark was very close-mouthed about his research progress. He did some kind of seismic tinkering on the planet Okanagan that allegedly staved off a large earthquake, but the event was publicized only in a paper he wrote for Nature. He socialized with the family only on special occasions and carried out his Concilium duties punctiliously, but without distinction. Having turned Orb on its ear during his freshman outing, he now seemed content to rest on his oars. He apparently had nothing whatsoever to do with the rebel faction. The dynasty was grateful, but had no illusion that Mark's quiescent phase would last for long. They had reluctantly agreed to let the Remillard Family Foundation finance the lion's share of Mark's mind-boosting research, since the alternative, he had threatened to move the project lock, stock, and barrel to Okanagan, would have given them no control over him whatsoever. As it was, from time to time, Mark's associate, Pete D'Alembert, Jr., would unveil a formidable new piece of cerebro-energetic equipment to the admiring metapsychic establishment, and license its manufacture by Remco Industries or some other commercial outfit. The Concilium passed stiff laws regarding the use of creative CE. Certain viewers with alarm still voiced their opposition to the entire concept of artificial augmentation of creative mind powers. But the equipment proved exceptionally useful in many different fields, and fatalities among its operators were within reasonable limits, so Mark was able to carry on his work virtually without interference. He fulfilled his promise to dirigent Patricia Castellane by training numbers of Okanagan's Grand Master creators in CE techniques. Their crudely meta-concerted modification of an unstable chunk of crust on that planet in 2066 was hailed as a geophysical triumph of the First Order. Jack the Bodiless absorbed every single academic discipline that Dartmouth College had to offer within 3 years of matriculation, and then turned his voracious, polymathic young mind loose upon other top institutions of learning. He simultaneously did clinical work with his Aunt Catherine, wrote a book on colonial economics with his Uncle Maurice, and co-authored a monograph on novel aspects of metaconcert design in collaboration with Dennis. Although Tigeon rarely spoke of it, he also worked closely with Mark for many years, until his older brother's increasing obsession with the mental man concept caused a tragic rift between the two of them. All throughout his life, Jack would continue to absorb knowledge as though it were an essential nutrient, and perhaps to him it was. Tigeon was scrupulous in maintaining his simulacrum of physical normality in the presence of outsiders, and grew up to be an attractive teenager of medium height and build and pleasant but unexceptional appearance. His hair was usually black, and his eyes vivid blue, and he ate and drank and peed and shat and breathed and perspired and slept and behaved just like a natural boy. Some of the time. We in the family did have to put up with episodes of adolescent experimentation, in which he concocted and wore every sort of body imaginable in order to attain empathy with fellow beings, going about incognito behind his totally impregnable mind-screen. Sometimes he became female. Sometimes he disguised himself as an adult. He took on the decrepitude of extreme old age, and also inhabited forms that were diseased or imperfect, so that he could experience the limitations of the human condition. He tried out exotic bodies, too, and even experimented with animal shapes, confessing to me once that he greatly enjoyed being feline, prowling the back fences of Hanover with my Maine coon cat, Marcel Leplume. His one great frustration was his failure to make mental contact with the girl Dorothea MacDonald. Jack's stupendous foresight had been able to view her ever since he first learned of her existence by eavesdropping on his Lyelmic examiners in 2063. But if she was aware of his persistent telepathic calls, she never gave any sign. "I'm positive she can hear me, Uncle Rogie," the boy complained to me one day in 2067. He was at that time 15 years of age, and Dorothea was 10. "But she refuses to respond. I've got to find out if her mind really approaches mine in its potential, as the Lyelmic hinted. They've refused to confirm or deny it, and they also say that they won't intervene to help establish communication between us. It's very frustrating. I've decided that the only way to resolve the situation is to go to Caledonia and confront her." We were mooching around my bookshop on a rainy autumn afternoon in the company of Marcel. Jack was helping me to shelve a new shipment of carefully preserved, shrink-wrapped antique volumes that had just arrived. Real rarities, like The Green Man by Harold M. Sherman, a beautiful first edition of Lovecraft's Beyond the Wall of Sleep, a signed copy of Stephen King's Night Shift, and, rarest of all, a VG 1964 paperback copy of the mildly pornographic Sin Service, written under a pseudonym during his hungrier years by a science fiction immortal. If you wish to know who, the revelation is included in the price. Write for a brochure. "Have you considered," said I, when Jack began to detail his callow scheme to visit the Scottish planet, "that this little girl may not want to forespeak with you, or even meet you in person?" "Why not?" Obviously, the thought had never entered Tigeon's titanic mind any more than he had thought to simply write Dorothea a letter or call her on the subspace communicator. I shrugged. "You told me she's not fully operant. She may think you're some kind of delusion, a nightmare, or even a ghost. You may be scaring the poor little girl to death, far-shouting her across the light years." Jack was crestfallen. "But I've tried to make it plain that I'm a friend, that I only want to talk to her, to get to know her, because we might have a great deal in common, both being so out of the ordinary. The Lyelmic have told me that I'll be nominated to the Concilium next year when I turn adult, the youngest magnate in human history. I'll be designated a paramount Grand Master, just like Mark. This little girl has the potential to become a paramount, too." "Lucky her," said I. But Jack wasn't having any of my cynicism. "Do you know how Dorothea lives?" It's a crying shame. She's on this farm way out in the middle of nowhere on Caledonia, getting an ordinary education from satellite school and spending the rest of her time doing silly prosaic things like feeding chickens and cattle, weeding gardens and patching holes in the farm's landing pad. She isn't being given the opportunity to develop her metafaculties at all. Maybe she doesn't want to, Tijon. I set the last book in place, closed the armor-glass door of the display safe, and set the combination. You can't be too careful in a college town. Jack stared at me, aghast and disbelieving. Doesn't want to? But why on earth not, Uncle Rogie? He trailed after me as I headed for my little office in the shop's back room. Mr. Coffey had just brewed a fresh batch, which I served out to us. We sat at my desk in two comfy, broken-down chairs, with a cat in his favourite spot, overflowing my out-basket with his grey, shaggy bulk. "Not all humans are at ease with higher mind powers," I said, careful to keep my deepest thoughts veiled. "I'm not, even after all these years. The powers complicate life. They're scary. Normal people will always be uneasy with operants, even afraid of them, at the same time that they expect us heads to be more noble and altruistic than they are. The milieu is more explicit on the bounden duties of operants. Noblesse damn well better oblige, or else. During most of my early life I tried to conceal and deny my powers. When I got wild one day in 1991 and demonstrated them for the first time in public, I had a nervous breakdown. I realized I'd never be able to pretend I was normal again, and it was horrible. But that was before operants were accepted, before the Great Intervention. Now things are different. You have no valid reason to feel uncomfortable with your operancy any more. No one persecutes you. I dare say most of the customers who come into the Eloquent Page don't care what kind of mind you have, unless they're planning to shoplift one of the rare books. I've tried to tell Dorothea that she has nothing to be afraid of. Why won't she believe me?" I drank some coffee before I answered him. Marcel was broadcasting requests for food as usual, but I ignored them. The little girl may be timid. In very young people, the emotions outweigh reason. It could frighten her to think she has weird powers that could go out of control. I know it used to scare the shit out of me. I don't worry about it now, because I realize I'm only a low-class head. I'm not even adept, much less master-class, so who gives a damn? Jack's voice had an odd timbre as he said, "Your creativity is much more powerful than you may realize. I could help you develop it." "God damn it, no!" I slammed my clenched fist on the desk in panicky fury, nearly upsetting my cup and terrorizing Marcel so that he levitated out of his perch and streaked to the top of a storage shelf. "That's exactly the kind of thing that bugs the hell out of me," I shouted. "You want to help me develop my powers. Mark wants me to develop my powers. Even the fucking family ghost wants me to get real and attain my full MP potential. Dennis wants to redactify my love of the bottle and make me sober. Lucille wants to coerce bourgeois restraints into my skull so I won't mortify our famous family acting like a sloppy old loufoque. But I won't stand for it, you hear me?" "Who is the family ghost?" Jack blurted out, mystified. "None of your damn business!" I roared. Jack said, "I'm truly sorry to have reopened this old psychic wound, Uncle Roger. Please forgive me. Comfort plus love. I won't meddle with your private mind again." "Bon, bon," I muttered, squeezing my eyes shut so I wouldn't break down and bawl. "It's not your fault. You are what you are, and I can't expect you to understand how lesser mortals feel." "I've been trying," he whispered. A strong young hand squeezed my bony shoulder. "I really have been." I opened my eyes and let my gaze lock onto his. "Try harder. Let this poor little girl alone, Jack. For God's sake, forget about travelling to the Scottish planet and harassing her. She's only 10. Give her the chance to grow up before you force her to confront her operant obligations." Jack retrieved the spooked cat and sat down again with Marcel on his lap, scratching the base of the cat's ears. "Leaving Dorothea alone might be dangerous." "Don't be ridiculous. Who'd think of harming an innocent suboperant child? Another thought occurred to me. Or is the mind of the galactic milieu in such dire need of her talents that it might fall apart without her? The milieu needs every powerful loyalist mind it can get. Jack spoke with grave insistence. Marcel had closed his grey-green lynx eyes in ecstasy as the boy continued scratching his head. Caledonia is one of those ethnic planets where the rebel faction is especially well entrenched, and Dorothea's father and grandparents are firmly committed to separatism. She loves them very deeply. The longer she remains within their circle, the more likely she is to grow up prejudiced against unity in the milieu. Hogwash. If the kid's as brainy as you say, she'll make her own decisions no matter what influence her relatives try to exert. Nobody's managed to coerce you, Buster. There could be another danger, Jack said. If her mind is destined to be in the paramount class, she might be perceived as a threat by Fury and Hydra. I felt my guts plummet. Lord, I almost forgot about those salopards. Neither the Dynasty nor Dennis and Lucia had apprised me of the terrible events that had taken place on Islay, but I'd found out the bare fact of the monster's renewed activities from Mark, who had warned me to be on my guard. He had also warned his little brother. Since no member of the Dynasty could keep data in their conscious minds secret from Jack's peerless redactive power, he had gently probed them from time to time to keep tabs on the Hydra hunt. It had gotten exactly nowhere. If the Hydras were killing and feeding in their customary vampiric fashion, they were doing it so artfully that they left no clues. Jack said, Dorothea's mother, Viola Strawn, and her uncle and aunt were killed by the Hydra. Since Dorothea herself was left unharmed, we might logically conclude that Fury and its creatures didn't think she was a danger to them at the time. Perhaps her paramount potential hadn't yet manifested itself, but it might occur to Fury to look her over again now that she's older, perhaps to see whether any memories that might incriminate Hydra have resurfaced in her mind. That doesn't seem likely. Why bother? We know the Hydra children have altered mental signatures. They could change their appearance even more easily. What have they got to fear from a little girl on a backwater ethnic world? They're probably hiding out on some planet in the Perseus spur, 15,000 light years away. I doubt it, Jack said quietly. If you're really concerned about Dorothea MacDonald's welfare, you can always tell the Lyelmic. They'll protect her. Jack sighed. You're right, Uncle Rogie. About everything. I promised to leave the little girl alone until it's possible for us to meet in a non-threatening, casual manner, and I'll confer with the Lyelmic on the other matters and let them decide what to do. Good, said I, with bluff approval. You want to go over to the Peter Christian Tavern for supper? They've got cheese soup and baked turkey drumsticks tonight. Marcel meowed plaintively. I promised to bring back most of my share for you, Furface, said Jack the Botidus, and the big Maine Coon cat nestled against the boy's warm, inhuman chest and purred. At the same time that Jack and I were tramping companionably through the rain in downtown Hanover, sheltered beneath the umbrella of his creative bubble, the nemesis of our family was watching us. How do I know? It told me, of course, during our confrontation when I... No. That revelation must await its appropriate place in these memoirs. For now the reader will have to take my word for it, that Fury was mulling over what Jack and I had just discussed in the bookshop and thinking these thoughts. A second great enemy? How could I have missed detecting her with my sweeps? The Lyelmic knew about her, damn them, and their mind-screen penetration is no more efficient than mine. Of course, you imbecile. It would have known, would have told its colleagues, would perhaps even have warned the child herself years ago. Is it guarding her overtly now? No, I thought not. That lies even beyond the power of the Lyelmic, unless they were to meddle with the child's free will. But I perceive its crafty strategy. The second great enemy is hedged about with mundane protectors and complicating circumstances. Most of her faculties are still latent, but she is invulnerable to coercive or metacreative attack by Hydra.
and yet a physical assault upon her now might pose an unacceptable hazard to my dearest little one. Let me think. As she grows older, a suitable opportunity to eliminate her will undoubtedly present itself. But on the other hand, why did I not think of that possibility before? Not a second great enemy at all, but a potential new creature, as I once hoped Mark or Jack would be. Yes, she is a proud little thing full of vainglorious dreams, a suitable candidate for temptation once she is forced into operancy. But the Lyalmik, not I, will accomplish that. All I need do is bide my time. 14. Sector 12, star 12337-010, Grian, Planet 4, Caledonia. 22, Mios Fhoghair, 14 April, 2068. The acorn Dee had picked up in the Edinburgh graveyard sprouted and flourished in the exotic soil of Glen Tuath Farm. She had planted it in a special place down near the river where the irrigation system didn't reach, a sunny meadow where the shy wild Coenian burrowed and transplanted butterflies and bees sought nectar from unearthly flowers. It was a part of the farm where the non-borns and the hired farm workers rarely went, west of the air plant processing building and screened from the other structures by a grove of spindly, maroon-leaved fiarna trees. The oak would dwarf them when it was full-grown, and make a welcome patch of shade. She had watered the young tree all through this unusually dry summer, even though the 3 fosterlings and Thrawn Janet told her she was wasting her time, that an oak would never thrive in this far northern latitude. The tree had come close to dying after last year's severe winter, but Dee had redacted it secretly, just as she redacted her father when his depression became too painful. And it had pulled through. Now the harvest month had come, and she knew she could safely leave the oak to drop its leaves and go dormant. But since today was going to be very special, she came out early and dipped a bucket from the river Tuath and gave the tree a last drink for luck. She was also wearing her lucky pin, the domino mask encrusted with rhinestones that she had brought from Earth. Grian, the sun, was just rising over the Daoimian mountains. A few streamers of mist sagged down the slopes and pooled in the little swales across the river. The sky had a pearly overcast, and faint patches of greenish-pink drifted high in the air. The Luvalach and Avers were blooming in vast quantities. It was going to be a beautiful day on Calais, and Dee was 11 years old at last and ready to help with the air-plant harvest. She heard the whoop-whoop of the ready siren and ran all the way back to the pilot's locker room. Her father was out on the pad, already dressed in his flight suit, inspecting the waiting line of flitters. She waved to him and dashed inside. The place was crowded because Glen Tuath Farm was prospering, and this season Ian MacDonald had hired 4 extra freelance harvesters in addition to the 3 regulars. Her brother Ken, looking sad and dreamy as usual, was suiting up. So was the oldest non-born Gavin Boyd, who called out in a jeering voice, "It's about time you showed up, Dodo. We were all set to take off without you. Since you were so late, Dad says I'm going to fly the big cheese after all." "Ian said nothing of the sort," said Sorka McAlpin, one of the resident workers. She was a massive, kindly woman who strained the seams of her forest-green environmental outfit to the maximum. "You stop teasing your little sister." "Ah, would it make Daddy's little princess cry?" "No," Dee said quietly, and that made Gavin's face turn red with anger. Ever since she had finished her flying lessons and Ian MacDonald announced that she would pilot the yellow flitter this year instead of Gavin, the big fosterling had been unbearably rude, putting Dee down every chance he got. He opened his mouth to make another cruel remark, but Dee's big brother Ken briefly touched Gavin's shoulder. "Let her alone. You know the reason why Dad gave the cheese to her. She's a better pilot than either of us, and she'll bring in more weed." Gavin looked suddenly startled, as though Ken's light tap had hurt him, but he recovered in an instant and offered Dee a mocking salute. "Just try not to screw up too much on your first day out, baby Dodo." He swaggered out, helmet tucked under his arm. "Your brother doesn't mean anything," Sorka said. "He's a wee bit jealous, is all." Dee tried not to show her anger,
In spite of the Caledonian foster-age custom, she could never think of sullen Gavin Boyd as a real brother. He was 15, 2 years older than Ken, and he had been hostile to her from the beginning. The two younger non-borns, Hugh Murdoch and Ellen Gunn, were more friendly, but they were Thrawn Janet's favourites rather than rivals for Ian's affection as Gavin and Dee were. All 5 of the children worked hard at domestic and landside agricultural duties when they weren't attending the farm's tiny school, where lessons were piped in via satellite from the education centre at New Glasgow. There wasn't much time left to play, and the fosterlings usually made it plain that they preferred their own company to that of Dee and Ken. She'd tried to be understanding. It was hard being a non-born, gestated in a laboratory from the ovum and sperm of anonymous donors, knowing that the only reason you'd been made was to help build the planet's population quickly. Ken had explained it all to Dee when she was 8, and he felt she was old enough to understand. The two of them had been made during an act of sexual love between Dad and Mum, but the poor non-borns had only been cooked. Grown-ups tried to pretend that it didn't make any difference, but kids knew better. "Let me help you with your lovely new flight suit," Sorcha McAlpin offered. "It'll be harder to get into than that old baggy thing you used during practice. You know how the plumbing works, don't you? You'll be staying up all day long now, not just an hour or so at a time." Dee blushed. "I understand." She had thrown off her jacket and Wellingtons and sat on a bench in long underwear, just like the other pilots wore, putting on extra socks to pad out the boots of her flying kit, which were not as stretchy as the rest of the outfit. Mercifully, Ken and the men finished and left the room before Dee had to wriggle into the unfamiliar skin-tight silvery garment and adjust it with Sorcha's help. Ian MacDonald had bought his daughter a flight suit of the highest quality, the same type as his own. Gavin and Ken, being so much taller, had been economically furnished with adult cast-offs. The non-born boy had made no bones about his envy. Dee looked herself over in the cracked and dusty old mirror above the wash-basin and felt a thrill of satisfaction. Except for her size, she looked just like an adult, ready to do an adult's job. Children were ordinarily permitted to work only 3 hours a day outside the schoolroom, but during the harvest season an exception was made for those who lived on farms and enjoyed good health. Ken, who was still far from strong and prey to every mutant strain of cold and flu germ that came along, would have to return to home base around noon, when his aerial storage craft was full. But Dee, who was as sturdy as a sheltie, would labour a full 9 hours, just like Gavin and the grown-ups. "There now, Nick Griva, you look just fine. Very professional." Sorcha clipped Dee's gloves to her belt and handed her the silver hard hat and mask. Following the female pilot outside, Dee felt a twinge of anxiety. Briefly she turned inward to her mental guardian. "Please, Angel," she begged, "let me do everything right today. Don't let me be nervous or do anything silly or stupid. I want Daddy to be proud of me." The angel, as usual, did not reply. He had been silent for over a year now, and it probably had something to do with that awful Jack. Jack was some kind of horribly powerful operant who had tried many times to far-speak Dee all the way from Earth. He claimed he was just a boy, but she doubted it. No child could far-speak such a long way. Dee had decided that Jack must be a person in league with Gran Masha and the latency therapists, trying to trick her into demonstrating her operancy. When she did, they would force her to go back to Earth. But Dee had been too clever for Jack. She never answered him, never gave a single sign that she even heard him, not even when the angel appeared in her mind and said it would be all right. Jack finally stopped calling her, and the angel went into a sulk and wouldn't talk to her either. Dee didn't want to believe that the angel was part of the plot, but he had told her back in the beginning that she would have to become operant some day. She wouldn't. She was going to be as normal as she could, and keep on hiding the overt powers that had already escaped from their boxes. She used her healing only when it was absolutely necessary, to help Daddy and Ken, and when nice old Domhnall Mengus burned himself so badly in the processing factory during the last earthquake. And she far-spoke her brother only when she had some really important secret to tell him. Once Dee had believed that far-spoken thoughts were private. She knew now, from studying about telepathy, after Jack began bothering her, that it took special skill to shield thought messages from clever operant eavesdroppers. Dee didn't know whether she had that skill or not, so she was careful not to take chances. No one was going to trick her into betraying herself, as she once had done with the man who called himself Ewan Cameron. Never again. The others were already climbing into their flitters, and Dee hurried down the tarmac to her own ship, the last in line. There were 11 brightly coloured aerostats, 8 harvesters manned by the adults, 2 larger bin flitters piloted by Ken and Gavin, and the beat-up yellow machine combining both functions that Dee was going to fly. It was the oldest aerostat on the farm, the first one Ian MacDonald had ever owned and the one he always used for flight training. Because of its colour and the wedge shape of its semi-rigid superstructure, it was nicknamed the Big Cheese. All summer long, Ian MacDonald and Sorcha McAlpin had patiently taught Dee how to fly the venerable aircraft. Her lessons had taken place at low altitudes for the most part, and she had practised catching buoyant drifts of degradable confetti rather than actual air plants, which were protected by law during the off-season. It was going to be much more tricky pursuing weeds that actively tried to get away. She would also have to learn how to cope with the pesky fairy critters and watch out for sky wolves and the dangerous Torakan. Her father had promised to stay close by until she felt confident doing the work, and he alone would be dumping his accumulating harvest into her storage cells. Sorcha gave a farewell wave as Dee ascended the boarding ladder of the Big Cheese. The compressor that operated the propulsion system and slurper of the aircraft was already humming, having been switched on earlier by the ground crew during the servicing period. Dee settled into the cockpit, closed the canopy, and looked up at the bulgy, much-patched yellow envelope, held within a rigid superstructure frame that was attached to the fuselage by a stout pylon. She fastened her safety harness. A seat cushion helped her see outside, and pedal extensions enabled her to operate the floor controls. She put on the visored hard hat with its self-contained oxygen concentrator and fastened the mask. The breathing equipment was necessary because the Luvalak an Aver, the weeds of the air, lived mostly at altitudes between 6 and 9 kilometers, where the atmosphere was thin. The plants were also poisonous if one inhaled their concentrated essence. But when the wee things were processed and their essence greatly diluted, they were the safest and most effective human aphrodisiac known. Dee had learned all about human sexuality in satellite school, but it still mystified her that mature adults, apparently even including operants, were willing to pay extraordinarily high prices for weird chemicals like that. "Glentuath leader requests harvest team systems check and verbal affirm," said Ian MacDonald over the RF com. Dee went through the Cheese's flight checklist swiftly, then verified her life support. One by one the pilots called out their affirmation and number. Last of all, Dee said in a loud little voice, "GT-11 checked and ready." "GT leader says lift-off in sequence via Navcon. Today all work areas are pre-assigned, and any deviation or hot pursuit of the weeds must, repeat must, be cleared with leader. Torakan have been reported in the vicinity of Ben Fizgig, so keep alert." After everybody affirmed, Ian said, "Team, enter Navcon." Dee put on her gloves and hit the console pad that would transfer control of her machine to the farm's navigation system. Now she could sit back and relax while the Big Cheese mounted into the sky and flew automatically to the airspace it had been assigned to harvest. As their ground locks deactivated one by one, the flitters rose, buoyed by the hydrogen in their envelopes. A series of caged air jets with internal rudders, mounted on both the superstructure and the fuselage of each aerostat, controlled ascent, descent, and maneuvering. All working parts of the fusion-powered fans and compressors, as well as the pump that sucked the crop into expandable storage cells in the skin of the envelope, were carefully shielded so that the highly flammable gases generated by the fragile drifting organisms would not be accidentally set on fire, a disaster that might also ignite the hydrogen in the flitter trying to harvest them. This kind of accident was, fortunately, very rare. Aerostat envelopes were fireproof and had an internal quenching system. If the skin ruptured by accident or as a result of Torakan attacks, the pilot could explode bolts in the pylon, separating the fuselage from the gas bag. A huge parafoil would then pop out and lower the fuselage safely to the ground. Dee had practiced this maneuver on virtual video, feeling reassured by the knowledge that Glentuath Farm had a perfect aerial safety record. Its own machines were meticulously maintained, even those that were old, and Ian MacDonald only hired freelance flitter operators whose standards were as high as his own. Shortly after arriving at the farm, Dee had asked her father why air plants could not be harvested by ordinary flying eggs. At the time, Ian was in no mood to be bothered, so instead of explaining, he told Dee to find out for herself. To Ian's surprise, the little girl found the answer by evening on the same day.
"Eggs have row fields all over their outsides," Dee told her father at the supper table. "That's how they counter gravity. A row field looks like a net of purple fire you can barely see. It can burn organic matter like air plants to a crisp if they touch it."
"And you too, Dodo," Gavin Boyd had said with a wicked smirk. But Ian MacDonald had silenced the non-born boy with a stern gesture and asked Dee if she knew why Sigma-shielded rowcraft could not be used for harvesting.
"Because the row field has to cover the whole egg or it won't fly," she said triumphantly, "and the Sigma field has to cover all the row field to make the egg safe to touch. But then the person inside the egg can't harvest air plants because you can't usually make holes in a full Sigma."
"Very good, Dory," Ian had said without smiling, but Dee knew he was pleased with her. "Everybody knows that," Gavin muttered. Ken, sitting next to him, gave him a sharp elbow in the ribs. "Not every 5-year-old, Ian said. He asked his daughter, "Did you call a satellite teacher for the answer?"
Dee shook her head. "I looked up the way inertialess aircraft work in the schoolhouse database. Then I figured it out."
"Well, don't that beat all?" said Thrawn Janet archly.
"Looks like our little Doro's a real cackleberry head. I suppose you know all about how flitters work, too."
Dee flinched at the animosity radiating from the minds of the woman and the oldest non-born. But instead of holding her tongue, she took a deep breath and said to her father,
"I'm going to study about flitters. I'd like to learn to fly more than anything else in the whole world. Will you teach me, Daddy?"
"Yes," Ian MacDonald said curtly, "and the rest of you children, too, just as soon as you're old enough." "But I'm going to be your harvest foreman when I grow up," Gavin protested. "You promised, Dad." Ian surveyed the table with a thunderous scowl. "That was before Dory and Ken came to Glentuath. Whoever of you becomes the best pilot will be foreman, eventually. But that's years away. Now eat your supper. I don't want to hear another bloody word." Ian MacDonald kept his promise. First Gavin learned to fly, and then Ken, though he didn't enjoy it. The other two children, Hugh and Ellen, disliked flying even more than Ken and quickly washed out. But Dee was a natural and had proved much more adept than either of the older boys. That was why she flew the dual-purpose cheese this year, while Gavin, in spite of bitter protests, was demoted to driving an unexciting aerial cargo bin. Dee fingered the controls gently while the autopilot did the actual flying en route to the harvest site. Her aerostat, the last in the procession, lofted higher and higher as the team headed northward, finally leveling off at an altitude 500 meters below the level of the lowest drift of air plants. The view through her polarized helmet visor was magnificent. On her left she could even see the clearing in the tartan-forested mountains where the diamond mine was. She had only visited it once, and had been very disappointed to discover that the freshly mined stones looked dull and glassy, not even as bright as the rhinestones on her pin. Flying as fast as the lumbering bins could go, the harvest team left the fjord, passed above the sharp-nosed cape called Ruvagla, and moved out over the wave-pounded islets and reefs of the Goblin archipelago. Their official name was Alianan Bokan, which no one ever bothered to use. Dee had quickly found out that, even though Gaelic was a required subject in school, Caledonians spoke standard English most of the time, and their pronunciation of the ancient tongue was often strange and their usage ungrammatical. No one minded except a few ultra-ethnic fanatics. The farm's computerized tracking system had calculated that today the volume of air plants would be most dense in the area just north of the Goblins, where a thin stratum of smog-like volcanic ash from Ben Fisgig had spread out, providing a perfect concentration of nutrients that the weeds craved. One by one, the individual flitters were guided to their hunting grounds. Dee watched their images on her console monitor as they scattered over an area of 800 square kilometers. Finally, her own machine reached its assigned block of airspace, and a mechanical voice said, "Glentuath Navcon to GT-11, you have entered Block 4 of pre-assigned harvest area. Resume manual control of aircraft within 2 minutes, or your aircraft will be inserted into a holding pattern."
"GT-11 on manual," she said, and felt a little shiver of joy as the control stick came alive.
Block 4, which she would share with her father, was at the northeasternmost corner of the rectangular search area. "You keep to the bottom of the box, Dory," Ian said inside her helmet. "Go easy at first. There's a nice cloud 7 pip 9er kilometers high that should be showing bright and clear on your target display. See it?"
"Affirm, leader."
"Go for it, lass. Sanasada Nort."
"Good luck to you, Daddy,"
she said, and soared off in pursuit of the precious weeds. By lunchtime, Ian MacDonald pronounced his daughter to be more or less competent, but she knew he was really saying that she was very good indeed. "I'm going to Block 3 now to help Angus," he said. "You eat your lunch and then carry on here. Remember to ascend to an altitude safely above the weeds before hovering, and be alert for wandering Torakan. And don't forget to put your oxygen mask back on between bites of food. We don't want you blacking out."
"Affirm, leader."
Her father's new black aerostat moved off to the west and was soon lost to sight among the small cumulus clouds that had begun to form. Dee neutralized the thrusters of her flitter and let it seek its altitude of equilibrium, rising among the swirls and drifts of aerial organisms, gently sucking them in as it ascended. Individual plant species of Caledonian balloon flora ranged in size from minute specks like red pepper to rarer things as big as apples that resembled masses of greenish soap bubbles. The commonest kinds of air plants had balloons the size of cherries or large peas, mottled bubblegum pink and iridescent green. Photosynthetic organs provided most of the energy for their life processes, and they also took up water vapor and gained essential minerals from airborne dust and debris. All air plants stayed aloft by means of thin-walled pneumatophores, float chambers containing lighter-than-air gases. The body of the plant might hang from its balloon, or be embedded within the float, or spread over the pneumatophore's exterior, like a weird growth on the surface of an odd-shaped little plasbag. The Meadhonach were highly sensitive to abrupt pressure changes in the atmosphere around them that might signal the presence of predators. When air plants perceived danger, special organs generated additional gases that enabled them to zip about under jet propulsion. The largest and most commercially valuable plants were also the speediest and most apt to drift around in a solitary fashion at lower altitudes. Dee had managed to capture respectable numbers of them this morning, in spite of the cheese's clumsiness. Now that her flitter had reached the upper section of the harvesting space, blue and brick-red fairy critters began sailing into view, feeding on the abundant smaller plants. The aerial grazing animals looked something like elongated little jellyfish, with complex bodies and dangling branched tentacles, with which they gathered their food. Dee knew she was supposed to blast every fairy she encountered with her thread laser, not only because they fed on the valuable air plants, but also because their tough trailing arms could clog the pump mechanism of a harvester, making it necessary for the pilot to clear the intake orifice by hand. This meant climbing out of the cockpit, up the pylon, and out onto the exterior framework of the superstructure, secured by a lifeline. Dee had practiced the maneuver often. It was not especially dangerous, only a tedious waste of time. No fairies had turned up during her first hours of work. Dee had been glad, because the creatures were strangely beautiful, and she felt squeamish about killing them. Now, instead of firing the laser, she urged the little animals to get out of her way.
"Shoo! Tritz! Marcos Nymphianus! Get lost! Go some place else!"
As she formulated the final coercive thought, every one of the fragile grazers whisked away, leaving behind tiny puffs of vaporous exhaust. "Well done," said her angel. Dee gave a cry of dismay. What had she done?
"No," she whispered into her mask, "I didn't."
But she did not dare to look inside her head to see if she had opened another of the dreadful boxes. "You did," the invisible angel crowed. "And about time, too. Your coercive metafaculty was ready to break out spontaneously, and that might have been embarrassing or even dangerous."
"I won't use the power again," she declared obstinately. "You can't make me. I'll hide it like I did the others and go on being normal forever."
"Don't be silly. You had better tell your brother about this. His own coercion became operant over 4 years ago. It's not as strong as yours, but he's been using it very effectively to keep Gavin Boyd from hassling him."
"Oh!"
Dee felt oddly betrayed. Why hadn't Kenny stopped the non-born boy from being mean to her? The angel said, "He did this morning, so that Gavin wouldn't spoil your first day of harvesting. Don't you remember? Before that, Ken was afraid to. Don't be hard on him. Not everybody can be brave. Now go ahead and force-speak him. He's going to need your help in a few minutes.
Oh, all right. Now go away and let me alone. You're not fooling me at all. I know what you're really up to. You and that Jack.
The angel said nothing. The ascending Big Cheese finally emerged from the last billow of air plants into a clear region nearly 10 kilometers above the Caledonian surface. The cirrus veil was very thin, and the sky overhead was nearly blue. Below, little cumulus clouds seemed to float like miniature marshmallows in a crazy mix of vapor that looked like melted pistachio and strawberry ice cream. There was no sign of any of the other aerostats. Feeling rather glum, she unwrapped her peanut butter sandwich, unhooked her mask, and took a bite. Oh, yuck! Janet had put bacon in it again, even though Daddy had said it was all right for Dee not to eat meat. Well, perhaps Janet just forgot. Dee nibbled around the edges and discarded the rest in the cockpit's little fairy incinerator. Then she summoned the position of Ken's aircraft on the console monitor. The labeled blip showed that GT-10 had already departed the harvest area and was heading back southeast over the Goblins at an altitude of 5.5 kilometers.
Kenny?
Huh? Oh, it's you, is it?
Yes. Did you get a good load?
Jammed to busting. Don't you think it would be smarter if we switched to RF-com?
No. Listen, Kenny. My coercing faculty came online.
What?
I know you've got it, too.
Hastily squelched obscenity. Well, for Christ's sake, keep a lid on it, dumb bunny, or both our asses will be earthbound and down. Not that the idea seems so tum-turning to me any more. This place is the pits. More weird viruses than I can ever learn to redact away. If I lived somewhere with decent medics, maybe I wouldn't be such a rotten, sicky brocade. And it's stone boring here in winter-time. I miss old Reekie, something chronic, never a dull mow in Edinburgh. Did you ever think that it might be fun bringing our powers up to snuff and having other operant kids for friends? No, don't even think about it. Envy.
Why not? I'm not
3-star.
Daddy's little princess, 3 stars, like you. Kenny, please don't be horrid. I can't help it if... Ack! Oh, shit, oh, Jesus, oh, my God! Dee!
Fear.
What? Kenny, answer me! Answer me! There are things poking holes, big holes, God! Things inside my storage cells, inside all the cells, tearing the walls, letting the plants out.
Dee used all her coercion.
Kenny, call Daddy now. Yes, all right. Mayday, GT leader, GT-10 has Toracon.
Toracon, said Sorka McAlpin's voice. Mother of God! An anonymous voice cursed and abruptly cut out. Kenny, said Ian MacDonald, be calm. How many storage cells have ruptured?
The readout says 27. That's all except 3.
I'm on my way, laddie. Go into hover mode. Do you hear me? Hover.
Dad, something's really wrong. The flitter is spinning around all crazy, and I'm losing H2 pressure besides venting cargo.
Roger, I'm coming, said Ian. Sit tight. Dee sat frozen in reaction to her brother's disaster. The Toracon were uncommon and insidious floating organisms, resembling medium-sized air plants except for their distinctive grayish color. They had developed a unique defense against the predatory fairy critters. If they were seized, they extruded long, auger-like spines that impaled their aerial attackers. Toracon that were accidentally sucked into a harvester might remain dormant, but if the storage compartment was tightly packed with weeds, sooner or later the Toracon would be irritated enough to explode into frenzied activity, puncturing and slashing the tough plasticized fabric like little high-speed drill bits going through gauze. Having even a single Tora trapped in a storage cell meant losing all of its cargo. Large numbers of them were sometimes able to cut through the reinforced inner wall of the gas envelope itself, releasing the hydrogen that provided lift to the aircraft. Ken's bin flitter had evidently taken on a cargo contaminated with hundreds of the things. One of the pilots had been criminally careless. Dee said,
Kenny, I'm coming to help too. Daddy's ship is faster, but I'm a lot closer to you than he is.
She put the Big Cheese into a power descent. Once she was below the airplant stratum, she went full bore toward her foundering brother, continuing her telepathic reassurance. Ken's voice rang out piteously over the intercom. The Toracon were cutting all of his cargo cells to pieces. He was blinded, engulfed in a billowing cloud of escaping airplants. Jets of hydrogen gas venting from holes in one side of the envelope caused his flitter to spin and wallow as it sank. "What's your altitude and rate of descent, Ken?" Ian's voice was grim. "All that mess around you is futzing your ponder."
4K high, the boy wailed. ROD nearly 200 meters a minute. Daddy, I'll crash into the sea.
"Blow the pylon bolts. Do you understand? Cut the fuselage free."
Yes, all right. Dad, it doesn't work.
I pulled off the cap thing and punched the button, but nothing happened, and I'm going down faster. 3K...
Sweet Christ, said Ian. Use the backup. Far right side, under the console. You'll have to pry loose 2 safety clips to get the switch open. Dee's mind's eye could see the sinking bin flitter, its gas bag nearly collapsed. There was a sudden bright flash, followed a moment later by a stuttering detonation. He'd done it. The fuselage separated and tumbled end over end, falling free of the cloud of weeds, while what was left of the envelope drifted off. Ken screamed over the intercom. He was less than 500 meters above the surface of the sea. Ian MacDonald's black aerostat came into Dee's view, flying in from the west. She herself was now less than half a kilometre away from Ken. She could hear her father's shouts of encouragement. The parafoil would deploy and bring the falling fuselage down safely. Something coloured red and white burst out from behind Ken's canopy. Instead of opening into a supporting mattress shape, it streamed flat and fouled, its cords hopelessly twisted. The fuselage continued its fatal fall. "Help him," said the angel to Dee. "You can. Reach out and take hold of the fuselage with your psychokinesis. Steady it and slow it. Use your enormous creativity to thicken the air." Time stopped. Dee saw a shrouded figure and 2 huge, glowing boxes. One was the golden colour of a halide lamp, and the other shone like an incandescent emerald. She seemed to be standing in a dark room in her silver flight suit, with her hands at her sides, breathing the cool oxygen. There was silence. Nothing moved. Nothing in the world would move until she made her choice, her brother or herself. It wasn't a real choice at all. "Kenny." 2 masses of coloured light erupted in a dazzling flare and faded, giving way to an eerie seascape. The fuselage with Ken inside was close by Dee's flitter, utterly motionless. Scattered drifts of air plants halted in the gelid air, and the waves of the sea less than 100 meters below seemed frozen. Only Dee's mind was able to move. With her PK she untangled the parafoil's lines and then spread its fabric so the giant kite could fill properly. Time resumed, and the world came to life once more. The waves leapt, the air plants swirled, and rushing atmospheric molecules filled the huge candy-striped parafoil. Dee held it and its suspended fuselage quite still, until she was certain that the discarded superstructure frame with its rags of fabric had crashed into the sea. Then she made the wind blow. The parafoil carried Ken toward a flat little islet covered with grass. The fuselage landed softly, rolling at an awkward angle because its landing struts were still folded inside their compartments. Dee reached out with her mind, collapsed the kite, and unlatched the canopy. The figure strapped inside lifted its visored head and stared up at the big cheese, which was slowly descending. Ian MacDonald's aerostat was a few hundred meters offshore, hovering just above the waves. He had seen everything. Ken's unsteady voice in her helmet said, "Sis,
You're fine. Just relax. It's all right."
"You did it, didn't you? You used your powers."
She didn't reply. Moments later, her own aircraft landed. She extended the boarding ladder. 2 white sea mews that had flown off in alarm circled above, calling. Waves crashed on the rocks surrounding the little island. There were yellow flowers growing in the grass. Dee pulled off her gloves and unfastened her mask. She climbed out of her aircraft and went slowly down the ladder, her muscles aching with stress. Ken was scrambling out of his fuselage, waving as the black flitter approached the island and landed on the grass. Other aerostats were converging from the north. There would be no way to hide what had happened. The flight recorder in Ken's cockpit would have logged every word, every maneuver performed by the disabled flitter, even its uncanny halt in the middle of the air. For the first time she thought to ask herself how the miracle had happened. How in the world had she actually done that? Her mental feats had been virtually instinctive, performed in a desperate response to her brother's peril. Could she do it again if she simply willed it? She turned to the big cheese, stared at it intently, and ordered it with all her might to rise a short distance into the air.
"Rise,"
she told the flitter.
"Rise."
It remained where it had landed, not budging a millimeter. She tried again, this time focusing her volition on a rock near her feet. It was slightly larger than a potato. As she continued to stare at it and strain, it stirred slightly in its bed of soil, then fell back inert. Dee sighed. She obviously had a lot to learn about metapsychic operancy, but she'd catch on eventually.
She sat down on the bottom rung of the aircraft ladder and waited for her father. 15. Sector 12, star 123371010, Grian. Planet 4, Caledonia. 35, Mios, Meadhonach, Gheamhraidh. 28 August, 2068. New Glasgow, the rowdy-dowdy capital of Caledonia, had no robot taxis, and all of the manned ground cabs lined up in front of the modest hotel where Professor Masha McGregor-Goris was staying looked deplorably clapped out and dingy. She considered calling for a chauffeured egg, but that would be costly, and on a cold, rainy night like this it would probably take forever to arrive, and she was already half an hour late for her meeting. It had been stupid of her not to insist on being picked up at the hotel. Clutching the hood of a raincoat, she entered the first taxi in the rank. 2 scarlet furry dice and a miniature sporran hung from the rear-view mirror, and the windscreen ionizer was barely functional in the downpour. The cab was suffocatingly hot. Both safety harnesses in the passenger compartment were broken, nameless grunge littered the floor, and a pervasive odor combining fried fish with the driver's bodily effluvia assaulted her nostrils. Quad speakers that were unfortunately in excellent working order poured out a flood of raucous music. The professor sighed. "Take me to the Granny Kimpock Tavern. It's somewhere in the University District." The scruffy old driver set aside the packet that held his fish and chip supper, chewed up and swallowed a handful of potatoes, and wiped his greasy mouth on his sleeve. "You're sure you want to go to Granny's, lovey? It's a wee bit raunchy for a fine lady like yourself." "Carry on," said Masha crisply, and let him have a brief sting of coercion. She had no difficulty compelling him to shut off the blaring stereo, but nothing could be done about the heater. Its control was broken. And that smell! Her nano-creativity was inadequate to obliterate stink molecules, and she knew she would never be able to manage self-redaction of her olfactory glomeruli, a hopelessly delicate piece of work, because she was still space-lagged from her trip, and if she opened a window to air the cab out, she'd be drenched. Oh, well. She rummaged in her bag, thinking that it might help a little to suck a menthol lozenge. Then she remembered she had left them in her room. Miserably she settled back on the taxi's rump-sprung seat to brood. She was not looking forward to this meeting. The principles of human liberty were one thing, revolutionary conspiracy quite another. "I am a mild-mannered academic," Masha told herself, "not an apprentice gunrunner." If only she hadn't let herself be talked into this side excursion. But Tamara Sakvadze had looked upon her granddaughter's trip to Caledonia on family business as a God-given opportunity to pass along the latest intelligence from rebel headquarters on Earth to the stalwarts in the hinterworlds. Masha could not turn down the request of the desperately ill old woman, so she had agreed. Worst of all, she was being forced to meet Kyle along with the others. Heaven only knew what sort of a dive this tavern was. Probably one of Kyle's haunts, where he and his drunken normal buddies did their half-baked scheming and he cooked up plots for his scandalous anti-milieu novels. New Glasgow teemed with low-echelon rebels, notorious characters who proclaimed their beliefs stridently, but the more exalted members of the cabal, the operants holding high positions in the government, kept a lower profile for reasons of political expediency. They were wary of being seen together in places frequented by other operants and by loyalist normals. When Masha passed on Tamara's request to Kyle, asking him to arrange a special meeting with the rebel honchos of Caledonia, Okanagan, and Satsuma, he'd said it was Granny Kimpox or nothing. The taxi rumbled and bounced and splashed over potholed pavement, eventually entering a run-down quarter between the university and the waterfront along the Firth of Clyde, where the narrow and twisting streets had a quaint Dickensian squalor. Masha felt herself relaxing in spite of her discomfort, her mind turning to thoughts of her rakish, estranged husband. Kyle MacDonald had been stunned when she called him on the subspace communicator and told him she was coming to Caledonia in 4 Earth months for the children. Evidently Ian had said nothing to his father about having discovered that both Dorothea and Kenneth were operant. As was required by law, Ian had reluctantly reported the fact to the authorities and then to his mother, the professor. But that news was nothing compared to the second surprise Masha had sprung on Kyle. When she announced that her mother, Anushka, and grandmother Tamara had finally converted her to the rebel point of view, Kyle was astonished to the point of incoherence. If only she could have seen the old reprobate's face as he gulped and spluttered, it would almost have been worth the hefty extra charge for SS Com video. The rain was starting to turn to sleet when the taxi finally pulled up in front of the Granny Kempok Tavern. Masha peered out of the taxi window, her heart sinking. "This is it?" "As ever it's been for going on 40 year," the driver replied. "And all the oldest groggeries in town. Mind the busted curb."
Who was Granny? Some kind of dockside madam?
"Nay, 'tis not a woman at all, but an ancient magical rock near the original Glasgow on earth. I saw it when I was a wee sprat. That'll be $26.
Grimly, Masha gave him her credit card, then made a dash for the door of the dingy pub across a cracked and icy sidewalk. The windows of the place were so filthy that she could barely tell there were lights on inside. One of the door panes had been replaced by a piece of ill-fitted particle board covered in Gaelic graffiti. A hand-lettered sign proclaimed, "Tonight, Slime Mold. Also Mungo the Trondoodler." She went inside and paused for a moment in the vestibule to dry her hair and banish the wet from her raincoat. She was not adept enough to fend off driving rain with her metacreativity, but this particular trick was easy enough, and harmless so long as no non-operant was watching. If a normal had been present, Masha would have stayed wet rather than risk provoking envy by a gratuitous display of mind power. She poked her head into the fug and clamour of the barroom. A hulking youth, undoubtedly the second-billed Mungo, was playing the King of Pain with minimal talent on squealing electronic bagpipes. The tavern was jammed with young people drinking and talking and laughing. They were all non-operant. Casting about, Masha failed to detect Kyle's aura anywhere in the mob. The tavern vestibule also boasted a rickety stairway with a sign saying "Food" and an arrow pointing upward. A chalkboard listed the day's specials: hogget stew, baked adag in cream sauce, and grilled romphorhynchus with garlic butter. Yes, he was up there, sitting at a big round table in the far corner of the busy dining-room with his rebel companions, 4 men and a middle-aged woman. Kyle was bent over a steaming plate, feeding his face. The others seemed to have finished eating, or maybe they had not been brave enough to begin. Keeping a firm hold on her shoulder-bag, Masha climbed the stairs and made her way through the closely packed tables. Insolent students leered appreciatively at her and called out mildly salacious compliments in Gaelic. She sat down without a word in a single empty place across from the rumpled, tweedy figure of her husband and shrugged off her coat. For a beat, the fantasy writer kept his head bowed over his plate of stew. Masha noted that he was eating with his old cap on, the lout. The other people at the table, all stalwart metas indeed, if one could judge from the clever suppression of their auras, watched the professor with an odd sense of amused anticipation. Then Kyle looked up at her, grimacing in triumphant glee, with food all over his fine white teeth. Masha gasped. "My God, look at you!" He was rejuvenated. The operant rebels began to laugh. Downstairs the piper had done a segue into Mull of Kintyre. Kyle took a gulp from his glass of stout, used his napkin, and swept off his cap, revealing a full head of wavy brown hair. "Do you like it, Mayor Manasked? I'm fresh out of the tin womb and still wet behind the ears, and the few little items nobody can see aren't exactly up to snuff, since the engineers had too short a time to finish the job. But it's a great improvement of my old bod, don't you think? And I did it all for your sweet love's sake." Masha was speechless. The regenerative treatment had nearly restored Kyle MacDonald to the brawny, handsome roisterer she had fallen in love with 39 years ago. His skin was unwrinkled, and his eyes were clear and unencumbered by droopy bags. The nose that had gone red and bulbous from overindulgence was once again a keen Highland blade. He appeared to have shed over 4 stone of flab. The others at the table were still chuckling at Masha's reaction when a young waiter came up and unceremoniously flung a ragged menu in front of her. "What'll you have, then?" "Get this poor stricken woman a double dram of Dalwhinnie," Kyle ordered, "and a Rinky special with buntata and a salad with oil and vinegar." He said to her, "You like Ramphorhynchus, lass? A Mesozoic type birdie with a long tail,
Fills the seagull niche here on Calais and tastes like chicken.
Masha gave a minimal nod, still unable to take her eyes off him.
And for my other friends, Kyle instructed the waiter, a round of drambuie and cheesecake. No big enough now, you villains. This is my favourite eating spot, and you're stepping on my corns just drinking and nae taking a single mouthful. And how about some tea or coffee?
Kyle's companions opted for various beverages, and the waiter went away.
Kyle lowered his voice. We'd best get the business over with, since 3 of our fellow conspirators here will have to be moving along soon to catch the midnight shuttle to the starport. You are a wee bit late arriving. Mere a Galak.
Masha didn't apologize. She pulled herself together with an effort. Is it going to be safe talking aloud in this place?
It is, said Kyle. Only deadhead students and other low types like me come here. And even if it wasn't safe, we'd tongue-talk anyhow. I'm no operant, and I'm damned if you longheads are going to shut me out of the confab. I'm here representing the normals. Whether they know it or not, said one of the rebels with suave good humour. Let me introduce myself, Professor. I am Hiroshi Kodama, the dirigent of Satsuma and a member-at-large of the Human Directorate of the Concilium.
I recognized you, of course, Dirigent Director, Masha said. I also could hardly believe my eyes. Your sympathy to the rebel cause is hardly public knowledge.
Hiroshi's smile broadened. Perhaps the Lilemic would not have appointed me to oversee the newest Japanese planet if it had been. Now let me present Clinton Alvarez, Kyle said, Special Assistant to the Dirigent of Okanagan. Pat Castellane couldn't come, and I'm glad. Clint's a more congenial drinking buddy.
The blond and striking Alvarez nodded coolly. He had a smooth manner that was almost feline, and was dressed, like all of the others except Masha, in clothes much the worse for wear. The other 3 quickly introduced themselves. The woman, whose tatty rain-suit could not disguise her commanding aspect, was Catriona Chisholm, first deputy to the dirigent of Caledonia. She was widely believed to be the designated successor to sickly old Graham Hamilton, who stubbornly refused to step down. Masha had also recognized the thin, bearded man sitting next to the first deputy, even though he was wearing an incongruous tam-o'-shanter and wrapped in a voluminous old plaid. He was Jacob Wasserman, the Intendant General of Okanagan, a distinguished metapsychiatrist as well as the leader of his planet's legislature. The 5th conspirator was his opposite number, Calum Sorley, the fiery young IG of Caledonia who had yet to be tapped for magnateship. His attempt to disguise himself as an impoverished student was somewhat negated by his designer haircut and a blue diamond pinky ring. Kyle made a bravura gesture with his fork. As you see, dear Mary, we have quite a collection of treasonous movers and shakers assembled expressly to hear the important communique you bear from dear old Tamara. And now you may ask, why don't I stop havering and let you deliver it? So I shall. The waiter brought Masha's tumbler of scotch and went off again. She tasted it and let her gaze rove from face to face, seeking clues to the minds hidden behind them. Only Kyle was readable, leaking semi-intoxicated sedition and renascent lust like a colander. The mental barriers of the others were tightly locked. Only the lingering hints of their suppressed auras betrayed them as stalwart operants, and the most formidable of all seemed to be Castellane's young henchman. Strange that he was not a magnate. As a professional metapsychologist, Masha kept tabs on the more powerful young minds in the human polity, and had acted as an adviser when the Lilemic put together the last list of Concilium nominees. How had this remarkable young man escaped her notice? She decided she would have to find out more about Clinton Alvarez when she returned to Earth. First, I must tell you some very sad news, Masha began. Tamara Sakvadze is dying. There were exclamations of distress and sorrow. Kyle dropped his fork and sat stricken, while Hiroshi Kodama lowered his head and took out his handkerchief. Only Alvarez seemed unaffected. My dear grandmother is a weary woman who fears for the future, and she has declined rejuvenation in spite of all the family's urging. She is more convinced than ever that we rebels would eventually have to fight for our freedom, and she says she has had enough of war. She wishes us well and asks me to offer her apologies for being unable to take up the burden of a new lifetime.
You must reassure her on our behalf,
Catriona Chisholm said. No one has been a finer exemplar of mental liberty than she. Tamara has earned the right to rest, although we'll miss her greatly."
Marcia paused while the waiter set a plate of broiled white meat in front of her. It smelled tempting, but she found she had lost her appetite. The others were served their dessert and hot beverages, and seemed similarly unenthusiastic, again excepting Alvarez, who tucked into the cheesecake with gusto. "The second piece of news comes from my mother, Anushka Goris. As you know, she is the head of the Institute for Dynamic Field Studies at Cambridge. Her people at IDFS have confirmed experimentally that Mark Remillard's enhanced creativity equipment may indeed be modified to produce the so-called mental laser effect." "Losh!" exclaimed Calum sorely. "Does the Concilium Science Directorate know about this yet?" "Certainly not," said Masha curtly. "Not even Mark knows." Anushka had Severin Remillard filch the design specs for Mark's new lab. Severin was once a rather decent neurosurgeon, and Mark has been consulting him occasionally on technicalities of brain implantation. A reproduction of Mark's latest Model CE rig was built by Gerrit Van Wyck and Jordan Kramer under conditions of greatest secrecy. Both of them have wide experience with cerebro-energetic enhancement, as well as with unorthodox versions of the Cambridge lie detector. Producing a destructive beam of mental energy required only a slight modification of Mark's design. "Excellent!" Alvarez exclaimed. "There'll be no stopping us now."
Masha frowned at him and continued. "Anushka believes that creative CE is a perfect weapon for our self-defensive purposes, compact, mobile, and versatile. However, she asked me to remind you that the equipment will not be truly effective until numbers of Grandmaster creators are able to use it in meta-concert."
"We'll get them," said Jacob Wasserman, showing small teeth in a foxy smile. "Okanagan alone has 30 stalwart creators in the rebel camp. We'll get twice that number from the Japanese worlds, won't we, Hiroshi?"
Kodama nodded.
"Most of the powerful creators on Satsuma sympathetic to our cause are still young, but they will mature. Atarashi Isekai and Ezo have 22 stalwarts who may be suitable." "Every year more concerned operants join the rebel party," Kyle said, his eyes glittering. "When the time comes for the break—" "It will have to be before the human polity attains its coadjunate number," Clinton Alvarez said. He had an actor's voice, well modulated and deep. "That's a population of roughly 10 billion, which we should reach in the early 80s. At that point, a vast metapsychic complexification will take place, if milieu unity theory is correct in assessing the evolution of the human mind. Other milieu races have already experienced this so-called coadjunation. It's not unity per se, but in some ineffable way a coadjunate race is pressured internally to unify, to make a quantum-style leap to a higher level of socialization. We must attain our independence before this complexification begins." "That's an interesting idea, Clint," Calum sorely said, letting his skepticism show. "I've studied the pros and cons of unity rather extensively myself, but I don't remember running across the notion of an inevitable change in the human mental paradigm. What's your source?"
Alvarez smiled.
"At the moment it prefers to remain anonymous. I've been analyzing the criticality of coadjunation in some depth myself. I'll have a report ready in about 50 galactic days. If you'd care for a copy, I'll send one on."
Jacob Wasserman blinked sardonically from beneath his ham.
"I hadn't realized that Pat Castellane's new staff included psycho-philosophers." "The Dirigent is interested in everything that may affect the welfare of our home planet, Intendant General. She'd welcome closer liaison with you and the Assembly on this and other matters." "It's about time," Jacob grumbled. "The woman's spent so much time reorganizing, she's been practically incommunicado." "That's about to change," said Alvarez easily. "The transition following the sudden death of the Dirigent's predecessor presented serious problems, but things are well in hand now." "Wonderful," Jacob growled. "Then what do you say we talk some practicalities? We're going to have to build these new brain blasters secretly, train people in their use, and spread them about where they'll be most valuable. That'll be expensive and very difficult to keep secret, at least in Okanagan, Even with Castellane and me in the rebel camp, you have to remember that our Cosmop world is a sector base for the Magistratum and the home of the 12th Fleet. In time, that last may work to our advantage. Owen Blanchard is packing the fleet with rebel sympathizers. But at the present, Okanagan is simply not a place where clandestine factories or training facilities could operate for very long without being detected.
Hiroshi said, I doubt that we could do much now on Satsuma either, Clint. We are still a newly founded colony with an unsettled economy and serious geophysical problems. Less than a year ago, we suffered a devastating earthquake in one of our principal cities, which was inadvertently constructed in a zone of instability. The city is going to have to be moved, at great expense. In addition, seismic analysis suggests that other areas may also be in danger. Satsuma will be swarming with scientists, inquisitive strangers, and exotic milieu loyalists for a number of years.
Plenty of isolated corners on Cali, said Kyle MacDonald happily. Plenty of sympathetic folks, too. Now, you take the continent of Ben Vorak, where my son Ian farms. Nearly 500,000 square kilometers, with a total population of less than 20,000 souls.
We don't dare risk it, Catriona said, so long as Graham Hamilton remains dirigent. His office oversees high-tech imports and exports. Graham has vowed to make Cali self-sufficient, and he personally goes over balance of trade figures with a tooth comb. Sooner or later he'd twig to the fact that unauthorized manufacture of a sophisticated kind was going on. Building CE rigs isn't exactly a cottage industry.
Hamilton should be persuaded to retire, said Clint Alvarez. Then you would become dirigent, and there'd be no problem.
We don't know for certain that the Lyalmik would appoint me, said the first deputy.
No, Calum Sawley agreed. It's quite probable that Catriona would get the job, but the Lyalmik are notorious for their unpredictability. You would have thought they'd replace Hamilton, but the old man's sticking like a tick. He can't take time out for rejuve, though, so he's bound to kick the bucket sooner or later when one of his dicky vitals craps out.
Let's hope, Clint murmured, that it happened sooner. We were more fortunate on Okanagan. There was a silence. Operant insiders knew about the rumors that the late dirigent of the Cosmop planet had been murdered, even though the Magistratum had been unable to prove it. Yes, Marcia thought, I must find out more about that young man. Graham is a kind and brilliant person, Catriona said, and he's done a splendid job for most of his years in office, but there's no doubt he's slowed down. The Intendant Assembly has petitioned the First Magnate as well as asking the Lyalmik to replace him. He could be gone tomorrow, or he may remain dirigent for years. We can only wait. Marcia said, There is one other piece of intelligence I have for you. Paul Remillard's 16-year-old son John is to be made a magnate at the next Concilium session. He'll be designated Paramount Grand Master, just as his older brother Mark was. But where Mark has only 3 metafaculties at the highest level, young Jack is paramount in all 5.
Oh, if we could only recruit either of those superbrains,
Calum groaned.
Especially Mark. If we had that one on our side, we'd win any fight walking away.
Mark may be suffering from multiple personality disorder, Hiroshi Kodama said very softly, and the abnormal persona within him may be a sociopathic fiend, a serial killer of the most atrocious kind.
What?
Calum was incredulous.
Are ye joking, Dirigent Director?
Catriona gave a shrewd nod. You're talking about the Fury Hydra affair, aren't you, Hiroshi? The Remillard family's worst-kept secret?
Except among the rebel operants, Jacob Wasserman commented. But I thought the killers and their mysterious puppeteer had been dormant for over 14 years.
Hydra is back, the Satsuma dirigent said. It's killed again and then dropped out of sight, just as it did before.
What the hell is a Hydra?
Calum was increasingly impatient. Hiroshi continued as though the Caledonian IG had not spoken. Adrian Remillard told me some time ago about the latest murders. I regret I cannot give you any particulars at this time. He glanced uneasily at Marcia, wondering whether she knew the truth about her daughter-in-law's death. Adrian's revelation came as a result of certain imprudent attempts to recruit Mark Remillard into our rebel faction. Adrian strongly advised that we avoid doing so, since Fury, the controller of Hydra, must certainly be a prominent member of the Remillard family, and Mark is a very strong suspect. If Mark is Fury,
He could destroy our movement. We would never know whether the sane or insane persona was in control of his mind. Both Adrian and Severin have recommended that we make whatever use we can of Mark's brilliant CE research, but avoid taking the man himself into our inner circle. "What the fuck are you lot talking about?" Caleb exploded. "What's all this Fury Hydra cack about?"
"Biadvos," said Catriona, hushing him. "I'll explain it to you later." She turned to Masha. "The lad Jack, has he indicated where his sympathies lie on the unity question?" "No," the professor replied. "Anushka says he's very cagey, keeps his thoughts to himself, and plays the prodigious innocent, skipping all over the map, picking up advanced degrees as though he were gathering nuts in May, and spending a lot of time meditating. My mother has heard rumors that there may be some serious physical abnormality in the boy that he masks with his high creativity. She says Severin and Adrian will neither confirm nor deny the matter. Given Jack's so-called miraculous recovery from the genetic horrors of his infancy, some sort of terrorism in the remissive state is all too likely." "It will be interesting to see how Jack behaves at the next Concilium session," Catriona said, "when several thousand top-caliber operant minds are focused on him."
Jacob asked, "Is there any possibility that this totipotent little pitcher could be part of the Fury Hydra Combine?" Adrian was emphatic on that point. Hiroshi said, "No member of his family believes Jack is involved in the killings." "Then perhaps," Wasserman murmured, "one of our rebel mavens who is adept at psychological subtleties might carefully sound the little momser out."
Calem's grin was wolfish.
"Go get him, Jake."
Colonel MacDonald had no interest whatsoever in Jack Remillard. He had finished both entree and dessert, and now ogled Marcia in a manner that required no mind-reader to interpret.
"Has this Jack indicated what profession he plans to follow?"
Clint Alvarez asked the question offhandedly.
"Evidently not,"
Hiroshi replied. He stirred his tea, tasted it, and returned the mug to the table with a disappointed sigh before addressing Masha.
"Kyle has told us that you are here on an exciting family mission, Professor. You must be proud and happy that your 2 grandchildren have spontaneously emerged from latency into the operant state."
"My happiness is mixed, Dirigent Director. Because Caledonia's Metapsychic Institute lacks the facilities to train young metas of very high assay, I must take the children to Earth. We're leaving in 2 days. This will be especially painful for my granddaughter Dorothea, who is 11. She's deeply devoted to her father, who is a widower, and now she'll have to leave him."
"Do the youngsters have master-class potential, then?" Catriona inquired.
Marcia hesitated, then finally said, "According to the preliminary test results done here on Caledonia, Kenneth appears to have Grandmaster far-sensing and coercing abilities. Dorothea may have all 5 faculties at levels surpassing that."
"Punyeta," Clint Alvarez whispered. "Do you mean she might possibly mature to be another paramount?"
Marcia looked away. "Both she and her brother are to receive therapy and training at Catherine Remillard's preceptor establishment in New Hampshire on Earth. It remains to be seen whether Dorothea reaches her full potential. Because both children will be lonely and confused, I've taken sabbatical leave from Edinburgh University in order to be with them. I may even assist in their therapy."
"Another paramount!" Caleb was elated. "And this one a good Scots lassie instead of a fucking Yank Froggy Remillard."
"Oh, for heaven's sake," said Catriona, rolling her eyes.
"New Hampshire."
Clint Alvarez seemed to be thinking deeply.
"The home ground of the Remillard dynasty. You might turn up some information important to our cause during your stay, Professor."
Marcia appeared to be studying the grubby tablecloth. "I'll continue to do whatever I can."
"Get as close to Catherine as you're able to," Jacob spoke urgently. "She's the most private member of the family. Not even Adrian and Severin know how she stands with respect to unity."
Marcia nodded, and then they sat without speaking for several minutes, the mental facades of the operants adamant, and that of Kyle MacDonald leaking maudlin sorrow. For he now realized that Marcia would be leaving the Scottish planet almost as soon as she had arrived. Catriona sipped her mint tea pensively.
Avers finished his cheesecake and then ate Wasserman's. Jacob huddled inside his plaid with the tam tipped down nearly to his nose, looking like a trapdoor spider in ambush. The waiter came, slapped down a single bill, and ambled off. From the floor below, a monstrous bass chord thundered out of amps cranked up to the max and settled into the teeth-jarring 16-beat rhythm of neutronium rock. The foundations of the tavern trembled, and the inmates of the bar-room applauded, whistled, and screamed. Slime Mold was beginning its set. Hiroshi lifted his voice above the din and asked Masha, "Are there any other things you would like to tell us, Professor?" She shook her head. "Remember that I'm still fairly new at this game. Anushka let me attend rebel meetings on Earth for less than half a year, even though I passed my entrance exam last winter." She shuddered. "That Cambridge mechanical mind prober is a devilish thing. I was a total wreck for weeks afterward." "But ever so blithe and bonny now," her estranged husband said in a broken voice. "Mary, Mary, what queedens al gal? Ach, da weeval." To her intense annoyance, Masha found she was blushing, and that wasn't all, at the Gaelic endearment and his sorrow at her leaving him. Damn Kyle for looking at her with those woebegone calf's eyes. The last thing she needed was to have the old passion force its way back into a carefully ordered life. Ah, but see what a precious pair the two of them made. Rejuvenated, Kyle MacDonald was magnificent, even in his worn-out jacket, frayed shirt, and the limp tartan tie with fresh stains of hogget stew. There she sat, with her perfect make-up and her auburn hair neatly arranged, the quietly expensive suit she wore a complete contrast to her young husband's dashing seediness. The two of them were so unalike. They were two poles of a magnet, inevitably attractive to each other as they'd been so many years before. Masha damned her betraying body that knew what it wanted. She brought herself under control, but she knew that Kyle had already caught her out, discovering her vulnerability through that concupiscent ultra-sense even non-operant men possessed. In an instant his melancholy vanished, giving way to perfervid hope. The sexual tension building between them was becoming as palpable as the grinding music assaulting their eardrums. Hiroshi Kodama rose from his seat and inspected the check. "Please allow me this favour," he shouted. "I have brought plenty of cash. Shall we say our adieu outside? Otherwise we may have to resort to false speech after all." He put down a neat stack of durofilm money, while the others quickly got up and donned their outerwear. Kyle insisted upon helping Masha into her raincoat, behaving with the utmost decorum. They trooped downstairs and out into the appalling weather. When the heavy old door closed, Slime Mold's musical efforts were still audible, but the decibels no longer approached the near-fatal range. Sleet had turned the sidewalk and street into a grubby skating rink of black ice. Since nobody except themselves was there to see, Jacob Wasserman erected a psycho-creative umbrella above them all and adjusted the ice's coefficient of friction. He folded up the huge plaid he had wrapped himself in and gave it back to Kyle. "It's been a great pleasure meeting you, Professor McGregor-Goris," he said, taking hold of Masha's soft hand in his sinewy one. He was wearing a shabby scarlet sweatsuit that matched the tam. "Keep your courage up, and take good care of those grandchildren of yours and Kyle's. Be sure they get the proper kind of mental nurture." "At the appropriate time, I'll certainly try to convert Kenneth and Dorothea to our rebel cause, and anyone else I can influence." Hiroshi bowed to her. "We're fortunate to have such a distinguished new comrade. I look forward to meeting you again at the Concilium session, Masha. I would like you to meet my own dear wife and children." Kyle looked at his antique wind-up wristwatch and cursed. "You off-worlders are going to miss the Killiecrankie shuttle if we don't egg out of here right now. My aircraft's in the alley around back. It'll carry 4. Then Kyle realized what he had just said. Wasserman, Kodama, Alvarez, and him. There was no room in his damned old Porsche egg for anyone else. I'm afraid the rest of you will have to call taxis." He looked at Masha despairingly. "See you again sometime, love." A totally unexpected pang of disappointment stabbed her, and she was certain that the dismay must have shown on her face. She was scheduled to take the children to Earth in 2 days. There was enough time for the flight to and from Benvorach, but none to spare. "So very kind of you to volunteer to fly us, Kyle," Hiroshi said. He gestured skyward with a gloved hand. A glint of humour shone in his eye. "But we would not dream of imposing on you. Fortuitously, I managed to coerce 2 egg limousines into providing us with transport, and here they come. Perhaps you would like to take Marcia back to her hotel."
A miracle. The writer and the professor stood side by side in the freezing rain, the creative umbrella having been abolished for prudence's sake, as 2 luxurious rowcraft materialized out of the torrent like ghostly illuminated Easter eggs and landed without a sound on the icy street. Hiroshi, Clint, and Jacob climbed into one, and Catriona and Caleb got into the other. An instant later the aircraft were gone, leaving Kyle and Marcia alone together. "Come on!" he cried, and grabbed her hand. They skidded and slid through a dark gangway, past disposal units, dustbins, and heaps of rubbish covered with a gleaming glassy shell. His Portia egg was waiting in the mews, encrusted with ice nearly a centimetre thick. "Allow me," said Marcia. Her creativity was feeling distinctly better. She pointed a finger at the frozen lock-pad, and a faint beam of metapsychic energy shone forth, melting the icy covering. Kyle poked through the resulting hole and quickly tapped out the defrost and open codes. Within moments the door gaped with a tinkle like breaking crystal. He tossed the bundled plaid inside, and they fell in after it, laughing. He slammed the door behind them, lit up the row field, and the rest of the ice crust vanished in a great cloud of steam. "My place," he said, "are yours." "I'm out of my mind," she wailed. "Oh, you great gowk! I can't believe this." He opened the console storage compartment. "And what, to my wondering eyes, should appear?" He extracted a vial of clear plas and held it before her face. There were greenish-pink spherules inside. "But some poppers of screwweed for you and me, dear." "Ha! You never used to need such things." "You're right." He tossed the vial aside, seized her, and kissed her until the 2 of them half suffocated. "For God's sake, not here!" she moaned. He was tearing open her raincoat and fumbling at her blouse. With difficulty he controlled himself. "High in the stormy sky, then. Into the back seat with ye while I get her up." "I think," she said primly, "that you already have." They both howled with laughter and collapsed into another embrace. A sobering thought struck her, and she pushed him away. "The children! Dorothea and Kenneth, I hired an egg to fly me to Ian's farm tomorrow. It'll be at the hotel at 5 in the morning, and we'll have to—"
"No, we won't," he bellowed, turning away from her to the rowcraft console. "I'll cancel the bugger and take ye myself." He plucked the command microphone out of its clip, called up a map reference, then barked out a flight plan. The Portia lofted into the sky with inertialess ease. One moment they were in a sleet-clogged alley, and the next they were arrowing toward the black stratosphere. "But my things—" she protested. He pressed some buttons, and the front seat metamorphosed, merging with the rear banquette to form a single, flat-padded surface. He began to hum "Roman in the Gloamin'." "Kyle, this is madness." "What's the name of the transport service you hired?" She told him, and he transmitted the cancelling message. "We'll get other clothes and all the rest on the way to Benvorach." He shook out the big length of tartan wool, singing, "What a wondrous time we had on that old MacGregor plaid. Oh, it's lovely roamin' in the gloamin'."
"Och, but Tuan Turhask," she whispered, "what a fool you are,"
and came to him.
16. Sector 12, star 1233710, Grian, Planet 4, Caledonia. 36, Mios, Meadhonach, Gheamhraidh. 29 August 2068.
Dodie, lass, it's me.
"Mum? Mummy? But you're dead."
Death is only another kind of life. You know that. I'm alive in heaven, in the all in all, and outside it as well. I exist beyond the matrix fields, and also within them. I'm real, and I want very much to talk to you now that you've become operant.
This is a dream, isn't it?
Some dreams come entirely from your own imagination. This one is different. I'm really truly talking to you. My image comes from your memories because I have no physical body anymore, but myself is real.
Then you're not like my angel.
Your apprehension.
What? My angel?
Image.
He's a pre-programmed mental response who acts as a kind of psychic counselor and guide to my metafaculties. Not a real person, but he was installed by somebody real.
Who, Dodie?
I don't know.
It's very important that I know who.
Mum, please don't do that. You can't coerce me like you did when I was a baby.
No, of course I can't. Remorse plus affection. I'm so sorry, Dodie. You're a big girl now, an outstanding operant. Or you will be when your training is complete. It was all such a surprise to me. I knew you had strong latencies, but I never dreamt you had paramount potential.
What's that?
The preceptors on Earth will explain it all to you. It means that your mind is going to be very, very powerful. I'm so happy and so very proud of you.
That's why you came?
I'd like to be close to you again, to help you and advise you and be your friend. I love you so very much. Much more than your dad does. He can't understand how it feels to have metapsychic powers. When I was alive, he was afraid of me because of them. Now he'll be afraid of you, too, and stop loving you.
No, he won't. I've redacted some of his fear away. He doesn't know how to show love very well, because that's the kind of person he is. But he loves me as well as he can, and I love him.
Yes, of course. But normals can never fully understand the way we true people think and act. We can do so many things that are impossible for them. There are marvelous experiences ahead of you, Dodie. You can't imagine how exciting your life is going to be.
I wish I could stay here. I wish I could have kept the powers hidden.
Dodie, you're being silly. Spend your whole life on this lonely farm, working with coarse-minded itinerant harvest hands and cloddish non-borns? Gavin Boyd hates you, you know. He was your father's favourite before you came. Janet Finley doesn't like you either. She wants your father to marry her, and she thinks you disparage her to him behind her back.
I don't. I never did such a thing.
Well, we know that. But if you stayed, she'd be more and more unkind to you the older you got, and Gavin would be even worse. No, it's a good thing you're leaving. Just bide a wee bit, and you'll see I'm right. Your brother's glad to leave the farm, isn't he? Ken's always been a sensible lad.
Dad wishes that Kenny had been like Gavin, strong and outspoken. But he never treats Kenny badly, and he does love him.
Ken will be happier on Earth using his metapsychic powers for the good of the whole human race. And so will you. Farming is only an occupation, something any normal can do. But metas have vocations. Do you know the difference?
Yes. A vocation is when a person is called to do something important.
Exactly. Oh, Dodie, I'm so very glad that you have a vocation. I'll come and talk to you about it often and help you when you face hard decisions.
Mummy, that would be nice. But I wish you wouldn't for a while. I'm all mixed up inside.
I know, my poor baby. That's why I want to help.
I have to work it out for myself.
Obstinacy.
Otherwise it won't be done right.
But I love you. I want to be with you now, be your special friend.
Now that I'm operant.
Yes, dear.
Will you be Kenny's friend and come into his dreams too?
Well, I'd certainly like to. It would depend on whether Ken really wanted me, whether our minds were consonant, whether we really fit together. I'm positive about you and me, Dodie, and we'll see about Ken. For now it would be best if you kept our dream talks a secret. This is a very special privilege I've been given coming to you, because our talks are so unusual, some people might misunderstand them, even Ken.
Mum, I want to ask you something. I hope you won't be angry.
Of course not, darling.
Did Jack send you?
Jack?
He's a person who's tried to bespeak me. Not lately, but a while ago. His mind is so powerful that it frightened me, and I refused to answer him. He says he's a boy living on Earth. Do you know him? Is he the one who told you I was operant and sent you to me?
I know Jack. He doesn't know me, and he didn't send me. He's a dangerous person, sweetheart. I'm very relieved that you ignored his calls. Pay no attention to him at all.
I'm glad I did the right thing.
Listen carefully, Dodie. Jack wants to get control of powerful operant minds and make them his slaves. He pretends to be friendly and kind, but he's actually a liar and a very wicked person. Never let him into your mind, under any circumstances. Oh, dear lass, thank God I was able to warn you. Solicitude plus fear.
Don't worry, Mum.
I must go now. It's nearly time for you to wake up, and there are so many things you must do before you leave Glen Tuath. Goodbye, my dearest little daughter. I'll come and talk to you again soon. There are wonderful secrets I have to share with you, marvelous things. Goodbye, Dodie, dear. Goodbye, Mummy.
A dream? Dee opened her eyes. Her room was still winter dark, but the clock on her nightstand said 6 a.m. Time to get up for breakfast. Then she would have to do her last chore, bringing feed to the cattle and horses in the lower pastures. How she'd miss Peggian and Kutuk. What kind of a dream? She'd make a brief stop at the schoolhouse for the Fleck with her transcript, then come back to the house and finish the last of the packing so she'd be ready when Gran Masha arrived.
A worrying dream. About what?
It was going to be strange living on Earth where a day was 24 hours rather than 26, and the months would be all different too, because Earth's moon went through its phases faster than Renua. Not even the year would be the same length. She could hardly remember what life on the old world was like.
Never mind that. What was in the dream? All the trees would have green leaves, and the grass would be green, and the sky would be blue rather often. There'd almost never be earthquakes, and— Stop that, mind.
The unwanted thoughts that had been flooding her head shut off as she finally exerted self-coercion. She was finally able to concentrate. The dream had been very odd.
What had it been about? Why couldn't she remember?
It was important, she was sure of it. Slowly, Dee crawled out from the warm bedclothes, lowering her feet to the carpeted floor. She waited before telling the room lights to turn on, went to the window, parted the drapes, and looked out. It had snowed during the night, the first snowfall of the winter. The rocky knoll on which the farmhouse stood was covered with spotless white, like a plumped-up pillow, with a twisting line of small lights marking the buried pathway and steps. No one had turned on the melting grids yet. The landing-pad was a smooth white tablecloth, and the 2 eggs parked outside the hangar had fat white berets. Exterior lights mounted on the stock barn, the factory, and the utility buildings made yellow-orange pools on the unbroken snow around them. More lights twinkling through the skeletal trees indicated that Domhnall Mengis and his wife Kiara Brown were up. Theirs was the only inhabited cottage at this time of the year, when most of the air farm employees returned to Grampian Town or Mucklescarry until the next harvest season.
The dream! Why was she having so much trouble concentrating? It was as if her mind rebelled at furnishing her with the memory she demanded.
Softly, she said aloud,
"Angel, help me."
And then she remembered. Staring down at the whiteness, she recalled the figure she had seen so clearly in the dark of her mind. Her mother, Viola Strawn, wearing the same outdoor clothes she had worn on the day of her death, smiling at her and speaking urgently about— what? An icy chill seemed to strike at Dee through the triple-glazed window. She hugged herself, shivering, and addressed her old mentor with growing fear.
"Angel, was that really Mum in my dream?"
"No."
"I didn't think so. The aura was wrong. What she said was wrong. Who was she, and what did she really want?"
"The person who bespoke you is named Fury. It is neither a woman nor a man, only a mind overflowing with rage against the entire universe and its creator. In some ways, Fury is exceptionally powerful. Besides insinuating itself into your dreams, it can far-speak across interstellar distances."
"Like that awful Jack!"
Dee wailed. "Fury is not Jack. It hates Jack and is afraid of him, as it is beginning to be afraid of you. Fury is the one who controls the Hydra."
"The monster who killed my mother?"
"Fury is the one who really caused the death of your mother and uncle and aunt. It told Hydra to kill them. Without Hydra, Fury is nearly helpless. This is its great weakness. Almost always it must act through Hydra, except when it interfaces mind to mind."
"This Hydra— there are 4 of them, I know it. I saw them when Mummy and Aunt Rowan and Uncle Robbie died."
"Yes, Fury's great physical power results from the 4 Hydra minds working in metaconcert, as Fury has taught them. Fury's ultimate goal is the destruction of the galactic milieu, and for this it would require other stalwart helpers besides the Hydra units.
But why does it want to destroy the milieu?
It schemes to establish a new galactic confederation, which it will rule. It hopes to trick you into doing its work, just as it once tricked Hydra.
How can I make it let me alone?
Dee cried. Now that you are aware of its mental signature and pattern of metapsychic emanation, you will be able to shut it out of your dreams if you wish. But since you are a brave and resourceful girl, you might wish to consider something else.
What? She asked suspiciously. She left the window, called on the lights, touched the bed-making button, and began to get dressed. The angel seemed to be thinking things over. Finally he said,
You might let Fury continue to come to you.
Let that awful thing that pretended to be my mother into my mind? Angel, have you gone crazy?
This alternative course of action would be somewhat dangerous, but you are in a unique position to help save the milieu from this monster. At the present time, Fury does not want to harm you. It would rather convert you. You see, Fury cannot easily coerce people into doing its bidding. The Hydra can exert very strong coercion for short periods of time, but that would be no help in getting you to become a follower of Fury.
I see. It would like me to become its disciple of my own free will.
That is correct. But if you resisted it tactfully, while at the same time gaining its confidence and encouraging it to reveal the details of its scheme to you, you could help destroy it.
Destroy her mother's killer? Could she really do such a thing? How?
She had put on cord pants and a heavy shirt, work clothes she would not be taking with her to Earth, and now she went to a dresser for a fresh pair of wool boot socks.
If Fury is only a mind, it must be as indestructible as an angel.
Not quite. Fury's mind shares a human body with a second mind that is unaware of its evil companion. I do not know whose brain Fury hides in, and neither does anyone else. Not even the Lyalmik know. If they did, then the monster could be destroyed.
By the Lyalmik?
No, by the Remillard family. Acting in meta-concert, they would have the power to kill Fury, and the obligation to do so, because this much is known about the monster. It is the product of a Remillard mind.
Dee paused in the act of putting on her thermal boots. I've heard of them. The first magnate belongs to the Remillard dynasty, and Dad says Grand Masha will be taking Ken and me to an operant training institute run by one of the dynasty women named Catherine. So if I discover any important clue about Fury, I'm to tell the Remillards?
No, under no circumstances. You will tell me, and I will see that the family is notified. Frowning, Dee combed her hair and began to braid it into a single plait.
I suppose if Fury pushes me too hard, I can always shut it out of my mind.
You could shut it out right now without too much danger to yourself. Later, closing your mind to Fury would probably rouse its suspicions. It might decide you were a threat to its plans and attempt to kill you. You must understand this clearly before you agree to my suggestion. I am confident that you will succeed, but there is danger.
Danger,
she thought,
but not much satisfaction. Fury could harass her for years without her being able to learn anything useful. On the other hand,
guiltily Dee looked over her shoulder in the mirror, half expecting to see either the tall figure of Ewan Cameron or the shrouded apparition that spoke with his voice, expressing stern disapproval of the startling possibility that had just sprung into her mind. But there was nothing reflected there except her own self and the familiar furniture of her room. The angel was no more able to read her secret thoughts than Fury was. He would not be able to stop her from... The small, heart-shaped face with the intent hazel eyes turned to a mask of stone.
I'll do as you suggest, Angel. I'll be very careful.
Good. Call on me if you require advice. She nodded, and the angel was gone. Dee opened the jewelry drawer of her dressing table. The pieces she had made herself, with real gold and silver and semi-precious stones, were packed in her trunk, ready for the trip to Earth. Only Granddad's pearls, which she was going to wear on the starship, and the old rhinestone pin remained glittering in the shadows. She fastened the diamond mask to her shirt and smiled. Breakfast at Glentuath Farm was unusually quiet. Gavin Boyd was unable to hide his triumph. With Dee gone, he would once again be cock of the walk. Hugh Murdoch and Ellen Gunn, the other non-borns, ate their porridge, smoked goose-breast, and hot fruit compote with resentful expressions, knowing that they would now have to do Dee and Ken's chores as well as their own. Ian was more doer than ever, ignoring Thrawn Janet's attempts at conversation. The domestic manager was in a sunny mood, clearly overjoyed to be rid of the 2 young flies who had infested her ointment for the past 6 years. When the children finished their meal and Ian left the table to go to his office in the factory, Janet gave out the work assignments as usual. "Gavin, Domhnall will need your help overhauling the broken animal waste conveyor. You go meet him in the stock barn. Ken, you finish putting in the new section of melting grid on the school walk. Hugh, do the regular monthly maintenance on the fairy gun, and be danged sure you wear your safety harness when you're up on that roof. Ellen, sort the clean laundry and route it to the proper rooms. The clothes tag readers on the fritz again. Then give the mold cars a good mop-out. We don't want Citizen Kyle and Dr. Mary getting all mucked up coming through the burrows from the landing pad to the house. Doro, you truck feed down to the livestock and the winter pastures as usual. And for corn's sake, don't dawdle around. I want you and Ken back here, washed up squeaky clean and packed to go by lunchtime, okay? Everybody got their beeper?" "Yes'm," chorused the children. All of them except Ellen trooped to the cloakroom to put on their outer garments. "Hughie," Gavin said, "trade jobs. Nice warm barn instead of freezing your butt off on the roof?" Hugh gave a scornful laugh. "Nice warm cow shit to scrape off the busted conveyor, you mean. Keep it, sucker." "I'll trade if you like," Ken said. "I think I'm getting a sore throat. It might be better if I worked inside." "All right," Gavin said. "You're on, Lavender Lips. The grid tool still in the school shed?" Ken nodded. "You'll have to apply the top layer of sealant as well as hook up the power. The mini drag line, the mixer, and the bags of stuff are with the tools." He turned to his sister. "Will you pick up my transcript flecked at school when you get yours? You'll probably finish sooner." "Sure, Kenny." She fiddled with the control of her environmental suit, then pulled on her mittens. "I'm going to walk instead of taking a mold car. See you guys." "Aw," Gavin pulled a lugubrious face. "Does little Dodo want one last slog through the Cali snow so she can store the memory in her giant brain?" She smiled sweetly at him. "Yes, but I'll be coming back to Caledonia, Gavin. You remember that." She went out the door and closed it carefully after her. The snow was 20 cents deep and fluffy, not too difficult to walk in. The veranda lights gave the snowbound farmhouse a cozy look, and when she had tramped halfway down the knoll, she stopped and looked at the place for a long time. Her mother had designed the house and supervised its construction. She and Ken had been born in it. It was not only a beautiful building, but also sturdy enough to resist the hurricane winds of Ben Vorach winters and the frequent earthquakes that shook the land. She loved the house and the farm. She would come back. There was no wind now, and the buried stone steps were firm beneath Dee's boots. She continued down, singing quietly. "But if I shall become a stranger, no, it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had." Down on the freshly snow-covered pad, she delighted in being the first one to make a dotted line of prints across it to the stock barn. Then she continued on to the big storage shed next door to pick up the tractor. She could use the sledge this morning instead of the wagon. Ken met her at the side door of the barn when she drove up and quickly loaded bales of hay and sacks of feed with a forklift. She would have had to do that work herself if surly Gavin had been working there. Thanking her brother, she drove off to the main farm road, headlamps illuminating the snow. It quickly became warm inside the tractor cab, and she took off her gloves and unzipped her suit. Dawn was breaking over Telonis, the huge extinct volcano that most people knew by its standard English name, the Forge. At 7,350 meters, it was the highest point on the continent, with a short but formidable glacier on its eastern slope that fed icebergs into the sea all year round. The river Tuath on her left was still unfrozen, steaming amidst the snow-capped boulders in its bed. A flock of white rinkies bobbed and paddled in the big pool, semi-reptilian native birds that usually remained out among the fjord islets in good weather. There was probably going to be more snow soon, and it would get colder. Dee backed into the lane, bordered by repeller fencing posts, that lay between the horse and cattle pastures. The sledge fetched up at the heated trough that provided water for both groups of animals. Snowy humps in the cattle field stirred and turned into shaggy little red beasts with long horns that came ambling toward the load of fodder. They were incredibly hardy and almost never took shelter in their stone battak. The small herd of coal-black miniature horses had been huddled in a three-sided open shed on the western side of their field. They let out shrill whinnies and milled about for a moment after emerging. Was it really breakfast arriving, or were the stupid cattle merely reacting to a fence rider or some other false alarm? Suddenly a tiny filly broke away from the group and came hurtling toward Dee at a full gallop, throwing up a great cloud of fine snow. Electrified, the other horses followed. "Kutok!" Dee forspoke the horse, and then called "Piggian" to the West Highland bull, who trailed protectively after his harem of cows. The girl fastened her suit, hauled on her gloves, and jumped down from the tractor-cab. Kutok came to the fence's invisible barrier and hung her head over it so that Dee could embrace her. Like her herd mates, she was a perfectly proportioned true miniature, not a pony, with the withers only slightly higher than Dee's waist. Tiny horses were raised as companion animals on many human planets and sometimes used for chariot races, trotting contests, or pulling wagons on festive occasions. Ian MacDonald kept the horses only for the pleasure of their company, for they would follow humans through the rough terrain like dogs, carrying packs of supplies for the two-legged walker as well as for themselves. Kutok had a bobtail, hence her name, and a thick, furry coat. As a newborn foal 2 years earlier, she had not been expected to live. Only Dee's nursing and clandestine redaction had saved her, and she had become the girl's special pet. "I'm going to miss you," she told the little horse, kissing its nose. "But I'll be back, and we'll climb on Telonis together." She checked the drinking trough to be sure the defroster was working, then put out the oats and hay and horse chow. By the time she had finished with the horses, the bull named Grian had shouldered his way through the eager cows, snorting and tossing his horns. His coat reached nearly to his hoofs. The small Highland cattle were also raised mostly as pets, but in spring the cows gave rich but meagre milk that was a marvelous accompaniment to fresh strawberries or the equally sweet golden native berries called oivrag. None of the other children had been able to approach fierce Grian, but he had gone instantly tame when first confronted by Dee. She patted his muzzle. "I'll miss you too, old potbelly. Don't you dare chase Gavin while I'm gone, hear me?" She smiled. "Well, maybe you can chase him a little." She gave the cattle their food and stood for a few minutes amidst the cloud of sweet animal breath, checking each horse and cow over carefully, as she always did when it was her turn to feed them. One mare, flighty Meadhonach, had a small cut on her left rear shank. Dee healed it easily. Then, before tears at the thought of leaving them could come, she got into the tractor and drove back to the road. It was full light now, and there was still plenty of time, so instead of returning to the farmstead, Dee continued northward to the shore of Loch Tuath, passing between ranks of leafless coleus trees. There were Coinian tracks everywhere, but no creatures visible. The furry, long-eared reptilians had fled at the sound of the approaching tractor. At the sea loch's edge, Dee stopped and climbed out again. It was low tide, and the seaweed on the exposed rocks smelled like iodine and earth oranges. There were more animal tracks, and the large four-toed footprints of a fish-eating dovran, and the smaller marks made by scarva, larger birds resembling red cormorants. Then, on the other side of the dock, she made an exciting discovery. In the wet sand were drag marks, wide as a wagon, where a female toothis had scrambled out of the sea to plant one of her amazing homeothermous egg cases on the upper strand. Dee wished she could have seen the huge, tentacled decapod emerge at high tide. She had never seen a living toothis, although bits and pieces of the sea monsters, killed by zoogloids, often washed up on Ven Vorik shores. Ken still treasured the model of the creature that Grandad had given him when they first came to Caledonia. Dee's deep sight found the barrel-sized packet of embryos buried beneath a big pile of shingle and debris that now blocked the doors of Daddy's new boat shed, cum warehouse. But it didn't matter. By springtime, when the building was in use again, the fierce babies would have hatched and crawled back into the sea. The waters of Loch Tuath were black, lapping as turgidly as oil against the beach and the snow-bonneted rocks. Soon the north wind would blow small icebergs into the fjord, and it would freeze into slush for nearly half its length. A single rhamphorhynchus flew overhead, trailing its long, bony tail with a feathered tip and uttering melancholy shrieks. "I will not cry," Dee said firmly. She got back into the tractor and headed south at top speed. After returning the equipment to its place, she trudged around the stock barn and across the white-blanketed truck garden to the schoolhouse. Gavin was flat on his stomach in the snow at the edge of the road, connecting the new section of melting grid to the subterranean power main. A small drag line, a composite mixer, bags of sealing compound, and an open kit of tools were scattered around him. "For Christ's sake, stay off my sidewalk," he growled at her. "It's taking forever to set in this cold." She decided not to remind him that the freshly poured sealant mix would harden instantly once the melting grid was turned on. Entering the school, she took off her suit and boots and padded to her study carrel in stocking feet. Today was Desathwer, when satellite school was not ordinarily in session, but the Education Ministry in New Glasgow was expecting Dee to log on and obtain her transcript data. It was much more economical for Gran Moshe to carry the data fleck to the new school on Earth than for the Caledonian school system to transmit it via subspace. Dee took up the command microphone and summoned the office of her form. To her surprise, the round, smiling face that appeared on her monitor was that of tutor Una McDuffie, her favourite teacher. "There you are at last, Dorothea. I arranged to come in so I could say a very special goodbye. You must never say a word about this to the other children in your school. But I've always thought of you as a very special pupil, so creative and bright. I'm not at all surprised that you've gone operant." Dee could not help showing her surprise and uneasiness. "Nobody was supposed to know." The tutor laughed merrily. "Not know? Oh, lass, it's been the talk of Tutorial House ever since your metapsychic assay was done last month. Even Dirigent Hamilton got word of it and called us. Didn't your father tell you that your quotient is the highest that's ever been recorded on Caledonia?" "No, ma'am," Dee whispered, stricken with dread. "Well, don't go getting a swelled head over it. Just do your best at the preceptors on Earth, and make us Caledonians proud of you." "I'll try, ma'am." "Bless you, dear. Be sure you keep on with your clothes designing and jewelry making, too. It's good to work with the hands when one has to spend overmuch time cudgelling the brain." Dee nodded. "I think you're right, Tutor McDuffie, and I will. Now, I'd better transmit your fleck data. You've more important things to do this last day on Cali than chunnering with me." Dee asked the tutor to send Ken's data as well. When the two flecks, transparent squares no wider than thumbnails with a microscopic data carrier sandwiched in the center, popped out of her computer, she put them into a boîte, said a final goodbye to the tutor, and shut her computer down. She left her carrel and wandered around the schoolroom for the last time. The half-finished projects of the other children, the printouts, the science experiments, the artwork, and the other hands-on assignments that were part of satellite school, were still strewn about the work tables. None of her things or Kenny's remained. No one would ever know they had studied here. Outside, the sky had darkened again, and a few snowflakes were falling. Gavin was still working on the power connection. Looking out the window, Dee let her ultrasense flick over him and learned a few new obscenities. Why should she walk past him again and endure more insults? She decided to use the burrows. Retrieving her suit and putting on her boots, she descended in a lift to the tunnel system that connected all of the farmstead buildings. The burrows were brightly lit and warm, with smooth grey cerametal walls. A mole car came trundling along a few minutes after she tapped the call pad. Her father was already seated in it. "Get in, Dory. Your grandparents just arrived. I was on my way to meet them. Livestock all in good fettle?"
"Yes, Dad, they're fine. I went down to the loch shore after I finished with them. A toothus buried its egg case right in front of the warehouse door. I'm sure of it. The track was just like the ones I've seen on the Tri-D."
Ian MacDonald laughed. "Well, the nerve of the brute. That hasn't happened around here for years. Not since before you came." Dee found that she couldn't reply. She turned her head toward the tunnel wall and once again willed that tears not spill from her eyes. A moment later the car slowed and stopped at the farmhouse. Ian climbed out and extended his hand to her. After she had disembarked, he stood there, silent, looking down at her. As always now, she permitted herself to know only the outermost thoughts in his mind. They were puzzling. She had expected the fear mixed with love, the deep disappointment, even the suppressed anger. But why was his mental image of her superimposed upon the image of her mother? "Dory, I'm going to ask a strange thing of you." He hesitated.
"It's all right, Dad. I'll do anything. Ask."
"Your mother. Find out why it happened. I can't believe she and the others died only by chance, as they say, just picked at random by those anonymous murderers. There was some reason. Find it. You mustn't say anything to the other operant adults, though. Don't let anyone know that you're prying around. You could get into serious trouble." He broke off, as if suddenly aware of the burden he was placing on an 11-year-old child. "Oh, God, no! What am I saying?" He was shaking his head, his face twisted with emotion, moving away from her toward the lift. "I've no right to ask this of a wee lass. Forget what I said, Dory. I'm a glaikit loon."
"Daddy, wait."
He halted and turned back to face her, startled and then suddenly terrified at the realization that he had been coerced. He spoke in a hoarse whisper. "But you're not just a child, are you? You're not even like her. You're more than she ever was. God only knows what you are."
"I'm your daughter," she said. "I love you, and I'll do as you asked. Find out about Mum and the others. I was going to do it anyway."
He stared at her.
"Please, Daddy," she whispered. "It's all right. I'm the same as I always was."
The same. Yes. There was despair in his eyes. "I know that now. Go ahead, then, and see what you can find out. It's driven me half-daft, you see, thinking it was a stupid casual killing, that God let Viola be snuffed out for no reason, like some ant getting stepped on."
"I don't think it was like that. I can't tell you why, but that's what I think. I'll find out, Dad, and I'll tell you. And if it's possible, I'll do even more."
He nodded, seeming to understand. The lift car was waiting. The two of them got into it without speaking further. She handed him the little glass box with the school transcript flecks, and he simply nodded. At the first floor, Ian MacDonald got off. Dee continued up to the third floor to her own room. Quickly she washed and put on the pleated MacDonald tartan skirt she had made herself, a white silk blouse, and a hunter-green blazer with silver buttons. They were her best clothes. Granddad's pearls went around her neck, and she put the rhinestone mask pin in her skirt pocket. It took only a few more minutes to pack a seat bag with the pyjamas and personal things, and to tuck a clean handkerchief into the new leather purse that had been a farewell gift from Janet. Her other things were already in the small, tightly packed trunk standing near the bedroom door. Had she forgotten anything? She looked in the bath, checked the dresser drawers, opened the tall wardrobe. Her handsome silver flight suit hung there, with a helmet and boots on the wardrobe floor. She had intended to leave it behind, but now— "Kenny!" She grabbed the outfit, dashed out of her room, and went into her brother's across the hall. "You've got to help me. I don't have any more room in my trunk." He looked up with a startled expression, his arms filled with folded shirts and jerseys. "You want to take that? What the hell good will it do you on Earth?" "Please," she begged. "I just have to take it." Muttering good-naturedly, he made room in his trunk. "Good thing for you I'm not a clothes horse." They went downstairs together after sending the baggage to the pad on the goods conveyor. Masha, looking more gorgeous than ever, and Kyle, seeming to be younger than his own son, were having tea in the front parlor with Ian. Janet came in from the direction of the kitchen, carrying a basket. "Well, better late than never," drawled the domestic manager. "You kids got all your stuff together?" "Yes'm," said Ken. "Down at pad level, ready to be put in the egg." "Good. Your grandpa and grandma don't fancy sitting down to eat. They want to get started for Clyde right away. Seems the both of them are going back to Earth with you, and Gramps has to rush through some business if he's to make it. I packed a picnic lunch for you to eat aloft. Ken, you can carry it." She shook hands with the boy, then handed him the covered basket. "Hasta luego, muchacho, and good luck. I think you're going to need it." Janet turned to Dee and pumped her hand. "So long, Doro. Sorry we didn't get along better. My fault, I think. Come back when you're older, and maybe we'll give it another shot." She grinned at Masha and Kyle. "Lots of things to get done around here. Be seeing you." And she was gone. "What an amazing woman," murmured the professor, setting down her teacup. Kyle snorted. You could almost suspect there was a heart under that barbed wire brassiere. There is, said Ian shortly. Ken, Dory, get your coats and things. They obeyed. Then they all made their way down to the pad exit. Kyle and Ian loaded the baggage into the egg. It was snowing harder. The pad was wet but clear, with the melting grid now programmed for automatic winter mode. After Ian said goodbye to his parents, he turned to the children. Ken, who was 13, was relieved to be offered a handshake. But Ian kissed his daughter on the forehead. His eyes were wet as he said, I'll take care of the oak tree while you're gone. Then he put both children into the egg and slammed the door. The Porsche took off in free flight. With her far side, Dee saw her father go back into the hillside door. He took a mole car to the house lift and ascended to the second level, where his bedroom was. Janet was waiting for him there with some of the little greenish-pink pop spheres that held air plant essence. And so Dee stopped watching. 17. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. I first met her in the March of 2069 when she was 12. It was late afternoon on a dark, blustery day in New Hampshire that had the Dartmouth college students and Hanover townsfolk scuttling anxiously about, bundled to the eyeballs in anticipation of one of our notorious spring blizzards. The little bell mounted on the door of my bookshop jingled, and in came a solemn-faced waif wearing a scarlet enviro parka and a knitted white cloche. The place was understandably empty. I had been sitting with my feet up before the working antique wood stove I had recently installed in the reader's nook, perusing a classic issue of Unknown Worlds. My cat, Marcel Laplume VI, was asleep on the rag rug under the footstool. "Good afternoon," the child said, looking around at the shelves of paged books somewhat apprehensively. From her small stature I had judged her to be 9 or 10, but the mature inflection of her voice suggested she might be 3 or 4 years older. I was half asleep and didn't immediately notice that she was an operant. "I'm looking for something special, for a gift." I was not going to disturb my carefully arranged old bones for a mere slip of a girl who might have mistaken my specialty bookshop for the local plaque dispensary. I sell mostly rare science fiction and fantasy books dating from the 20th century, collector's items. "I know. I'd like to find a birthday present for my brother. He's turning into a rather keen bibliophile. You may remember his coming into your shop a few times. Kenneth MacDonald?" I woke up at that, and so did my cat. Marcel lifted his grey-maned head, stared at the girl with interest, and decided she was ripe for his scam. He began broadcasting strong telepathic requests for food. She was a matter, and a powerful one from what little I could discern of her social aspect. A reference to her brother and her slight Scottish accent let me place her. Dorothea MacDonald, the prodigy from the planet Caledonia who'd entered Catherine Remillard's preceptorial institute last fall. There had been a brief flutter in the operant community about her at the time, but the little girl had stayed out of the limelight since then. Naturally, the Remillard dynasty was extremely interested in the newcomer, and all of them found excuses to visit Kat's place from time to check out the whiz kid and keep abreast of her progress. Only Dennis, Lucille, and Jack had exercised decent restraint and respected the poor child's privacy. Mark, hard at work on the other side of the continent, when he wasn't off among the stars, ignored her completely. I had gleaned from family scuttlebutt that the girl was a potential paramount, if she could only manage to overcome some serious inhibitions that still kept portions of her creativity, redactive power, and coercivity latent. "Any book in particular you're interested in?" I asked. The enfant formidable had an unassuming and winsome manner, and she obviously liked cats. She pulled off her gloves and took a packet of potato chips out of her pocket. "These crisps are barbecue-flavored. Do you think Marcel would like some?" "Yes," said my fur-bearing gourmand, cantering over to her with slavering chops. "I love you." She hunkered down and opened the snack pack. Marcel's first eager chomp nearly took her fingers, and she wisely decided to scatter the chips on the floor for him. I lurched upright, cracked a few joints that had developed mild rheumatiz, and restored the valuable old magazine to its protective envelope. The long-haired lunch-bucket gobbled away, uttering telepathic sighs of appreciation. The only thing he loved better than potato chips was canned sweet corn. "You've made a friend for life there, young lady," I said, "and you'll probably regret it. That beast is the worst food cadger in northern New England." She looked up at me. Her hazel eyes were a bit too closely set, but fringed with attractive dark lashes. No one would have called her pretty, and yet she had a gamine charm that had nothing to do with the coercive power she almost, but not quite, managed to conceal behind her mind-screen.
"The only pets I ever had were larger outdoor animals, a horse and a bull."
She stroked the cat's head and emptied out the last of the chips. Marcel was scarfing them down like a starving thing, in spite of the fact that he'd eaten most of the nuked macaroni and cheese that had been my midday meal.
"Cats are wonderful creatures, aren't they? So telepathically responsive."
"I really, really, really love you," Marcel said to her. "More food in pocket?" Gently she removed his huge furry paws from her lap and got to her feet.
"Sorry, boy, you've eaten it all."
"He hogs the blankets in cold weather and sheds like a molting bison when it's warm," said I. "But I keep him around to control the mice and spider population." Thrusting forth my hand, I introduced myself. "Everyone in town calls me Uncle Roger, so you might as well, too."
"My name is Dorothea MacDonald."
She gave a tiny shrug.
"People have given me all kinds of nicknames, but I don't much care for any of them."
I cogitated for a moment. "May I call you Dorothée? It's the Franco equivalent of your name. Comes off the tongue more trippingly, n'est-ce pas?"
She brightened. "Yes, I like it."
"Ah, now that's settled. Let's talk about books. How much do you want to spend? Not all antiquarian books are priced sky-high, but some are. I hope your brother's not a collector of early Stephen King firsts."
"Oh, no. He likes older fantasy and horror, the 50s and before. I can't spend more than about $25.
I went striding into the M section, plucked a shrink-wrapped volume from the shelf, and handed it to her. "How about this? The Rival Monster by Sir Compton Mackenzie, in the Clark Irwin Canadian edition. It's a humorous piece about the Loch Ness Monster being hit by a flying saucer." She burst out laughing. "Kenny should love it. Only $15. A steal for a very good copy. I'll throw in a Plas Bibelope your brother can keep it in. Prevents the old high-sulfur content paper from deteriorating any further. Tell him to turn the pages carefully." We went to the desk to complete the transaction, followed by Marcel, who still hadn't abandoned hope. Her credit card had been issued by the Bank of Caledonia. "You're a long way from home," I remarked. "How do you like the old world?"
"I lived here from the time I was a baby until I was 5,
she said, after a brief pause to sweep my mental vestibulum for traces of senile overfamiliarity. As usual, when I was tending the shop, I hadn't even bothered to put my screen up, and I was readily classified as a harmless old coot with no motive other than commercial bonhomie for questioning her.
"But I hardly remember anything about my early life on Earth," she went on. "Our home was in Edinburgh, Scotland. It's very different in North America, especially here."
"And a far cry from Caledonia, I betcha." She eyed me in silence for a moment. Then,
"You know who I am, don't you?"
It was a flat statement. I nodded, handing back a card, and indicated a box-like gadget I had recently acquired for the business. "Would you like some free instant gift wrap? This machine here can do anything from echo-sensitive to high-cap." For the first time, the corners of her lips turned up in a hint of mischief.
"Can you make it really weird?"
I put the book inside the doojigger, selected the bad taste, mild option, and hit the pad. A few moments later, the finished present plopped out, screaming orange paper, imprinted with motifs from Bambi Meets Godzilla, all tied up with a glittering cerise ribbon. Dorothée was delighted. Outside, the sky had started to spit snow pellets, those horrible little white bits like micro-popcorn that sting the face so badly when the wind is strong. I asked the girl if she would like to wait in the shop for a while and have a cup of cocoa by the fire until the nasty stuff either stopped or turned into honest snow. Again I felt the brief touch of her prudent mental scrutiny, affirming that I was only a kindly geezer rather than a dirty old man. She accepted my invitation, and at that point our long friendship began. Marcel, purring like an outboard motor, sat happily on her lap as we chatted, and by the time she left, nearly an hour later, I had learned a fair amount about her background, and she had cleverly extracted from me information about the Remillard family that I was not accustomed to share with casual acquaintances. In the 3 years that followed, Dorothée came to the eloquent page every other week or so. At first she feigned an interest in my wares, but finally she admitted that she just liked to talk to me. She needed an adult operant with no axe to grind as a confidant, and none of the personnel at the Preceptorial Institute filled the bill. Neither did her grandmother Masha, who had taken a visiting professorship at Dartmouth's College of Metapsychology in order to remain close to the girl and her brother. The professor and her husband, the subversive comic novelist Kyle MacDonald, my ancient drinking buddy, as you may recall, had made a nice home for the children in a rented house on the south side of Hanover. But neither Masha nor Kyle were types who invited childish trust. I apparently am, as any attentive reader of these memoirs may have deduced, and it has got me into a peck of trouble for my pains. But what the hell? At that time in my life things were tranquil enough. The bookshop was almost profitable. I was having a protracted no-strings affair with a delicious, slow-eyed librarian named Surya Gupta, who worked at the public database around the corner, and the Remillard family members were engrossed in their own arcane machinations and not in need of a cantankerous but sympathetic father figure. Little Dorothée was. So I got to hear blow-by-blow accounts of her painful progress from sub-operant to adept metapsychic, and from master-class operant to Grand Master Farcensor, Creator, Coercer, Redactor, and Psychokinetic. The ultimate accolade of paramount status waited in the wings, dependent upon her rootling out the last of the inhibiting dross in her unconscious and activating the full potential of her mind. Besides lending a sympathetic ear to stories of her travails at the Institute, I made sure she learned the civilized behavior patterns and important bits of metiquette that kids raised in operant homes take for granted. Dorothée was Cat Remillard's star pupil, and at the same time she acquired an education in our local ivy-clad halls of academe, majoring in higher mathematics and theoretical physics. Her hobbies were bird-watching, of which more anon, skiing and hiking. She also enjoyed sewing her own clothes and creating jewelry, grinding the gemstones and doing the metalwork, too. Her favorite piece was a reproduction, in white gold and the relatively inexpensive diamonds of Caledonia, sent to her by her father, of a piece of costume jewelry she had cherished as a young child. She wore the small diamond-studded domino mask on a thin chain around her neck as a good-luck charm. Dorothée sometimes came to the bookshop with her brother, a pleasantly nerdish youth, 2 years her senior, who was also in training at the Preceptorial Institute. I let Ken MacDonald use my database to hunt inexpensive collectible fantasy books in return for his doing chores such as packing mail orders and cleaning up the cat latrine. I was never able to train this particular Marcel to use modern kitty sanitary facilities. He demanded, and got, a sandbox. Ken had chosen to major in metapsychology. It bothered him not a whit that his mind powers weren't as phenomenal as those of his baby sister. My peaceful interlude as mentor to a saint in the making came to a crashing end in October of 2072. Dorothée was 15 years old by then, and just finishing her postgraduate work. She had matured physically into a young woman of small stature, and was still too shy and preoccupied with her studies to be much interested in boys. Her manner was restrained, even enigmatic, but she had already developed the personal attribute that normals call presence. No one would ever have mistaken her for an ordinary operant girl. Like other powerful mates, Dorothée routinely suppressed her aura. but there was still a palpable air of specialness about her that she was unable to disguise, even though she tried. It was by no means the odor of sanctity that her legend imputes to her. Neither did she have Mark's daunting charisma, nor Jack's fey and quasi-mystical aspect. The closest I can come to describing the quality she projected is steadfastness. Behind that little face, nearly expressionless for much of the time, was a person bound and determined to pursue her own grail in spite of any obstacles the world or her own mind or body put in the way. Now that her meta-faculties were confirmed to be Grand Master class or above, it was expected that she would be nominated to the Concilium when she reached adulthood at 16, just as Jack had been. She was not looking forward to magnateship and the public revelation of her mental talents. Her near paramount status had been kept quiet, and most of the opulent students and faculty at Dartmouth knew nothing about it. But the fact of having all 5 of the higher mind powers in the top category would be enough to make her a galactic celebrity. High 5 metapsychics were rather common amongst the Krondaku, and the Lyelmig, of course, but the other races boasted only a handful of them. Humanity, at that time, only had 11, not including the 2 paramounts. That had been verified by MPC testing. The only adults in the group were Paul and Anne Remillard, Davy McGregor, Cordelia Warshaw, née Warszawska, who was the Intendant General of Earth, and Edward Wakwo Chung, the Commander-in-Chief of the 14th Fleet. I had been aware for some time that Dorothée had a mysterious antipathy toward Jack, which he admitted was his own fault, but declined to elaborate on further. She had continually refused to meet him face to face, and he had not forced himself upon her. I never suspected that Dorothee's soul struggles actually involved any person other than herself, and the imaginary demons each one of us must confront, nor had the thought ever crossed my mind that she had been less than honest with me. Then I made a very unpleasant discovery. I had gone down to Concord, the polity capital, to visit Severin Remillard in his spiffy new townhouse. I had known Sevy from the time he was a scrappy infant, rebelling against the pacifistic philosophy espoused by his parents and most of the other pre-intervention operants. I'd stood by him through the break-up of 3 marriages, one his own fault, the other 2 not, and surreptitiously encouraged him to follow his conscience and his younger brother Adrian and join the rebel faction of magnates. Like me, Sevy had a happy-go-lucky streak that went against the high seriousness considered appropriate in the most exalted operant circles. He hip-hopped from one Concilium directorate to another without ever seeming to find a committee with work he genuinely cared about, which drove his brother Paul and his straight-laced sister Anne to distraction. A tall, fair-haired, rather cynical individual, he was actually happiest plotting with his anti-unity cohorts. It was inevitable that he would stand at the forefront of the metapsychic rebellion in 2083. Since Sevy was the least priggish of the family stalwarts, and a sometime professional redactor and neurosurgeon, I had gone on this occasion to seek his help in a delicate problem peculiar to the masculine gender. My adorable young librarian, Surya, had tried to be patient and understanding with me, but I had disappointed her far too often of late, and I feared that if I didn't find some way to stiffen my resolve, she would seek a more talented bed companion. To his credit, Sevy didn't laugh when I told him my predicament. We sat together on his balcony overlooking the autumn colours of the Merrimack Valley, he considering treatment options, and I observing morosely that it was a long, long while from May to December, and my days weren't the only thing growing short as I reached September. "Well, you are 127 years old, Uncle Roger," Severin observed. "And you're 69, and I'm as immortal as you are, dammit. I feel just fine otherwise, and I haven't even been overindulging all that much. But my libido's sagging like a tired souffle. You could try some poppers. Caledonian sunrise would tumefy an Egyptian mummy." "I don't like those things," I grumped. "Might as well be goosed by a moose. Can't you redact whatever's wrong? It's got to be all in my mind. Maybe I'm just tired of the lady and don't want to admit it." Severin sighed and rose from his wicker chair. "Come inside, then, and let me rummage around inside your brain pan. Maybe you're suffering from a mild depression." I shuffled in after him and arranged myself on a white leather sofa strewn with black pettipoint pillows. He pulled up a matching leather poof, ordered me to close my eyes, and put his hand on my forehead. My lights went out. When I came to, my grandnephew was pacing the floor with a fierce scowl on his face. My groin ached dully. I elbowed myself up and pleaded, "What's wrong? Is it prostate cancer?" "Don't be an idiot," he snapped. "You're healthy as a horse." He helped me to my feet. "And hung like one, too. I fixed what was wrong. You'll stop hurting in a minute." Your block and tackle went into action mode in anticipation after the redact job. I had to put the brakes on a bit crudely. Oh, joy! I was a man again. I limped after Severin to the well-appointed wet bar behind his gilded grand piano. What was the matter with me? He poured a double shot of wild turkey and handed it over. "Uncle Rogie, somebody has systematically subjected you to a very subtle type of powerful coercive redactive probing. Apparently it's been going on over a period of 2 years or more. The reaming was probably imperceptible to you while it was being done, but it had adverse and cumulative side effects on the hypothalamus and limbic septum, which I've repaired. Your love life is now back on the rails. But I suggest that you review the Grand Master coercive redactors of your acquaintance and find out which one is the likeliest to have tossed your cerebrum." I choked on my booze. "No!" I cried. "She couldn't have." Severin shrugged. Fortunately, I had not attached my words to a legible mental image. "Get another girlfriend," he advised. "One who's too weak in coercion to slip into your mind when your bells are chiming. God knows your mind screen's strong enough to repel all boarders when you're not stonkered or orgasmic." "Mad," I groaned. "Mad et contre mad." And then I had sense enough to keep my mouth zipped and my mind shut tight. Sex and drinking had nothing to do with my violation. There was only one person aside from my great-grandnephew, Dijon, who could have perpetrated a ream job without a trace, and only one who would have had the opportunity, the talent, and the blatant chutzpah to do it in a public place, in the course of a casual conversation. Little Dorothea MacDonald. I was going to have to confront her with what she had done, even though it might mean the end of our friendship. I have mentioned that Dorothea, like myself, was an enthusiastic bird-watcher. Both of us belonged to the local branch of the Audubon Society, met frequently at its meetings and outings, and tipped each other off when a Roy Avers blew into town. On a certain lovely Sunday in mid-October, we made a date to go down to the evergreen woodland bordering the Connecticut River after 11:30 Mass. I told her about an uncommon pileated woodpecker who had been reported lurking among the towering white pines, and we planned to photograph it. We sat on rocks beside the river, eating the Jarlsberg sandwiches and molasses cookies she had brought, and drinking my contribution, wine sap apple cider. Serious peckerwood hunting was supposed to commence after lunch. I got down to the real business at hand right off the bat. "Dorothea, I've learned something that disturbs me very much. Some person, a very powerful coercive redactor, has been probing my mind without my consent. I think that person is you."
"Me?" she exclaimed, all indignant. "Me prying into your mind? What in the world gave you that idea?"
"Don't try that reverse question gimmick on me, kiddo," I retorted, looking sad and betrayed. "And spare me the hurt feelings act, too. It's taken me long enough to discover what you were doing, but then I never was accused of being the sharpest thorn on the family rosebush. You've been grubbing around my brain almost from the first day we met, haven't you?" She looked away toward the river.
"Yes. It was necessary that I obtain the life history and detailed psychosocial profile of you and every one of the older Remillard family members, plus Mark and his siblings. The information I got was incomplete, but it sufficed for my purposes. I probed you the most extensively because you've lived so long and made so many objective judgments about members of the family, but I also probed all of the others except Mark and Jack, who stayed out of reach.
Whatever excuse I had expected for the reaming, this wasn't it. For God's sake, why?
The Remillards are the most prominent human family in the milieu, but very little about their private lives or mental attributes has ever been published. You know that complete metapsychic assays of operant newborns have only been mandatory for the past 14 years. For individuals born before 2068, the complete assay is only optional. Since the procedure is likely to be painful for an adult, few older operants have submitted to it, and that includes all of the Remillards except Paul and Anne. I needed the information for a very important research project.
You reamed the lot of us for research? C'est drôlement couillon. I scoffed. She had no trouble at all deciphering my meaning, which roughly equates to bovine fecal matter, and her little face flushed with chagrin.
I'm telling the truth, she insisted. My research project is private, but it's consequential. You may verify my statement coercively if you wish.
I'm no good at reaming, and you know it. But I was capable of erecting and maintaining a cosmic-class mental barricade if my life depended upon it, and I had an uncanny feeling that it just might. Now that I was forewarned, Dorothée would never again probe me with impunity. You've been using me, young lady, I continued, and that's tacky behavior from someone I thought was my friend. Your excavating had side effects, too. Knocked some of my mental machinery out of whack. I had to be redacted, for God's sake, and that's how I discovered what you'd been doing.
I'm sorry you were hurt, Uncle Rogie. Truly I am. I had no idea the probing would do you any harm.
Her distress and contrition were genuine, all right. But then she had to spoil the effect by adding,
I did it for a very good reason, though.
I'll be the judge of that, I said sternly. I want you to explain yourself right here and now, or I'll have to tell old Catherine Remillard that her school harbors an embryonic Grand Inquisitor.
No,
she cried, now regarding me with real fear on her face.
Please don't. If you tell her, then Jack will surely hear about it, or even Mark himself.
I goggled at her. What the bloody hell do they have to do with this? Are you going to tell me what you've been up to or not? She squeezed her eyes shut in some monumental act of emotional self-discipline. When she looked at me again, her face was not that of a misbehaving child, but of an adult on a mission of capital importance.
You're different from the other members of your family, Uncle Rogie. You have no dynastic or personal ambition. No need to prove your superiority, no great cause to promulgate. You know your operant talents are insignificant, and it doesn't bother you. You accept people as they are without trying to change them. You have a kind heart in spite of your grumpiness, and you were very good to me when I came wailing and whinging to you about my painful therapy. And so I'm going to trust you with the most important secret of my life.
Still seated on the rock, I sketched an ironic bow at the insolent chit and said, Tout au ciel qui l'on fut ainsi, which is more or less the equivalent of thanks all to hell for the dubious honor.
She took a deep breath. Let me tell you how my mother died.
My sarcastic attitude popped like a lighted bulb touched by a wet finger. I said quietly, All right, Dorothée, if you'd like to. Sitting there at my side in the pleasant forest park, taking occasional sips of apple juice when her throat dried, the girl told me her own ghastly and fascinating tale of Fury and Hydra, everything she knew, including official data from the magistratum investigation. God only knows how she pried out that information. She not only described Hydra's atrocities in the Hebrides, she showed me explicit mental images that turned my stomach. She also told me how Fury had invaded her dreams back on Caledonia, pretending to be her dead mother. And she told me how the monster had been appearing to her in her sleep ever since then, at intervals ranging from a few days to months apart, believing that it was slowly converting her to its cause. When she finished, I was in an icy sweat, frightened to death for Dorothée, for myself, and for all the rest of my family. I couldn't speak for several minutes, and simply cowered behind my mental shield, willing that it not be true. But clearly it was. I had nearly forgotten the monster and its multi-headed minion, having assumed that their threat had passed after the Islay incident. But now Dorothée told me that Fury was apparently more determined than ever to destroy the galactic milieu and dominate the planets of the Milky Way, not only with the original Hydra units, but apparently also with a gang of new recruits. I paused to glug down more cider, wishing fervently that it was a more bracing kind of drink. "What did you mean when you said you were afraid Mark or Jack would find out what you're up to? Don't tell me you suspect one of them is Fury."
They're the only Remillards whom I haven't been able to probe, whose meta-faculties are powerful enough to insert dreams, or any other kind of psycho-creative icons, into minds located light years away.
Her face was set in stubborn lines.
When I had that first dream about my mother back on Caledonia, Jack Remillard was an orb, and Mark was on Earth.
Dorothée, you're way off the beam on this. I probably know Fury better than most members of my family. I saw the damn thing born, for God's sake. It can't possibly be Jack, because he didn't exist when Fury first appeared. He was born 12 years later. I told her about the awful Good Friday Epiphany of 2040, which she had obviously failed to retrieve from anyone's memory bank. Small wonder it had been repressed. It traumatized the hell out of the whole Remillard clan. I described my own adventures as potential Hydra prey, and told her how the monster had tried to murder teenaged Mark and baby Jack. I also told her the family's conclusion that Fury had to be a manifestation of multiple personality disorder, probably unknown to the core persona whose body it shared, and having a completely different armamentarium of powers. "It could be any of the people you've already probed," I pointed out. "Did you come across hints of a second persona in any of the Remillard skulls you poked around in?"
"No,"
she said, clearly dismayed by this new idea.
"I didn't. I never considered the idea of multiple personalities at all. Inside the host mind, a second persona would be disguised. It might not even exist except when it was in control of the body."
"Oh, shit, Uncle Roger. This could change everything."
"Exactement," said I.
"Perhaps Jack isn't a viable suspect after all," she conceded grudgingly.
"Damn tootin' he ain't." Her indignation boiled over.
"But he did try to coerce me into revealing my operancy, which was hateful of him. At the time I was doing everything I could to conceal my powers so that I wouldn't be forced to leave my father's farm, and here was this fool trying to start an interstellar mind-pal exchange. He obviously knew about me, perhaps from the Lylmic. They know everything, damn them, even if they don't always admit it. And then along came Fury, who was also very eager for me to develop my meta-faculties and become part of the media operant community. I was no good to it, half-latent, working on a colonial farm. Can't you see why I thought Jack might be Fury? The thing began bespeaking me out of the blue, just as he'd done."
"I'm sure Jack didn't mean you any harm. It's only natural that he'd be curious about another person with a mind approaching the caliber of his own. He'd like to be your friend."
"He had no right to meddle with me on Caledonia, and he has even less right to bother me now. I've made that very clear. But I know for a fact that he continues to snoop into my progress at the Institute. I've overheard Luc Remillard discussing it with Dr. Cat."
"I'll just bet you have," I said. "But you're wrong in thinking Jack's your enemy. My lord, girl, I've known Jack since before he was born. He's a good boy, not a malicious bone in his body." She glowered at me, unpersuaded. In the middle distance I heard an authoritative tunk-a-tunk-tunk-tuck-tuck that could only be the work of the rare feathered pile-driver that backwoodsmen call the good god woodpecker, an amazing bird nearly 1/2 meter in length, with black and yellowish-white plumage and a jaunty red crest. I couldn't help perking up and opened my pack in search of my camera, but Dorothée was not about to be distracted from the main chance.
"Never mind the bloody bird," she said. "There's other game afoot. What about Mark?"
There she had me. What about him? He had always been the top Fury suspect, even though his cousin Gordo, a proven Hydra, had run him down with a spike-wheeled motorcycle, killing himself in an attempt to murder Mark when both of them were teenagers. In maturity, Mark Remillard was prodigiously intelligent, blessed with devastating good looks, and the acknowledged leader of a growing clique of exceptional young Grand Master-class operants. His research in meta-creative CE had spawned a whole adjunct industry, geophysical engineering through mind power. Lately, he had turned his talents to the design of complex meta-concert programs based on the work of his grandfather Dennis and his brother Jack. At that very moment, Mark and Jack were on the planet Satsuma, attempting to fend off potentially devastating crustal movements using the latest model CE equipment in dual meta-concert. It was a much trickier piece of work than the Okanagan operation. "Mark's a genius," I asserted stoutly. "He has his flaws, but I'd stake my life that he's not Fury. If he intended to conquer the galaxy, he'd just do it, not womp up some psychopathic alter ego to go about the job underhandedly." With withering expertise, Dorothée pointed out, "One doesn't choose to develop multiple personality disorder, so that argument won't wash." I waved one hand in disgust, but she continued, "I've used the material I got from your mind and from the others to calculate the probability that each member of the Remillard dynasty is Fury. Even if a multiple personality is involved, I think my research may still be valid. Are you interested?" "Oh, why not? I suppose you've got the odds calculated for me, too." "Of course. I won't bore you with the details of my equations, but they include objective as well as subjective criteria. Mark checks in at a probability of 74%, the most likely suspect." "Poppycock," she went on relentlessly. "For the others, Philip's probability is 23%, Maurice 26, Severin 51, Anne 68, Catherine 22, Adrian 49, and Paul 64. "Paul?" I croaked. "Anne? The first magnate and the Jesuit priest? Those are your other top suspects? Child, you're two bubbles shy of plum, and I don't care if you're an apprentice paramount or not. Sevy and Adrian I could understand. Both of them have had their doubts about the galactic milieu from day one. But Paul and Anne have been its greatest champions in the family and in the Concilium." "True," Dorothée said. "Both are nearly fanatical in their support of the milieu and their advocacy of eventual unity for the human polity. But don't you see, Uncle Roger, this is the very reason why they're the likeliest to have a shadow persona insanely opposed to the milieu. That's basic psychiatry." "Basic bollocks," I growled. She ignored me. "Paul and Anne also have metapsychic complexi that assay much higher than those of their siblings, which also weights their plausibility as Fury candidates. What's more, both of them, if your deep thoughts concerning them and the professional opinions of Catherine Remillard are valid, have significant emotional warpage. Anne especially, not nearly as serious as Mark's, but definitely sufficient to generate an abnormal persona." "You must have really done a job on poor Cat to root out that kind of sensitive data." "And Luke Remillard as well," she admitted. "He furnished most of my psychological profile on Mark, although he had nothing much of value on Jack. Both Catherine and Luke acted as preceptor-therapists to my brother and me, opening their own minds as they sought to open and integrate ours. With Kenny, as with the other partially latent clients at the Institute, there was no danger of coercive redactive backlash." "But not with you." I regarded the girl with a well-churned mix of awe and stark fear. It was not an unfamiliar sensation. I'd felt the same way at certain periods in the lives of Mark and Jean. "I have no animus against Catherine," Dorothée said warmly. "She's a kind, sweet-natured woman and a brilliant psychiatrist. If I do achieve paramount status, it will be largely because of her. But I would have been a fool not to make use of her insights into the minds of her brothers and sister. Essentially, she has come to the same conclusions as I have regarding the Fury probabilities." "Has she told other members of the dynasty?" "No, only her mother and father, Dennis and Lucille. They advised her that nothing is to be gained at the present time by revealing the information. They're right, of course." "Oh, of course." I began collecting the remnants of our lunch and stuffing them into my day-pack. "How likely am I to have a secret evil twin?" "Your probability of harboring Fury is 52%. Dennis Remillard and Lucille Cartier have a probability roughly the same. As you know, they've never intruded upon me at the Institute. I'll need more data from their minds before completing their analyses. You'll be glad to know that the probability of Luc Remillard, or his older sister Marie, being Fury, is vanishingly small.
Their talents are intellectual, not metapsychic.
I sighed. What now? Do you plan to blow the dynasty out of the water by revealing your statistics in your maiden address at the Concilium next session? Or will you just send on your bit of homework to Davy McGregor or Chief Evaluator Throma Elulek and watch Remillard's tumble like bowling pins?
Probabilities aren't proof. I have no intention of making trouble for your family at the present time. That would be counterproductive to my own plan to track down the persons who killed my mother.
I felt a sudden infusion of ice water in my veins. Your plan to what?
I intend to keep all this data secret for the time being. Meanwhile, with your help, I hope to collect additional information that will refine my focus. Not on Fury, but on Hydra.
Hydra? I reiterated hollowly. My help? Don't tell me reaming my brains out wasn't sufficient.
I've told you more of my secrets than I've told any other human being. Not even Ken knows what you know. I was afraid that Fury might also have approached my brother in an effort to get at me.
It's possible.
Now that you know the truth, you've got to help me. There's important information about Hydra that I have been forced to keep on hold because I couldn't act on it. A solid clue to the new identity of one of the fugitive units, and its whereabouts. If you help me, I can finally follow through on my investigation. Please, Uncle Roger.
The intent hazel eyes brimmed with appeal, and she took hold of my hand in a pleading gesture. But I wasn't fooled. Maybe she didn't want to coerce me, but she would if I balked. Tonnerre de chien. I was cornered again. What's this clue? I asked gruffly.
My grandmother, Professor Mary McGregor Gorris, came upon some very curious information that she's kept to herself because she doesn't realize its implications. I've been probing her just as I probed the Remillards, but I only found this clue in her memories last week.
I opened my mouth to make another snide comment, but she silenced me with a brief coercive jab.
Just listen to me. Are you familiar with the political situation on Okanagan?
I shrugged. Supposed to have lots of rebel sympathizers in high places, isn't it?
Yes. Do you remember how the former dirigent of that world, Rebecca Perlmutter, died under suspicious circumstances? She was on her way to tour one of the orbiting 12th Fleet installations when a miniature fusion generator in the new courier ship carrying her inexplicably malfunctioned. The ship and everyone in it were vaporized.
I remember. There was talk of sabotage. Leaders of the rebel faction in Okanagan were interrogated with the Cambridge machine.
There was no proof Dirigent Perlmutter was murdered, but she had been one of the most implacable foes of the anti-unity movement. Along with Anne Remillard and Paul and a few others, she was a co-sponsor of the Concilium bill to silence the rebels.
Stupid move, I observed. Humans were fed up with thought control after the Symbiari proctorship. As I recall, Okanagan's new dirigent makes no secret of her own rebel sympathies.
That's correct. And Patricia Castellane has surrounded herself with like-minded officials, although the fact isn't trumpeted about. Now, here's where Grand Masha comes in. At a meeting on Caledonia back in 2068, she met a man from Okanagan, one of Castellane's top aides. My grandmother is a highly skilled clinical metapsychologist, and she can pick up clues from a person's aura that most operants would never notice. She noticed that this man was an extraordinarily powerful meta, perhaps even a high five. And yet he wasn't a magnate, only an administrative assistant. She was curious about him and did some quiet investigation of his background. She discovered that some of the data were inconsistent. His metapsychic assay, for instance, was pegged much lower than it should have been. That made her worry that he might be a magistratum spy, infiltrating the rebel movement on one of its strongest planets.
I had been listening doggedly to her recitation, but now I did an incredulous double-take. Are you saying that Masha is a closet rebel?
Of course, Dorothée snapped. She told the rebel leaders here on Earth her suspicions about this chap, and they checked him out. They have their own spies in the human magistratum, you know, but apparently Castellane's aide vetted clean. A fair number of operants have been inaccurately calibrated, and while the possibly bungled mental assay of a high five is outrageous, it poses no threat at all to the rebel movement. Castellane had her aide get his marbles recounted, and it supposedly turned out that he wasn't a high five at all, only a master-class fiver with a quirky aura. That was the end of it as far as the rebel investigation went. The matter rested for over 3 years. until I probed Gran Masha's mind and found the story and learned that she still has doubts about the man. She met him again a year or so after his second calibration, and his aura was entirely different from what Gran had perceived at their first meeting. Now, Gran's afraid he might be a Lyalmik spy.
LR? This spy stuff didn't seem very relevant, and I wished Dorothée would get to the point.
Suppose, she said softly, that this overly modest high-five who can tune his aura at will is an infiltrator, all right, but not for the Lyalmik. Suppose he's one of Fury's Hydra units, manipulating the Okanagan dirigent and the rebels on her planet for Fury's purposes. Up to a point, the rebels are Fury's allies, you know. Both want humanity out of the milieu.
I had to agree. But how the devil could you prove your spy is a Hydra?
By going to Okanagan and checking out this character's mind myself,
she replied, cool as you please. A Hydra on Okanagan? And you want to check him out? Ne dis pas de conneries.
Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. This person will never know I've touched his mind, no more than you or the other Memoirs did. I can even do an MP assay without a trace. I'm a top-gun redactor, Uncle Roger.
I lifted my eyes to heaven at this piece of off-handed conceit, but the cherubim with the fiery swords were out to lunch.
There are a few little problems connected with the Okanagan trip,
the little idiot admitted.
I can easily get away for a couple of weeks without my grandparents or the Institute preceptors knowing it, but I'm still a minor, and I have no legitimate excuse to leave Earth. I need an adult traveling companion to stave off suspicion during the starship voyage and the port formalities at takeoff and landing, to say nothing of help getting into Dirigent House once we're on the planet. My father, the only other person I trust absolutely, can't go with me. It's harvest time on Caledonia, and after that's over he'll have to attend assembly sessions. He's an IA now.
I gave a horrified squawk, finally seeing where all of this was leading. Absolutely not! I refuse categorically, she sailed on.
Dad will be happy to pay for the starship tickets, though. He's as determined as I am to apprehend my mother's murderers. You and I can travel to Okanagan on a Poltroyan ship with a very high DF and be there and back inside of 6 days. I can redact any pain you might suffer during the tight leash hops.
Why don't you just go to the goddamn planet invisible, or fuzz your identity psychocreatively?
Neither would work. Sensors on the ship would detect my mass, and I wouldn't be able to conduct the probe and mentally conceal myself at the same time. I'll have to get reasonably close to the guy wearing an ordinary wig and makeup disguise. You could stay at a safe distance, of course.
When were you intending to make this trip? I cleverly conveyed seesaw vibes, hinting that I might be starting to cave in.
Just as soon as I finish my dissertation on hierarchical lattices and Torfield coupling. Say 2 weeks from now. The first week in November.
I uttered a sigh of spurious near capitulation. Did it slip your mind that there are 3 more Hydras hiding somewhere in the woodpile? They're probably all high fives. In meta-concert, the quartet would certainly be able to zap you to scrapple, even if you are a Bush League paramount. And Hydra would cook my poor old goose for damn sure if you roused its suspicions, no matter how I try to hide. My cowardice provoked a pitying smile.
If I can probe members of the Remillard dynasty without their knowing it, I can do the same to a Hydra.
You've got to promise, I muttered, that you won't try anything with this suspect unless we can get close to him in some public place. Quick as lightning, she flung her arms around me and planted a kiss on my cheek.
I promise. You won't be sorry you helped me, Uncle Roger.
I hope to hell not. The woodpecker was at work again, and I got out my image recorder and started fiddling with it, careful to keep my mental screen at max.
There's no assurance this man is a Hydra unit, of course,
Dorothée said in an odd tone of voice.
He could be perfectly innocent, or even an agent of the Lyalmik, like Gran thought. But if he does turn out to be one of Fury's henchmen, I'll be well on the way to nabbing the rest of them as well.
How? The others could be on any human world in the milieu.
I have something Fury wants very much. Me. And if it can't have me, if I break off the games I've been playing with it and tell it to go to hell...
She turned away, but not before I had seen a new look on her face, as grim as that of a mountaineer who must conquer a lengthy, mortally dangerous pitch if the climb is not to end in failure. Suddenly I knew what Dorothee's long-range scheme was. My appalled expression gave way what my screened mind concealed.
That's right, Uncle Roger. If I deliberately reject Fury, it will send Hydra to kill me. But if I know the true mental signature of even one of the units, I'll be ready for them.
Jesus! You're hardly more than a child, Dorothée. The Hydras are—
I know what they are, she said bleakly. I met 2 of them face to face, and I perceived all 4 of them just after they'd committed the murders in Scotland. Fury can change the superficial mental signatures of the Hydras, which is why they've been able to remain at large, but it can't change their true metapsychic complexes, the total assay of higher faculties in each mind. The MPC is unique in every mature operant, even more individual than a DNA scan. Ordinarily, only an expert in coercive redactive probing can fully analyze an adult mind, and milieu law requires the consent of the probee before the procedure can be carried out. But, of course, I don't face those limitations.
Ça n'est pas de nom.
I wagged my head at the gall of her. She flashed me a sudden smile, supremely self-confident. But an instant later her mask was back in place, and when she spoke her voice was low and intense. I'll never forget what my ultra-senses showed me that day in the Islay death cave. At the time I couldn't understand what was happening. I was like a baby hearing some horrible off-key chord of music played by a symphony orchestra. I had no idea what kind of instruments were making the sound, much less the harmonic pattern of the metaconcert, which is analogous to the intricate vibrations of the air molecules that actually produce musical sounds.
But you did remember the whole? The song of the Hydra?
I remember.
Could you transfer the data to another operant mind? She shook her head.
I won't.
I see. But something still puzzled me. Why do you need to go to Okanagan, then? Why risk probing this guy when you could flush the Hydra out at any time simply by telling Fury to take a flying fibrillation?
It would be a safety precaution. If I probe this individual and discover that he's a Hydra unit, my knowing his true mental signature will enable me to track him with my farsight. In time, I'd learn the identity of the other units through him.
I brightened. Then you could blow the whistle on them without baiting a trap with yourself.
She shook her head. I'd still have to let Hydra come after me. My evidence would have been obtained illegally. My private convictions are insufficient grounds for making a citizen's arrest, or even reporting the suspects to the magistratum as possible perps of the Islay murders.
The pileated woodpecker hammered again, drilling after some hapless grub that thought itself safe deep within a mass of solid wood. For the final confrontation, I said with forlorn hope, I presume you'd find some way to bring in the authorities. Dorothée brushed lunch debris from her jeans. She opened her day pack, took out her own camera, and peered through it, adjusting the settings using me as the subject. Her face was concealed behind the device as she said,
I haven't decided yet. I won't let Hydra escape, if that's what's worrying you.
That was hardly my principal concern, but I had no intention of letting her know that. Secure within my mental ramparts, I tried frantically to think of the best way to stop the child from committing this piece of suicidal folly. And, of course, there was my own precious ass to consider, too. All very well for her to say I could keep out of the way while she did her mental assault, but Hydra knew me. If Mr. High Five caught Dorothée in the act, it would be child's play for him to discover who'd brought her to Okanagan. And good night, nurse. 2 weeks. I had a little over 2 weeks to come up with some way to forestall the trip to Okanagan. I couldn't stop her all by myself. I needed help, and from a magnum cranium that couldn't possibly be Fury. Only one person filled the bill. If I called him today, he'd either come to the rescue in his private express starship or think of some other way to check-rein Dorothée. Meanwhile, I'd have to hide out so the crazy kid couldn't catch me with my screen down and uncover my ploy. I'd go to Kauai, to Malama Johnson, pretending it was just an innocent visit to an old friend. Dorothée might be able to track me there with her ultra-sensors, but the powerful Hawaiian kahuna woman would keep me safe from kidnapping or premature bean-spilling, until Tejon came to the rescue.
Would you rather go home now, Uncle Roger?
Dorothy had the grace to look slightly ashamed of herself for having bullied me. "Not on your life," I said cheerfully. "Let's go snap that damned woodpecker. You get a farsight fix, and I'll work out the best way to sneak up on it without scaring it away. I'm pretty good at that sort of thing." Tijon figured out a way to save both of us, but it was a close squeak. He was on Satsuma with Mark, winding up an important CE geophysical project. When I called him via subspace from Kauai, got him to focus his ultrasense on me, and far-spoke him the lunatic scheme of Dorothy, it took him a full half-minute to figure out how to salvage the situation. His mind said to me, "Our work here on the Japanese world has been a great success. We managed to avert a seismic catastrophe, and we're heroes. I don't think there's a piece of fireworks left unburnt on the entire planet. Now here's my plan. Mark wants to celebrate the triumph with his research associates and friends as soon as we get back to Earth. He's going to throw a big Halloween party at his place on Orcas Island. See that you and the girl come, and I'll take care of the rest." When I televiewed Dorothy and invited her to the party, she very nearly refused to attend. But I wheedled her insidiously, pointing out that she'd asked for my help, and here I was offering her an unprecedented chance to catch the entire Remillard dynasty off guard and further refine her Fury probability researches. "Nothing lowers inhibitions like a masquerade," I asserted with a telling wink, "even when the participants are hot-shot operants. They'll all be drinking and dancing and carrying on and trying to fool their friends with mental disguises. You can slither around in the thick of the wingding, slipping in the mental shiv. I'll introduce you as my girlfriend Surya. All you have to do is fake the aura of a barely operant person when you're first introduced, and then keep your own walls up." Dorothy finally agreed to go, if only because it presented her with a perfect opportunity to examine the otherwise inaccessible psyches of Mark and Jack. She also told me that on the day following the party, which was Halloween proper, she and I would be off like a couple of bats out of hell en route to Okanagan. "I'll meet you at the masquerade on Orcas Island," she said, crackling with authority. "Wear a decent costume. I guarantee I'll have one that'll knock your socks off." 18. Orcas Island, Washington, Earth, 30 October 2072. "Go to Mark's party, my dear little ones. There is no need to bother about invitations. Many of those invited plan to use psycho-creative disguises, and you will not be conspicuous if you do too." "May we ask why we should go, dearest Fury?" "I am concerned about the girl. I sense a lack of sincerity in her continual temporizing. She is too strong for me to penetrate to her core of truth, and I have no proof she has rejected me, but I worry. I wish you to observe her carefully at this party and see if she has contact with the great enemy. Thus far she has avoided him, but I worry." Jealousy. "She's not to be trusted. She should have been killed as soon as her paramount potential was identified. We have told you this again and again. Why must you even consider recruiting another unit? We've become invincible. Any two of us can control the most powerful Grand Master in the human polity. Celine and Quint are progressing splendidly in Okanagan, and Parney and I have the Euro-rebel contingent eating out of our hands. It was laughably easy to eliminate the Sanchez woman before she reported the Cambridge mental laser experiment to the university authorities." "You did well, my darlings." "Thank you. It would be more gratifying if we had more of your personal attention." "This is not always possible. You know the reifying limitations I face until I am able to take charge of the body. I had hoped that the superlatively powerful mind of the girl might have helped to alleviate that problem. But now, sorrow, I fear she is slipping away from me. I may have no recourse other than to endure what must be endured until the day when I am free and won." We can give you all the help you need. You never should have approached her. She's dangerous, and her full meta-potential is still unclassified. She may even exceed the great enemy in certain faculties. If you let her live long enough for the Lyalmec to initiate her and affirm her paramount status, she may discover exactly what you've been doing. She may discover you." "There is still a small glimmer of hope, provided she remains steadfast in her antipathy toward Jack." "Let us kill her.
We are afraid of her. She's as dangerous as the great enemy, more dangerous.
You two will do as I say. Attend the party tonight and observe. Now farewell.
Just 1 minute more, Masako Kauai said to her husband. She stood before a dressing table scattered with cosmetics, studying herself in the mirror. This awful rice powder isn't covering properly. My face should be whiter for an authentic samurai lady look. She took up the powder puff again.
You're a dream of beauty, Masa, Hiroshi Kodama reassured her. That peach-colored kimono is quite the loveliest one I have ever seen. How fortuitous it is that the Seattle area has so many citizens of Japanese ancestry. These costumes Shigeru Morita borrowed for us are marvels of authenticity.
The voice of the Satsuma dirigent was muffled by his mempo, a demonic iron mask that was part of the magnificent reproduction bushi armor he wore. The fierce samurai walked his gloved fingers up the exquisite lady's silken back and tickled her neck beneath the elaborate black wig. "Stop it, hero. It took me half an hour to anchor that thing properly." She applied more powder to her nose. The warrior chuckled wickedly, abandoning the standard English of the human polity to speak in Japanese. "You forget, Masako-chan, that I am now your lord and master. Your very life belongs to me to dispose of as I wish." The hands crept beneath her arms onto her breasts. "If you attempt an assault on my ivory citadel, wearing that armor," she said, speaking the ancient language with considerably more precision, "you will destroy my borrowed costume and possibly do your own precious jade stem an irreparable injury." Wriggling out of his grasp, she tucked a small dagger called a kaiken into her obi along with her fan, turned to him, and reverted to English. "I'm ready. Let's have a look at you." Docile now, the dirigent of Satsuma let his wife retie the cords of his kabuto helmet in a more symmetrical bow, after which she kissed his iron nose. "You'll be roasting inside that mask before long," she said, "but I must say that you look madly sexy. Let's buy some costumes like these and take them back to Satsuma with us for our private amusement. We've endured frontier hardships long enough. Now that the quake danger is diffused, I'd like some attention paid to my own seismic stresses." He bowed formally to her. "As you command, lady." Hiroshi Kodama and Masako Kauai had come to Earth for business reasons, together with several other Satsuma officials, on the same starship as Mark and Jack Remillard. Later in the week there would be meetings in Seattle at CEREM, the new corporate affiliate of Mark's research establishment that was headed by Pete D'Alembert and Shigeru Morita. The Japanese planet was prepared to open negotiations for an important sale of cerebro-energetic equipment. Meanwhile, Hiroshi and Masako were house guests in Mark's huge, many-leveled home. They left the bedroom and made their way down the long, windowed upper hall. The house was constructed in Pacific Northwestern style, from cedar, stone, and glass, and seemed to grow out of the western flank of Orcas Island's Turtleback Mountain. Almost every room commanded a view of the moonlit President Channel, other islands of the San Juan group, and even Vancouver Island far to the west. Flurries of moving lights in the air and among the tall Douglas firs down along the seashore signaled the arrival of guests by rowcraft or by ground car from the submarine tunnel interchange at West Beach a few kilometers away. Nearly 200 metas had been invited to help celebrate the triumph of the Remillard brothers on Satsuma. Mark had arranged for the chef of the famous old Rosario resort on Orcas to cater a sumptuous buffet, and an amateur combo of operant musicians, all friends or associates of his, was tuning up on the awninged terrace. Hiroshi and Masako went down 2 flights of stairs to the ground floor and found themselves swept up in a colorful mob. "To be a correct ancient samurai woman," Hiroshi whispered to his wife, "you should trail behind me by several respectful steps." "Jodan desho," she retorted, snapping open her fan and taking his arm. "There are limits." Some masqueraders made no attempt to conceal their identities, while others had gone to extremes of mystification. Impromptu guessing games, accompanied by a good deal of raucous laughter and shouting, were de rigueur. With no non-operants present who might be scandalized, the metapsychic partygoers were clearly ready for unrestrained tomfoolery.
Historic ethnic dress seemed particularly popular, but there were plenty of traditional North American Halloween costumes as well. Witches, wizards, Frankenstein monsters, ballerinas, cartoon animals, comic book superheroes, pirates, nuns, and clowns. A rotund Falstaff escorted a bangled belly dancer. A top-hatted Marlena Dietrich clone fluttered false eyelashes seductively at a matador. Marie Antoinette simpered through a mask on a stick at a wizarded Sherlock Holmes. A Lakota chief in war paint offered a drink to a demure Wonder Woman. The Mad Hatter cackled at a joke told by a Chinese dragon with a 2-meter tail supported by psychokinesis. Achilles and Patroclus strolled together arm in arm, clad in golden Greek armor, and the band, with beaming Shig Morita conducting from the piano, launched into Stray Cat Strut. It was a fine autumn evening, not too chilly. As Masako and Hiroshi came out of the house onto the terrace, they encountered Lucille Cartier and Denis Remillard. Both wore doctoral academic gowns, trimmed with the spruce green and gold velvet of the School of Metapsychology. "Konbanwa," said Denis, bowing cheerfully. He had recognized the pair from Satsuma at once. "You two look smashing. Lucille and I opted for just grabbing something out of the closet." "Shame on you for looking so comfortable," said Hiroshi. Masako, looking over Lucille's shoulder, suddenly gave an unbelieving gasp. "Good heavens! Can that be Mark in the E-16 helmet?" She indicated a bizarre, tall figure in white-tie evening dress dancing with a Valkyrie. His head was almost entirely enclosed in a grotesque black CE headpiece with jack-o'-lantern features pasted on. Lucille shrugged. "Who else? He says he's a high-tech Brom Bones from the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. I suspect he'll do tricks with the equipment at the shank of the evening." "And is young Jack also among the maskers?" Hiroshi inquired. "We haven't found him yet," Denis admitted. "Although he's certainly here. That was a fantastic piece of work those two did on your world. As I understand it, Kagoshima Metro is now safe from major tremors for at least 50 Earth years." "So the milieu scientists say. We're all very relieved that the largest settlement on our world is finally out of danger." Hiroshi shook his armored head. "I still find it incredible that 2 human minds could have modified the crust of a planet. Even 20 years ago such a feat would have been called impossible. Naturally, we cannot expect the 2 paramount Grandmasters to come to our rescue regularly, so we're establishing a CE training facility that will emphasize the geophysical applications of metaconcerted creativity. The governments of other worlds suffering crustal instability are helping in its financing and staffing. Okanagan will contribute teaching personnel. Your metaconcert programs, Denis, will be a valued part of the curriculum." "Utilizing mini-minds in large-scale CE metaconcert projects will require tweaking the designs about considerably." "Jack will be working closely with me for several months in order to make some very necessary modifications." Denis's youthful brow creased in a slight frown. "It's hard to argue with success, but I'm still not altogether certain that artificial augmentation of human brain power is a good idea, especially in metaconcert. Mark narrowly escaped serious injury in the untested new configuration he and Jack used on your world." Hiroshi drew in his breath sharply. "I had not realized. That's appalling. Why was nothing said to me?" "He didn't want to rain on your parade," sighed Lucille. "Jack was leading the metaconcert, and Mark was the focusing agent," Denis said. "The focuser is almost always the one at greatest risk in such a situation because his role is essentially passive. Jack called for a certain change in configuration, and Mark responded with an unexpected surge of power that temporarily overwhelmed the metaconcert design. The potentiality for dysergism is high enough in bare-brain metaconcert programs using 2 such extraordinary minds. When such brains are hyper-energized, the hazard becomes acute unless the program is given very fine-tuning. Ordinary Grandmaster-class minds would not be nearly so much at risk because they can be strictly calibrated and fitted into the design structure. But Paramounts are still full of surprises, unfortunately." "I'm not familiar with the dysergism phenomenon," Hiroshi admitted. "Would it be the opposite of synergism, where the action of the whole is greater than that of the sum of the parts?" "There's more to it than that," Denis said. "I'd be happy to explain it to you, by all means." Lucille and Masako exchanged resigned glances. A robot waitron came by with a tray of full champagne flutes, and each of them took one. But while the others drank, the iron-masked samurai regarded his inaccessible beverage with consternation. "I believe that ancient warriors accoutred in armour drank through broken arrow shafts, which were hollow reeds. I refuse to make a fool of myself drinking champagne through a straw. Wife, kindly help me to remove this confounded mempo at once." Masako, Lucille, and Dennis burst out laughing. After Hiroshi was freed, he and Dennis went off into the garden for a professional discussion, while the two women remained on the perimeter of the dance-floor. "I certainly didn't take hours getting dressed in order to spend the evening talking shop," Masako murmured crossly. Lucille made a sympathetic noise as she finished her champagne and immediately snagged a refill from another robot. "Not when there are so many presentable young men to dance with. But let's play the guessing game for a little while first." They quickly found the first magnate heaping a plate of hors d'oeuvres at the buffet table, costumed as Zorro and surrounded by a bevy of opulent beauties. Adrian Remillard and his wife Sherry Lozier Drake danced by, dressed as Robin Hood and Maid Marian. Anne Remillard, tall and awesome in the scarlet robes of a medieval Catholic cardinal, boogied expertly with Alex Mannion, who was got up as the captain of HMS Pinafore. Boom Boom Laroche, a hulking executioner with a black hood and a hangman's noose tucked into his belt, partnered Vampira, alias Marie Remillard. And then Lucille recognized Uncle Roger. "He makes a rather decent Abraham Lincoln," she decided. "But who in the world is he dancing with?" "Her costume is very unusual," Masako said. That was a gross understatement. Roger's petite companion was clad in an impressive silvery outfit that might have been a genuine high-altitude flight suit, except that it was extravagantly decorated with glittering rhinestones. Even the visored helmet and the mask that covered the lower part of the woman's face shone with faux diamonds. The stray cat strut ended, and the dancers applauded. "There's something rather odd about her aura," Lucille said thoughtfully. "Let's go make nuisances of ourselves and inspect her at close range." But before the two of them could make a move, the music started up again, this time with Jealousy, and Honest Abe and his scintillating lady tangoed off at a smart pace. "Drat," muttered Lucille. Then she saw a red-nosed clown cut in on Roger and take his partner away. The bookseller watched the pair for a few minutes and then retreated in the direction of the bar. At the same moment a strapping Cossack and King Henry VIII asked Masako and Lucille to dance, and they forgot all about Roger's mysterious companion. Roger spotted Kyle MacDonald, inevitably wearing Highland dress, glumly nursing a tumbler of amber liquid on a cedar bench off in the midst of some potted azaleas. "Well, well, who let the deadhead in?" Honest Abe chortled. "Don't you know this bash is for homo superior only, my good man?" He took a seat beside the fantasy writer, doffed his stovepipe hat, and sampled his own drink. Kyle grimaced. "Ah, don't remind me, you decrepit Canuck rumdum. Ever since we moved back to Earth, Marcia's worked me over with the newest tortures of latency therapy. Me, the great champion of normalcy. Would ye believe I'm now classed as a minimally operant far-sensor? It was either that or get chucked out by her nibs all over again. The woman's damn near irresistible in dominatrix mode." "Serves you right falling for a coercer," Rosie said. "I warned you." "Just look at the shameless bint." Kyle pointed out the voluptuous figure of Professor MacGregor-Goris, bent over backwards nearly to the floor in a tango dip by a masked Lawrence of Arabia. She wore a black-and-white Erte ball gown of the 1920s, dripping with strings of crystal and jet. Her auburn hair had been frizzed and bound about with a magpie silk bandeau. "Devastating beyond belief," Rosie agreed. "Who's the Sheikh of Araby?" "Goddamn fucking Severin Remillard." "Who pinched your popsy?" "You got me. One of the clowns. Identity fuzzed." "Weird outfit your bird had on," Kyle commented. "Reminded me of something, but I couldn't put my half-spifflicated finger on it. Who the hell is she?" "You don't want to know." Roger downed a swig of bourbon. "Och, there she goes now. Lucy in the sky with rhinestones. Queen of the Glitz-spikers. Kyle screwed up his craggy face as he attempted to bolster his exiguous, liquor-befuddled farsight. God damn, I thought that outfit looked familiar. It's a totted-up Caledonian air farmer's flying kit, and that means the girl must be my own. Using what coercion he could conjure, Roger socked it to his friend. Shut up, Kyle. The Scotsman nearly fell off the bench. His drink went flying into an adjacent azalea tub. Hey, what the flamin' hell do you think? Roger whipped his hand over Kyle's mouth, stifling him. I'll tell you what's going on if you swear to keep your big haggis trap shut forever. I swear, Kyle said through Roger's fingers. The band played If the Devil Danced in Empty Pockets, He'd Have a Ball in Mine. Numbers of the partygoers joined Mark Remillard's lead and formed into bouncy, finger-snapping country lines. This kind of choreography isn't quite my style, said the clown. Shall we sit this one out, Diamond Mask? I don't mind. They made their way off the terrace into the big living room. It was dimly lit with scores of carved pumpkins with candles inside. In one alcove, a noisy variant of Spin the Bottle was being played with an empty champagne magnum. People were conversing in standing groups, sitting on the overstuffed furniture and lounging on the floor. Pieces of discarded costume were beginning to litter the nooks and corners. Would you care for a drink or some munchies? The clown asked as they passed an open bar. No, thank you, but do have one yourself. He took a glass of designer water and ice. It's pretty noisy in here. Let's go across the hall to the library. It's got a balcony overlooking the sea. Perfect. No one else was in the book-lined sanctum. The balcony doors were open, and there were cushioned wooded chairs waiting outside in the shadows. A cool breeze rustled the giant fir trees that framed the spectacular view. The clown plopped into one of the metal chairs, and his sparkling companion took a seat more gracefully. The dark visor of her ornate helmet was up, but her face was entirely concealed except for the hazel eyes. The clown wore a traditional whiteface, with a broadly drawn smile and a red rubber ball for a nose. His suit was white, with big coloured polka dots, and he had a pleated ruff around his neck. His multi-coloured fright wig was topped with a floppy pointed hat. "You're a great dancer," he said. "Hope I didn't step on your toes too often. I don't go to very many parties. A bit of a workaholic, I'm afraid." He had his mind screen up, but it was only casually constructed, and she had no difficulty sliding through it. "You're very light on your feet," she said. "What kind of work do you do?" She took special care in fashioning the probe, holding it ready until the appropriate moment. "A little of this, a little of that. I'm sort of an apprentice in the family sweatshop. Boring stuff. Money, power, interstellar commercial intrigue." She laughed. "I don't suppose you want to dispense with the games and tell me your name?" "Why, sure, just as soon as you show me your face, Diamond Mask." "Not yet. I'm surprised you can't see it already with your deep sight." Hunching over his knees, he leaned closer to her, squinting. "Oof! Give me a break. You're hiding behind the Great Wall of China." Shaking his head, he fell back into his seat and pretended to fan his brow. "That's what I call a real face-blanking head-screen. What are you, an axe murderer on the lam? Or some famous planetary dirigent come slumming?" She slid the probe home and began to weave the bypass structure. "I'm only a college student," she said. "Math and physics. Boring. Like your old family business, Mr. Bozo the Clown." There. Now she could begin the ream while they nattered on, making idiotic boy-meets-girl small talk. She would be able to ask him questions as well as extract data from his memories, just as she had done with the members of the dynasty, and he would never suspect. "I'll bet you're lovely behind that mask, little Diamond." He grinned hopefully. "Come on, give us a peek." "Oh, no, not yet. Tell me more about yourself first. Do you know Mark Remillard well? This house of his is really a showplace, isn't it?" "Kind of ostentatious, if you ask me." The clown waved a hand in lofty dismissal. "I found that people who need to surround themselves with excessive amounts of material goods are—" "Show me your metapsychic complexus." Profoundly esoteric image. "What is your name?" "John Paul Kendall Remillard." "How old are you?" 20. "Where do you live?" "My domicile of record is 4480 Lawai Beach Road, Poipu, Kauai, Hawaii. I am not often in residence there.
What is your current occupation?
I am a magnate of the Concilium, a member of the Pan-Polity Unification Directorate, an occasional participant in academic research concerning the design of metaconcert programs, and a co-developer of cerebro-energetic equipment with my older brother Mark.
Are you participating actively in the search for the criminals known as Fury and Hydra?
Not at the present time.
In your opinion, which members of the Remillard dynasty are most likely to harbor the entity called Fury within themselves? List them in order of probability and include Mark and Uncle Roger in your calculations as well.
1. Mark. 2. Anne. 3. Paul. 4. Severin. 5. Adrian. 6. Maurice. 7. Philip. 8. Catherine. 9. Roger.
Give me the complete background information that leads you to your conclusions.
Data.
Do you know a person called Clinton Wolfe Alvarez, a resident of the planet Okanagan, who serves as an executive assistant on the staff of Dirigent Patricia Castellane?
No.
Have you ever personally encountered this particular metaconcert configuration?
Data.
No. Why did you attempt to forespeak the child Dorothea Mary MacDonald at her home in Caledonia?
I was curious about her. I had been told of her existence by untranslatable Lalmic name, who indicated that she was potentially a mind of the Paramount Grand Master class like me. I was lonely. I hoped we might become friends. I still do.
Why do members of your family call you by the nickname Jack the Bodiless?
Because my normal physical form is that of a disembodied brain. This body and certain others I wear are metacreative constructs.
Who knows about this outside of your family?
The Lalmic supervisors, a handful of exotic and human friends.
You will recall nothing of this probing.
Yes. But when you're a 900-kilo canary like Mark, you get to sing anywhere you damn please, right? She laughed appreciatively at the conclusion of the joke.
Oh, abso-bloody-lutely.
She got to her feet. This has been ever so much of a giggle, Mr. Bozo, but now I'd like to go dancing again. The clown's face fell. You promised, Diamond Mask. First let me see you for real. He reached for her jewel-encrusted breathing equipment, but she skipped out of range, laughing again, and dashed away toward the terrace. The band was playing a fair imitation of the famous George Benson cut of This Masquerade. The clown closed and locked the library door, then went into the adjacent room that served as Mark's home office. A credenza yielded up a powerful subspace communicator at the touch of a button. The clown called Chief Evaluator Thromaelu Lek at the office of the Galactic Magistratum in Orb. Lek, get ready for an intimode mind squirt. I'm gone. Shutting off the communicator, the clown relaxed in Mark's big leather chair, closed his eyes, and extended his mind 4,000 light-years to bespeak the waiting Krondoc official on his intimate telepathic mode. Lek, this is vitally important. I want you to arrange the immediate arrest of one Clinton Wolfe Alvarez, an administrative assistant to the Dirigent of Okanagan. He is an unusually powerful Grand Master with all 5 faculties up to snuff, so you'd better send a Krondoc team. Hoke up some civil charge like suspicion of vehicular homicide. Ground car hit and run. You'll have to arrange a major computer hack job, but I know you're capable of it. See that Alvarez is held without bail and with as much publicity as possible until you and I can get to Okanagan to interrogate him. I especially want the Earth media to find out that this guy is in the slammer just as soon as it happens. And make it happen soon, within hours, not days. Can you do it? Certainly, if you say so. What is the actual reason for detaining this individual? I'm virtually certain he's part of Hydra. Catch you later. The clown opened his eyes and sat there for a few minutes thinking. Then he left the office and went out to find Roger. The bookseller was at the bar, filling a glass of ice cubes with straight wild turkey. She do her number on you okay, kid? The clown nodded. And she was very good, Uncle Roger. Too damned good. Once I deliberately let her in, I was almost dead meat. I was actually forced to tell her the truth. Thank heaven she didn't ask the wrong questions. Or maybe, I mean the right ones. Well, so she really is Paramount class. Beyond a doubt. She fingered a Hydra unit that her grandmother had inadvertently stumbled over and showed me the monster's metaconcert config. Roger brushed all that aside. But am I off the hook? Did you fix it so she won't drag me off to Okanagan and get us both killed? All you have to do is make certain she checks out the interstellar news tomorrow. A certain citizen Clinton Alvarez is about to be framed on a capital charge and locked up howling his head off in the Chilean Metro Choki on the planet Okanagan. Dorothea will call off the trip like a shot when she finds out." Roger let out a sigh of relief. "What next?" The clown gazed out at the dancers. Brom Bones and Diamond Mask were waltzing to West Montgomery's West Coast Blues. Near them was a couple in strikingly beautiful Shakespearean costume, a burly Moor of Venice and a delicate pale-skinned Desdemona with scarlet lips. For an instant Roger thought he recognized the woman, but then he realized he was mistaken. Both she and her companion wore impenetrable mental disguises. "I'm taking my own starship to Okanagan," the clown said. "You make sure our mutual female friend goes to Kauai after she gets the news. Drag her there if you have to, and see that the two of you stay on the island under Malama's protection until I find out what Clinton Alvarez has to say for himself." Dee nabbed Mark during the Ladies' Choice Waltz. At first he had attempted to demur because of the difference in their heights. He was over 40 centimeters taller than she, and the black jack-o'-lantern of the CE helmet made him even taller. But she said, "You can't back out of Ladies' Choice, big boy." She took both his hands in hers and gave him a coercive nudge that made his eyes widen. Then he laughed at her audacity, and they swung out onto the floor together. She was so light on her feet that they seemed to complement each other perfectly, a pair of graceful grotesques, and many of the other couples stopped to watch. But she found it impossible to get into his mind. "No fair," she said. "You've got the hat energized, haven't you?" He said, "The E-16's internal power source won't move mountains, but it's quite adequate to diamond-proof me. You'll simply have to take my word that I'm neither Fury nor part of Hydra." "A likely story?" she said aloud. She tried to pull away from him, but he held her gloved hands tightly. "Let go." "Don't make a scene. You wanted to dance to it." "You big bully!" The Diamond Mask hid her fury at being momentarily outmaneuvered, but after a moment's hesitation she submitted. Mark only laughed. He had not bothered to extend his augmented power to an external disguise, and she could easily see through the bulky CE helmet, with its zany, stuck-on features, to the ironically smiling face beneath. It was safe to assume that he could see her face, too. "I'm delighted to meet you, Dorothea MacDonald. Since you've had a go at probing the other Remillars, I believe it's only fair to give me a turn with you." Her dancing feet never missed a beat, but the eyes above the glittering mask hardened. "Try it." He did, gently at first, and then with building intensity, calling at last upon the maximum enhancement potential available with the limited power source of the helmet. His mental probe would have cracked a Krondaku Grandmaster. It did not faze the 15-year-old girl. "Bonté divine! You are a prodigy, aren't you, Diamond Mask? Your mind screen's as strong as Jack's." "Good." "You're hostile. What a shame. And we've just met." "Let's not pussyfoot," she retorted. "You were expecting me to do just what I did. Your CE equipment is set for the augmentation of coercion, not creativity." The black jack-o'-lantern nodded. "The helmet is capable of enhancing only one metafaculty at a time. Switching it over requires the insertion of a different brain board. It's not difficult. The original interface will be plugged back in before I perform my bag of tricks later in the evening." "What are you going to do to me now?" she asked calmly. "Prosecute me for felonious mental trespass against members of your family?" "I'm going to waltz with you," Mark said. "No warning me off the Remillard preserves with threats of legal retaliation?" "Your enemy is ours. Believe me, we should join forces, not work at odds. My brother Jack would like to—" "No!" For the first time her silver-clad body faltered. "I don't want anything to do with with him." "He's human," Mark said softly. "He was very impressed by your probing this evening. He says he couldn't have done anything approaching it without cerebro-energizing. You're an appalling young woman, Diamond Mask. I hope the Lyelmic waste no time magnetizing you. You'll join our elite little club, then, whether you want to or not." "If they make me a paramount, I'll carry out whatever duties the position entails." Her tone was stilted. "Paramount Grand Masters have no special obligations aside from the usual duties of a magnate, but sometimes suggestions are made. It was suggested that Jack and I take a bash at the Satsuma seismic problem. We did, and we got lucky, but I nearly died." "How?" Mark showed her. In this configuration I was the prime focus, the one actually directing the flow of energies. Unfortunately, we had failed to calibrate our atypical mental potential precisely enough, and because of this the metaconcert suffered a dysergistic failure. What we call an all-systems zorch, a funny name for a not-so-funny phenomenon. The pressurized atmosphere inside the deep drilling machine we rode in suddenly ionized into white-hot plasma because of misdirected creativity. Jack might have had a picosex warning through the proleptic metafaculty, the one that allegedly sees the future, or perhaps his mind just outraced the expanding ions. At any rate, he cut out of the concert and spun a psycho-creative shield around me that saved my bacon. The ionization was gone as fast as it came, but the cab of the driller and part of its instrumentation were fried. The surface crew descended and rescued us within 2 hours. Then Jack and I modified the config of the concert, climbed into a new deep driller, and tried again. The second time was the charm. We were able to diminish the friction within the fault zone, to lubricate it with a creative injection of carbon, and minimize the danger of a serious quake in that area for a useful number of years.
Why wasn't your brother burnt to a crisp in the plasma blowout?
He was in his natural mutant form. It seems to be invulnerable. At least nothing's ever been able to harm him yet. The music ended, and Mark and Dee applauded.
"Thank you for the dance," she said. "Will I be expected to undertake mortally dangerous work like this if I am named a paramount?"
Mark said, "It was my pleasure, Citizen MacDonald. Only if you feel you must, you're free to make your own choice." The band began to play a techno variation of Pompton Turnpike, and Lucille Cartier and Dennis Remillard materialized out of the crowd. "Your mother insists on having a whirl with you, Mark," Dennis said. "I think she wants to make certain you're all in one piece." He bowed to Dorothea MacDonald. "If you'll accept a default partner, my dear."
"I'd be honored, Professor Remillard," she said.
As they danced away, she slipped carefully through Dennis's mind screen, slid the probe home, and began to weave the bypass structure.
"My poor little one."
"Fury, I expected you earlier. It's a goddamn catastrophe."
"Yes."
"Is it ruined, then? Your great scheme for the second milieu?"
"No, my darling boy, not if you are willing to save it."
"The other units can carry on successfully without me until you recruit more?"
"They can. Some of them are not so mature and unselfish as you. They have resisted my need to regenerate. But now the need will be more than self-evident. I shall carry on, and bless and remember you always, as you rejoice with Gordo in the abode of reward I have prepared for you. If you wish, you can wait until tomorrow."
"I'm ready to do it right now. Farewell, Fury. Farewell, selves."
The man known as Clinton Wolfe Alvarez died in his sleep of a massive myocardial infarction approximately 3 hours after he was arrested and placed in a holding cell in the Metropolitan Jail of Okanagan's capital city. The body was not discovered until the next morning, by which time there was no possibility of resuscitating him in a regeneration tank. DNA analysis eventually identified the deceased as Quentin Frederick O'Neill Remillard, the fugitive son of Severin Remillard. This information was kept confidential by the Galactic Magistratum. The vehicular homicide case fabricated against the erstwhile citizen Alvarez was classified as solved by the death of the suspect. 19. Kauai, Hawaii, Earth, 2 November 2072. The dream came to her for the last time while she waited on the island with Uncle Roger for Jack to complete his investigation on Okanagan. After 2 nearly sleepless nights as a result of Malama Johnson's Huna therapy, she found herself finally relaxing on the breezy lanai of the little house in Kukui'ula. Her eyes closed and she slept.
"Dodie."
"Mommy."
"You're crying. What's wrong?" "I'm so disappointed. In you, my dear. We had so many fruitful conversations. You seemed to be so excited about the plan for the second milieu and your role as the leader of it.
But now I find that you've been consorting with the great enemy. You promised you'd never listen to his lies, never have anything to do with that godless, inhuman tool of the Lyalmic slave-masters. You broke your promise, Dodie, betrayed my trust. I'm so unhappy.
There's no need, Mummy. The Halloween party was a perfect chance to probe Jack's mind, to know just what kind of threat the great enemy poses. You can't contend against a foe you have no data on. Surely you realize that.
The cosmic all designated me to be your guide and mentor, Dodie. I am the only conduit of God's truth, the only one who can show you how to fulfill your destiny and bring about the new golden age for humanity. Trusting in your own judgment is arrogant and foolhardy, a sign of childish pride.
I didn't think of it that way.
The time is growing so short. You seemed nearly ready to make the choice, but now I suspect that you have doubts.
Nothing has changed in our relationship. I'm as committed to you and the second milieu as I ever was.
Then why have you gone to Kauai to consort with the great enemy's 2 lackeys?
Uncle Roger is no one's lackey, Mum, and Malama Johnson is simply a friend of his that we're visiting.
The Hawaiian woman is a kahuna. Don't you know what that means, you foolish child?
She's a traditional Hawaiian healer, a practitioner of natural redaction. She's been helping me with the inhibitions that prevent me from using the full spectrum of my metafaculties.
She's an ignorant witch-doctor, a primitive thinker with no conception of the cosmic all, who toys with malignant psychic phenomena that she doesn't understand. Do you realize that the Lyalmic have used more sophisticated variants of this Huna magic from time immemorial in order to control the minds of their unified slaves?
Oh, Mom, Malama Johnson is a Catholic just like I am. She's a dear, harmless old soul who teaches me how to make flower leis when she's not helping me sweep out the last of my mental garbage. She's a kahuna la pa'au, not one of the black magic ana-ana kind. Her use of the higher mind powers is restricted to her work as a healer amongst her people here in the islands.
Dodie, Dodie, what a simple-minded lass you still are for all your education and operancy. This woman, Malama, practices a dark, soul-destroying art that lets her control those around her. Heaven only knows what damage she'll do if you allow her inside your mind. She's been instructing the great enemy how to use an amplified version of her Huna power, so that he'll eventually be able to obliterate the human opponents of unity. The Lyalmic have concealed the existence of this ultimate mental evil from all except a handful of their most trusted servants. Jack is one of them, and so is his brother Mark. There are others as well, subverting the human freedom movement on every world our people have colonized.
I find that hard to believe.
Do you? Do you really? My dearest daughter, have you finally turned your back on the holy vision I was privileged to bring you?
No. I only want to study it scientifically from all aspects, to make certain.
You persist in clinging to false notions of reductionist objectivity when you should be embracing the tapestry of the whole, which is mystery. You're a mathematician, Dodie. Have you forgotten what Gödel's theorem tells you? Axioms cannot describe a world that is both provably complete and consistent. There is a truth that lies beyond, one that can be grasped only through faith.
I know. I still must ask whether the second milieu exemplifies this truth, and whether I'm the one to promulgate it.
I weep for you. Your lack of vision is on the verge of condemning Earth's children to a future of mental bondage. Unless you make the choice, humanity will never prevail against the horror that is unity. Our race will be engulfed by the oppressive exotic mind, and it will be your fault. For doubting, for lacking courage, for toying with uncertainty and paradox rather than making the leap of faith. The choice.
You know I'm not a person of unswerving self-confidence. When you tell me I must lead the human race into the second milieu all by myself, I feel overwhelmed.
But you needn't, because you won't really be alone. That's the most consoling, the most beautiful thing about the choice. Up until now I haven't spoken of this aspect of the glorious mystery, but now I must, because this is your last chance, Dodie.
What do you mean?
I am empowered to offer you the choice now, for the first and only time. If you accept, you will know instantly how the second milieu is to be accomplished. Your doubts and fears will evaporate, together with that malignant pre-programmed response you call your guardian angel, that poisonous thing the Lyalmic planted within you when you were an unsuspecting child, hoping to make you their slave.
How do I make this choice?
All that's necessary is for you to say, Mother, let it be done, and mean it with all your heart and mind.
You mean I must open myself?
Yes.
Without reservation?
Yes.
What will happen then?
My dearest, most fortunate child, the cosmic afflatus will fill you, the very life-breath of the All. You will find yourself sharing your body with the mind of the universe itself.
That's incredible. It's like the Annunciation.
No, it's greater. The entity dwelling within you will make you the instrument of human freedom and happiness without your having to sacrifice anything of yourself. You will never be called upon to suffer. You will only know ineffable joy.
With the cosmic mind residing inside my body?
Yes.
Whose body does the mind inhabit now?
What?
The mind? Where is it now?
Will you make the choice?
Will you answer my question? Mummy?
So, all these years it has been a game. You hoped to trick me, you perfidious, damned child. You know who I really am. You've always known, and you are the one responsible for the death of my poor Quentin.
That's not true, and you know it.
Shit-faced liar! Stinking putrid cunt! Mind-fucking whore! It was your fault!
I'd like to help you, Fury. Neutralize the anger and relieve the unending pain. There must be a way to reintegrate the broken parts of you, to heal you. Tell me whose body you live in.
You'll find out, Dorothea MacDonald. As you die, be assured that I am going to kill you in precisely the same way that your dear mother was killed. Slowly, in the most intense mental and physical agony that human beings can experience. Wait for it. It will happen when you least expect it. Au revoir. Roger came out of the house carrying a tray with 2 frosty glasses of pineapple juice and a durofilm printout of the island newspaper. "So, you're awake after all. I was hoping you'd finally get a few hours of rest." Dee managed a wan smile.
"I did doze a little."
He gave her the drink and sat down in one of the other chairs with the paper. "You ought to reconsider letting Malama help you with the insomnia."
"There's no need. I don't think I'll be troubled with sleeplessness again. Malama has enough to do teaching me the Huna discipline. It's fascinating the way she's been able to release some of the most intractable of my residual mind blocks in just the 2 days I've been here. Things Catherine and her people couldn't touch."
"Well, Jack told you she was special. He says she worked with him even before he was born. I don't know whether to take him seriously or not. It sounds pretty peculiar." Dee's expression darkened.
"Jack is peculiar. I still can't believe I agreed to come here and do this. You're a very persuasive man, Uncle Roger. If it had been only Jack urging me to come to Malama, I'd have turned him down flat."
"You don't have to be afraid of Tejon, Dorothée. He has your best interests at heart." She sighed.
"So people keep telling me."
She set her untouched drink aside, got up from the chaise, and stretched. Her hair was in 2 braids, and she wore a pair of tattered shorts and one of Roger's gaudy old Hawaiian shirts, knotted beneath her small breasts.
"I think I'll take a walk down along the shore. The surf ought to be spectacular this morning after the storm."
"I'll go with you," Roger said with a smile, throwing his newspaper aside and climbing hurriedly to his feet.
"No, thanks. I have to sort some things out in my mind. I'd really rather go alone. I know you and Malama mean well, but you two have hardly let me out of your sight since I arrived. And that's silly. She verifies the MP ID of everyone on the island each night when her mana's strongest. There are no hydras here, and even if there were, I'd know them the instant they combined in metaconcert to attack me, and I'd get them.
Roger sat down again, glowering. You're too damned sure of yourself. How can you be so positive you're stronger than they are?
For starters, there are only 3 of them now. One of the hydras is dead. Jack will find out that the DNA of Clinton Alvarez matches that of Quentin Remillard.
How do you know that for certain? You been watching Jack on Okanagan with your farsight?
No, but I'm sure of it all the same. And there's another reason why I'm confident I'm a match for the remaining hydras. They consider Jack to be Fury's great enemy. If they could have drained the life force from him with mind power, they would have done it years ago. They haven't, ergo they can't. My own mental defenses are at least the equal of Jack's, but the hydras don't know it.
Smart-ass female. The old bookseller retrieved the newspaper and took a hefty slug of his own drink, which she noted was by no means unadulterated fruit juice, as her own had been. Go ahead and take your walk, then. But just remember there are lots more ways to eliminate people than by burning them up and sucking their minds with highfalutin Kundalini Meta-What's-it. A Hydra could just drop a coconut on your head with PK, for Christ's sake. You'd be just as dead.
She couldn't help laughing. I'll keep my far senses alert. Where's Malama?
Gone to the supermarket in Poipu. She figured you'd nap for a while longer. I was supposed to keep an eye on you.
That's very sweet, and I appreciate it. But I'm going to go over to Spouting Horn Park and sit on the rocks and do some heavy thinking. I don't want to be followed. Agreed?
Rosie rustled the newspaper reproachfully, but he said, Agreed. She left Malama's house and walked along the shore road until she came to the parking lot and viewing area above the formation called the Spouting Horn. It was a grey, chilly morning, and the surf was monstrous. There were a few tourists leaning on the railing, taking pictures of the famous natural wonder. Below the lookout were dark, flattened masses of lava, periodically inundated by the surging sea. From time to time, an especially high wave forced its way beneath the submarine shelf, with a large lava tube in it, compressing air within the narrow tunnel and ramming a mass of water through it. With a roar, a spectacular fountain would erupt from a blowhole amongst the flat rocks, spraying salt water over 15 meters high and causing the drenched tourists to shriek. The Spouting Horn was one of Kauai's best-known scenic attractions. Smiling, she moved further down the shore and found a niche among the rocks and flowering shrubs where she could watch the sea in privacy. It was still windy and cold, but she fixed that by slightly increasing the temperature of the air flowing over her bare skin. Thermal modifications were among the more easy meta-creative actions. 3 brave sailboarders in shorty wetsuits had come from the small boat harbor at Kukui'ula Bay and were zipping up and down a few hundred meters offshore. Now and then one of the colorful craft would capsize, only to be righted again and resume its perilous dance on the waves. I've got to be like that, too, Dee thought. I mustn't brood about what's finally happened with Fury and get all in a state. I've got to pick myself up, make sure all the bits and pieces are working properly, and then refine my plan to trap Hydra. It was going to be a great deliverance, finally being able to shut Fury out of her dreams, even if the trade-off was unending vigilance against Hydra attacks. Fury would certainly send its remaining minions after her soon, now that she had defied it. With Alvarez dead and no clue to the identities or location of the others, she would never recognize her assailants until the last moment, when they combined in meta-concert, singing their deadly mind song as they prepared to drain the life out of her. Was she really a match for them, as she had so glibly assured Uncle Roger? The probabilities were favorable, providing she was awake, alert, and not diminished by bodily injury or any other disability. Malama had promised to teach her a more sensitive version of her own instant wake-up program that would sound a mental alarm if an intruder touched her mind or body while she slept. That would ensure her safety during her most vulnerable time. She could even hide inside a small Sigma shield if she became ill or weakened. But of course it was quite impractical to use such a device when she was awake and going about her daily life, nor would she want to. Luring Hydra out of hiding, not barricading herself against it, was her principal priority. The most worrisome aspect of the hunt was what she now decided to call the coconut factor, after Uncle Roger's shrewd insight. Unlike Fury, the three human minions were not limited to subtle mental assault. They could come at her individually without using their telltale metaconcert and attack her in some purely physical way, with a laser gun, a bomb, poisoned food, even the dreaded falling coconut. Jack, that creepy super thing, might be able to clothe his brain in invulnerable psycho-creative armor, but she was not yet capable of such mental virtuosity. Jack Remillard had gone to Okanagan in his personal starship, not only to identify the body of Clinton Alvarez, but also in hopes of finding clues to the identity of the other three killers. He doubted that he would learn anything of value. Even if the other Hydras had lived on the Cosmop planet, they would surely have fled as soon as Alvarez was arrested. Fortunately, it was unlikely that any fugitive Hydra units could have already reached Earth from Okanagan. Only the Ultra Express starships operated by the Krondaku, and Jack the Bodiless, would have been able to make the trip in less than 4 days. Humans booked passage on such vessels only rarely. It was unlikely the killers would have risked their new identities by doing so and calling attention to themselves. There was another reason why Dee thought she would probably remain safe from the Hydras for some time yet. Up until this morning, Fury had at least harbored a forlorn hope that she would accept its blasphemous choice. She shuddered. To be condemned to share her body with that monster? What an abominable fate! But how in God's name would Fury have been able to move from its Remillard host to her? It had no life except as an abnormal adjunct persona hiding within a human brain. Didn't it? She shivered again. The wind had increased slightly, and she was obliged to thicken her warm, creative shelter. One of the windsurfers seemed to have given up after being dunked continually, but 2 valiant sails still hurtled at high speed out among the swells. What I must do, she told herself, is set myself up as soon as possible in a perilous situation impossible for Fury and the Hydras to resist. It will have to be before my 16th birthday on January 20th. The Lylemak are bound to call me to Orb then for my initiation, and after that there'll be the Concilium session, and heaven knows what work assignment if they do designate me a magnate and a paramount. I'll have to do my best to set my trap during Christmas break. Where? No doubt an opportunity will present itself. Should I take Jack into my confidence? No, she decided. Remillards were responsible for producing Fury and Hydra. One of them was Fury. Besides, if she asked for Jack's help, he'd want her to yield up the Hydra metaconcert score, less one voice, so that he would have an equal opportunity to identify the killers. She would not make it possible for him to cheat her of doing her solemn duty. It was her obligation to bring her mother's killers to justice, not Jack's. Should she notify the magistratum? Again, she decided the answer was no. Local police could bring the milieu enforcement arm in fast enough once she'd done her work. Let the magistratum use the Cambridge machine on the villains once she'd captured them and forced them to identify Fury at last. She was willing to leave that monster to the Remillards. Its paradoxical existence was utterly beyond her experience. Let Jack deal with it. He was as inhuman as Fury was, and he was the only one of his family above suspicion. Or was he? What had Fury said in the last dream, castigating so-called evil servants of the Lylemak? Jack is one of them, and so is his brother Mark. Then Mark Remillard was not Fury either. But she couldn't possibly ask that sardonic older man for assistance or even confide in him. He'd outwitted her very nicely out on the dance floor at the party, and he'd certainly betray her plans to Jack. There was also the distinct possibility that Fury had lied about Mark being its enemy.
No, there was only one way for her to undertake her crusade, and that was alone. She cancelled the war mare, got up from her rocky seat, and followed the path back to Spouting Horn Park. There were a few curio peddlers among the trees beyond the public luau, their stands shielded from the wind by flapping plass tarps. Only a single tourist vehicle remained in the parking lot. The periodic hissing roar of the blowhole punctuated the sound of the booming surf. Then she heard shouts over by the lookout. "Oh, God! Mikey!" a man cried out. "Help! Somebody get help! Mikey, get up! Run, quick!" He moved clumsily toward the end of the railing as he continued to shout, a small and strong-looking man, but one who was rather overweight and encumbered with flopping Zori sandals. Dee dashed across the grass verge and looked down toward the Spouting Horn. A boy 6 or 7 years old, wearing a red and white striped shirt, was lying face down on the rocks less than 2 meters away from the big blowhole. Foamy water was draining away over the slippery black surfaces, into the heaving sea, and into the sinister crevice in the lava. "Get help!" the man shouted, catching sight of Dee. He started down the rocky embankment. "My little boy! He must have slipped away and gone down there while I was in the John. Maybe one of the spouts knocked him over and— Ow!" He tripped and fell, uttering curses. The boy still hadn't moved. "Do something!" shrieked the father. "If that thing goes off again, it might wash him right into the blowhole." Without stopping to think, Dee vaulted over the rail and began to slide down. The man, halfway down the slope among the tumbled chunks of lava and dried seagrass, was still trying to struggle to his feet. Dee lashed out at the child with her coercion, but he was unconscious and did not respond. Before she could muster the creative psychokinetic energy to lift him, she, too, lost her footing on the slippery rocks and fell headlong toward the half-submerged lava bench. As she tried to arrest her fall, she was aware of an eerie, anticipatory moaning sound. Then the Spouting Horn erupted, and she was enveloped in spray. Something struck her a sharp blow on the head, and she saw a burst of brilliant light. Roaring water smashed her against the rocks, pushing her, pulling her, tumbling her helpless body over and over until she was sucked down into a whirling maelstrom. Somewhere underwater she regained consciousness, lifted her head into air, and coughed and spat until she breathed again. She seemed to be down in a well more than 3 meters deep. The sides were weed-encrusted black rocks studded with barnacles and other razor-sharp shellfish that sliced her hands as she instinctively clutched at them. The water around her surged up and down, reflecting the pattern of the lesser waves that always preceded and followed the biggest, but it was clearly becoming more shallow as the blowhole drained. Occasionally her feet, still encased in trainers, touched the rocky floor. Suddenly she saw that the lava tube was L-shaped. Its horizontal section became visible, filled nearly to the top with water as each swell marched shoreward. The outlet terminated many meters away in the direction of the open sea. Something red and white bobbed on the dim, foamy surface halfway down the tunnel. Oh, sweet Jesus, it was the little boy! She was still disoriented, dizzy, nauseated from the sea-water she had swallowed. Her head was a throbbing drum of pain, and her higher mind powers seemed inaccessible, as though she had forgotten everything she had ever learned about their use. All the life force she possessed persisted in functioning at the most primitive level of being, that of bodily survival. She had to escape from the blowhole, taking the child with her, before the next great wave pounded and smashed both of them to death against the walls of the lava tube. But how? Psychokinesis, the mind's power over matter. Focus the PK impulse internally, not externally. In her injured condition, the metapsychic force she could muster was pitifully feeble, but it might be sufficient to bolster her flagging muscles. She took a deep breath, surface-dived, and headed toward the small drifting body. The tunnel pinched to less than a meter in diameter in some parts. Its walls harbored other forms of marine life, anemones, starfish, mussels, anchored seaweed. Many small rocks and white chunks of broken coral rolled about the tube's bottom in murky water full of sand and other suspended matter. Perhaps one of those rocks, flung out by the last eruption, had struck her on the head. Her right arm was going numb, not functioning properly. She kicked with all her diminishing strength against the increasing build-up of water pressure. Another huge storm swell was beginning its leisurely progress toward shore. She touched human flesh underwater, saw a wavering shape. The boy seemed to have drowned. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and his hair streamed like pitiful strands of algae. The red and white shirt had turned to black and gray in the underwater twilight. She grasped one of his limp arms in her good left hand and attempted to swim toward the spot of bright water marking the seaward mouth of the tunnel. The pressure of the inflowing water was growing harder and harder to resist. She was making no progress. Then she was actually moving backwards.
Her PK, once rated beyond Grandmaster class, had dwindled almost to nothing.
"Angel, help me!"
"You must help yourself this time. Pray, but not to me."
"Help us, for the love of God! We'll die!"
To coerce God is to coerce reality and answer your own prayers.
The weight of the sea was forcing her inexorably backwards. In despair, she yielded to the pressure and was flung head over heels against one of the tunnel walls, almost losing her grip upon the child. The water around her had become a chaos of swirling bubbles, nearly opaque. Once, when her head was above water, she saw another opening in the solid rock of the tunnel roof, the dead-end chamber where the air would be compressed by the largest waves, eventually causing both the sounds and the fountain of spray. A mighty surge slammed her into the roof, sending new flashes of pain through her skull. She refused to relinquish her grip on the boy, even though her increasing weakness made it seem that he was actively pulling her toward the blowhole. An uncanny, basso, moaning sound, like some huge sea-beast in agony, began. In another moment the spouting horn would erupt again.
"Show me how, please."
Not psychokinesis. Creativity. Heat. Cold.
Of course. It was self-evident.
Her joy and triumph at finding the solution lent her the strength to accomplish the miracle inside of a few seconds, to freeze a volume of water in the direction of the blowhole, plugging the lava tube for a critical instant, to encase her body and that of the child in thick, salty ice at the same time. Then to superheat the air and the rising water within the compression chamber above the tunnel roof. The resulting great blast of steam sent them rocketing through the lava tube and out into the open sea nearly 80 meters from shore. Their icy shrouds melted before they drifted to a halt. Behind them, the spouting horn roared skyward like a geyser as the plug of frozen water burst. Dee managed a single, far-spoken call for help before letting go of the other body and slipping into black unconsciousness. Malama Johnson, driving back from her shopping trip to Poipu on the Y Road, exclaimed, "Alve! Oh, my goodness!" She tromped on the accelerator and sped toward the park. The two windsurfers, still plying the offshore waters near the spouting horn, were mildly operant Hawaiian boys. Coerced by Malama, they came speeding over the waves to the rescue at more than 50 kilometers per hour. Dee woke hours later in her own bed in the tiny No. 2 guest bedroom of the Kahuna's house. Her head still ached horribly, but the rest of her body was pain-free. A brown face peered around the doorframe and smiled.
"You saved my life, Malama,"
Dee whispered.
"Mahalo nui, Tutu."
"You bet," said the Kahuna brusquely. She came in and touched Dee's forehead, and it stopped hurting. Then she said a trifle crossly, "Fine ting, Makana Lani. Doc come back find you pau. He going show Tutu Malama stink face, even if you own fault you make a." Rogie stood in the door, beaming with relief. "You didn't even break any bones. Just a little sprain in the right arm. Malama will finish fixing it and your bruises and scrapes tomorrow. Now, try sleep, Makana Lani," the Kahuna commanded, using the Hawaiian name she had bestowed upon Dee. Like Dorothea, it meant gift of God.
"The little boy?"
Dee murmured, letting her eyelids close as the woman's healing redaction soothed her.
"Is he all right?"
"What little boy?" Rogie asked.
"His name was Mikey. I pulled him out of the spouting horn with me. Don't tell me he wasn't found."
Dee was wide awake again, half risen from the bed in agitation.
"That's the reason why I was caught in the blowhole, trying to save him."
Malama and Rogie looked at each other. "No keki in the breaks with you," the Hawaiian woman said. "Nobody in the park at all when the two Kanaka pull you out and bring you to me."
"But his father—"
Dee fell silent.
"Yes, I see. There was a third sailboarder when I first arrived at the park. Later he, or she, disappeared."
"Sleep," said Malama Johnson. "Tomorrow we going do some extra special huna. Then I teach you how spuck jack without subspace radio. You tell him all about the kind at Spouting Horn, yeah?"
"And the coconut effect,"
Dee said. Love. Regret. "Yes, I see. My precious little ones, you failed, but the plan was well conceived. It might have worked. There will be another time.
2 units were enough to plant the idea in the girl's head and nudge her to act on it, but we were unable to follow through. If only Celine had been here with me, us... Parney is a dolt, he bungled the stone. If he had impelled it to hit her squarely on the temple, or even at the point of the jaw, she might never have regained consciousness.
You weren't too swift yourself, Matty. Geez, I nearly plotzed when the girl did that steam heat thing and dragged you with her. Damn good thing she went blotto at the end of the line. Sweet surprise to find out she'd rescued Matty in a wetsuit instead of poor little Mikey.
You avoided the temptation to strike out at her mentally, Madeline. That was admirable. The girl would have known you, and perhaps obtained your true mental signature.
Yes. Well, she and Kahuna certainly know what happened by now.
Laughter. Fat lot of good it does 'em when we were out of there slicker than hog shit before the Hawaiian witch arrived.
I tried to deflect the 2 boys and the sailboards from rescuing her, but the Kahuna's compulsion was too strong. If we are to dispose of the girl by non-feeding means, we'll have to use more conservative tactics and pick the next time and place of attack with the utmost care.
No Kahuna's ready to ride to the rescue, and have all Hydra units on board and cooking.
Yes, Parney, you are quite right. Celine will be with you soon.
It's safe for her to travel? I mean, won't the cops be watching traffic from Okanagan to Earth?
She will take a roundabout way to Earth and arrive undetected. I will deal with the matter. No grand gestures this time, however. Only quiet alterations of computer data.
Fury, do we still have the Watts to snuff the girl even with Celine's input?
Doubt. I will be honest. You do not, unless she is first diminished in some manner. But this can be accomplished by physical injury, by mental trauma, by excruciating fatigue, even by distraction, as you saw today. She is not a mature Paramount Grand Master with well-honed survival experience. She is still a child.
She won't be much longer. Not after the Lylemic get hold of her.
That is why you must make your ultimate assault before the girl goes to Orb. Celine will be on Earth in 33 days. Plan well. I cannot tell you the most efficient course of action, but I have full confidence in you. I love you, but now I must leave you. Farewell.
Matty.
Yes?
I really got the willies about this new act. Ex-Quint. Know what I mean?
It's understandable, Parney. We're all shaken by his death. Celine nearly went to pieces. You know she had fixated on him sexually in the last year or so.
Bitterness. The thieving little bitch.
Hey, sweetheart, you started it, giving her the boot. Don't come crying to me. But delete that and listen. There are some things that have really pissed me off lately. You know Fury would have installed that Scotch twat over us if she hadn't put her foot in it.
Yes?
And poor old Quint had to fall on his sword just because Fury told him to? Maximum bummer.
He was happy to sacrifice himself in the cause.
Oh, right. And we're left 3-headed. What happens if Fury digs up another baby Paramount and starts the same shit all over? You remember how Fury went after Mark?
Yes.
It tried for Jack in utero, too. Might have got him if the Hawaiian witch hadn't stepped in and taught him to shut Fury out. And then there was that Remillard woman. 4 times Fury's made it perfectly clear that we're not good enough to lead the second milieu. How thick-headed do we have to be to figure?
Fury knows best.
Matty, baby, Fury can't do zilch without us. What is Fury, anyhow? A goddamn syndrome, a sickle persona hiding fuck knows where. You ever stop to think what we could do working on our own?
Imbecile shit for brains. Parney, don't you understand? Without Fury, we're nothing. Without Fury, we die.
Panic.
No, I don't believe it. That's total bullshit.
Fury created us. Fury can destroy us. And we'd go happily, just like Quint.
Denial. Terror.
Wrong, no, I don't buy it.
Exasperated resignation.
Never mind, sweetheart. It's all going to work out. No Paramount babies anywhere else in the human polity. Not yet. All Fury has to work with is us. Love you, big lug. What say we go have a Mondo Mojo 2-headed feed and fuck?
Kaleidoscopic. 20. Sector 15, star 150000001, Telonis. Planet 1, Concilium Orb. Galactic year, La Prime 1385969. 15 December 2072. Paul Remillard didn't much like the new Lyalmic enclave. When the supervisors required vis-a-vis encounters with human magnates in the earlier days of the enfranchisement, they would simply summon them to a quiet section of the administrative sphere, more or less materialize in a severe golden room, speak what was on their wispy minds, and then disappear. It was a direct, no-nonsense approach that the first magnate had appreciated. That had changed, perhaps because the galactic overlords had become concerned about the negative psychosocial effect their otherness might be having on skittish humans. They decided to mend their image, creating a Lyalmic enclave in Orb where visiting was encouraged, even though the inhabitants were rarely perceptible to ordinary senses or to ultra-faculties. The artificial environment, called Cyrel, supposedly reproduced conditions on the prehistoric Lyalmic homeworld. The actual planet, a barren rock orbiting the strange star Nodite, more than 27,000 light-years from Earth, was deemed too aesthetically forbidding, and lethal to air-breathers, to be recreated. Paul exited the Cyrel tube station into a world of crystalline pastels and elusive herbal scents. A thin opaline mist filled the super-oxygenated air, and only in his immediate vicinity was the landscape clearly visible. It was as though he were the principal light source, illuminating the enclave as he walked along, while a violet scrim obscured details more than a few meters away. Most of the ground was covered by a yielding turf of what seemed to be cellophane grass, in which transparent, feathery organisms continually sprouted and grew rapidly to heights of a dozen centimeters or so. After producing pale, glassy fruits that exploded soundlessly and released glittering spores, the things crumpled and seemed to vanish, only to begin their brief life cycle again a few minutes later. Paul went along a pathway made of rose-quartz flagstones that passed through a patch of larger, faintly glowing, sessile life-forms. Some were like living glass umbrellas flecked with dew. Others resembled plump terrestrial jellyfish with sparkling fringes. Tall, stalked ribbon-bearers reminiscent of white or pale pink kelp undulated languorously, now and then reaching out a gentle tendril as if to inspect the exotic passer-by. Stepping-stones led across a brook that flowed over tinted pebbles. Moon-colored little water creatures with shining eyes zipped evasively among rock-crystal boulders at the stream's margin. Further up the banks grew lucent fungoid shapes, with diamond spikes, vitreous reeds, topped with gauzy plumes, and organisms that mimicked exquisitely carved white jade flowers. The residents of the supervisory body stood in a twilit grove of many-branched willow trees that seemed to be formed of twisted milky glass. Their lanceolate, hanging foliage was also glassy, clashing and tinkling faintly in the vapor-laden breeze. The house might have been an enormous gold nugget with a brushed finish. Its shape was irregular, and no door or windows were immediately evident. The first magnate had visited the place many times now, doing his best to respond cordially to the awkward Lyalmic attempts at sociability. These often took the form of annoying inquiries into his intimate affairs. Lyalmic notions of privacy did not equate with Paul's own, and he also disliked being reminded that the entities possessed the godlike ability to oversee anything and anyone in the galaxy if they felt like it. Fortunately, and occasionally unfortunately, they were usually disinclined to do so. Paul followed the path to its termination before a featureless golden wall, and announced, "I am here." Immediately an iris doorway opened in the nugget's side. He stepped over the threshold into a single, softly lit room where all surfaces were subtly curved and formed from some transparent substance. The walls were slick, but the floor was ribbed for comfortable walking. Within and behind them flowed currents of deep green and indigo liquid, shot through with whorls of bubbles. In the center of the room stood a golden armchair of human design. Before it, formed from extensions of the floor ribbing, was a low dais. The meta-concerted voice of the Lyalmic supervisors spoke. "Welcome and high thoughts to you, First Magnate. Please be seated." As Paul sat down, 5 faintly visible whirlwinds formed in the air above the dais, making the familiar quincunx pattern, one at each corner and one in the center of a squared diamond shape. The aerial phenomena quickly materialized into 5 near-humanoid heads of amiable aspect that trailed ectoplasmic filaments from the occipital region. The central entity, the Lyalmec leader called Atoning Unifex, had eyes of luminous gray and seemed to be much older than the others, even though its illusory appearance was almost identical to theirs. It rarely spoke, apparently preferring to leave intercourse with vulgar humanity to its associates. The eyes of the other 4 supervisors were the color of backlit aquamarines. Although they manifested a similar appearance, Paul had discovered early on that the Lyalmec personalities were quite distinctive. The one called Homologous Trend was a slightly ponderous avuncular logician, while Noetic Concordance had a serene character and was prone to mystical digressions. Asymptotic Essence was an incisive critic who did not bother to hide a biased view of humanity. Eupathic Impulse played the gadfly, had a rather slangy manner, and was not above twitting the other 4, even the awesome leader, for perceived flaws in judgment, absent-mindedness, or conversational vagaries. Paul rather liked Eupathic Impulse. Ominously, it was the grey-eyed Unifex who addressed the first magnate in a soft voice.
"We must confer with you on matters of the utmost gravity, Paul, and so you must forgive us if we forego the usual pleasantries and get right down to brass tacks."
"Right," said the first magnate aloud, and to himself, "Oh, shit."
"My colleagues and I," Atoning Unifex continued, "have been discussing the advisability of condemning the so-called rebel movement and requiring an oath of loyalty to the milieu from all human magnates of the Concilium. Please tell us your reaction to this proposal."
"I think it would be a tragic mistake," Paul said immediately. "Even though I myself once co-sponsored a bill that would have forbidden debates about unity in the Concilium, I now believe that such gag-rule legislation would be futile, possibly ruinous to human polity discipline. It would be even more disastrous to label anti-unity sentiment treasonous."
"You believe that your race values free discussion so highly?"
Noetic Concordance asked.
"Yes,"
Paul replied, and then, "What penalty do you propose for refusing to take the oath?"
"One would have a choice," said Homologous Trend. "Redaction of the magnate to the latent state and expulsion from the Concilium, or euthanasia."
"You would very likely lose nearly a quarter of the 200 human magnates," Paul said, "including some of the most brilliant and influential. A significant percentage of the others would be so scandalized by the draconian action that their own loyalty to the milieu might waver. I know my own would. I've undergone a change of heart about this business."
"By the prime Entelechy!" Eupathic Impulse exclaimed. "Does one mean to say that one has converted to the rebel point of view?"
"Certainly not," said Paul sharply. "I'm more committed to unity than ever. But I firmly believe that it is impossible to force the human mind to accept the unity of the coadjunate milieu. Humans must be persuaded, shown that unity does not pose a danger to their free will or mental integrity. This is the purpose behind the recent establishment of the Pan-Polity Directorate for Unity, in which my son John and my sister Anne are prominent."
"But the rebel movement is spreading apace, especially amongst non-operants in the human colonies," said Asymptotic Essence. "Never before in the history of the galactic milieu has a pre-coadjunate race presumed to question the value of unity."
"Humans are unique," said Atoning Unifex. "I warned you about that at the time of the Great Intervention."
"One remembers." The voice of Noetic Concordance was soothing. "These were your words concerning Earth. This small planet occupies a critical place in the probability lattices. From it may emerge a mind that will exceed all others in metapsychic potential. It is known to us that this mind will be capable of destroying our beloved galactic milieu. It is further known to us that this mind will also be capable of magnifying the milieu immensely, accelerating the unification of all the inhabited star systems. For this reason we have directed this extraordinary attempt at intervention."
Unifex inclined its head.
"I said further that the step involved great risk.
But all evolutionary leaps are hazardous, and without risk-taking there can only be stagnation, the triumph of entropy, and eventual death. Asymptotic Essence said, "Nevertheless, there remains the dire new resultant of the latest probability analysis, which prompted one to offer the drastic remedy. If the rebel movement continues to grow at its present rate amongst operant and non-operant humans, the unification of that race may never take place. Instead of merging with our coadjunate galactic milieu, humanity will be constrained to declare war upon it."
"Nonsense!" Paul exclaimed. "Not even the most xenophobic of the anti-unity faction advocates that course. At the worst, they'd simply drop out of the Confederation to go their own way."
"Even if we would allow it, this is not likely," said Homologous Trend.
"Why does one think the Great Intervention eradicated the last vestiges of the old nationalism on Earth before enfranchising its populace? Why does one think the Symbiari proctorship suppressed, sometimes ruthlessly, those Earth sects and political movements that had bigoted mindsets or advocated so-called holy or preventive wars to eliminate opposing points of view? Why has the milieu been obliged to forbid certain types of commercial activity by human entrepreneurs even now? Why does it severely limit governmental autonomy of human colonial planets and control their operant-non-operant population mix?"
Calmly, Paul said,
"In order to prevent the kinds of bloody conflict that traditionally prevailed among human beings in pre-intervention years. If humanity wasn't restrained, the probability is that we'd fight for what we perceived to be our self-interest. Asymptotic Essence's calculations are correct."
He fixed his gaze on the grey-eyed Lyalmic overlord.
"But there's a paradox here. Don't tell me you don't see it, Unifex."
"Certainly I do. In order to protect itself from humanity while the race is still immature and dangerous, the milieu has behaved in a despotic fashion. By limiting human freedom, it has provoked the very kind of behavior it sought to prevent. The milieu took a great risk in admitting humanity. It may have overreached itself."
"I don't think so." Paul's mental aspect shone with stubborn hope. "Aside from the unity issue, there are only minor pockets of human discontent. If unity can be proved to be the right and proper goal of human mental evolution, the rebel movement will most likely evaporate. The new directorate will bring together the best minds from all 6 racial polities to discuss every aspect of unity and deal with legitimate rebel objections to it. Forget the notion of outlawing the rebels, at least until you've given the more conservative course a chance."
Unifex said, "This is my recommendation also, colleagues. My reasoning is perhaps not the same as Paul's. But I say again that without risk there can be no evolution, only torpidity and finally extinction. Our own Lyalmic race is a melancholy exemplar of that truth. We believe we have reached the pinnacle of our evolution, and there we stand, most of our number now content to think their own grand and unutterable thoughts, alone and self-sufficient. The excitement engendered by my original protocol of unification has long since dwindled to ennui in all except a handful of Lyalmic minds. We do not reproduce. Except for this small quincunx, we do not create. The 21 worlds each send a single delegate to the Concilium, but there is little genuine interest in milieu affairs remaining amongst us. Shall I tell you the true reason why the galactic milieu needs the human mind? It is because the Lyalmic mind is dying, as I am dying myself. When I go, our race will retreat into aloof senescence, and will perish inside of a single millenary. But by then I foresee that the human mind, fully coadjunate and unified, will have taken our place. The magnification of the inhabited star systems in the Milky Way will continue under human polity direction until all thinking beings within it are loving siblings, as they are in the Duat galaxy from which I originally came. And then, if it pleases the cosmic all, another Unifex may move on to a younger whirlpool of stars and begin again." Paul listened, stunned into speechlessness. Nothing of this had ever been hinted at during his long years as a milieu official. Each polity had its own legends and speculations of Lyelmic origins and destiny. Each had debated why the non-conformist humans were declared to be necessary to milieu survival. None had suspected this rationale. "You can't tell a soul, Paul." Atoning Unifex was smiling, almost playfully apologetic. "Not until I give you permission. But you, of all people, have a right to know." The other 4 supervisors exuded resignation. "One must trust Unifex," said Noetic Concordance. "The decision is made. There will be no further attempts to outlaw or restrict the rebel faction of the human polity."
"Even when the probability of a successful human unification seems to grow more and more remote," said Homologous Trend, sighing.
"This does not mean, however, that the first magnate should diminish his efforts to bring the rebels into conformity." Asymptotic Essence spoke sternly. Eupathic Impulse delivered the kicker. "Most particularly, the first magnate and his family must restrain the malevolent persona called Fury, and its execrable servant, Hydra, from using the anti-unity faction for their own evil ends. The obliteration of one Hydra unit is a cause for rejoicing, but the other 3, and Fury itself, are more dangerous to the milieu than ever."
"But who the hell is Fury?" Paul cried. "I can't believe you Lyelmic don't know."
The Quincunx only stared at him sadly.
"Is it Mark? Is it me? Isn't there anything you can do to help us find this family devil?"
Paul had sprung up from his chair and stood with his fists clenched at his sides. Sweat dampened his hair, and he thrust a greying lock impatiently out of his eyes as he glared at the silent exotic heads. Unifex said, "Go talk to your sister Anne. An ancient sin lies at the heart of Fury's generation, and a terrible moral dilemma attends the monster's destruction. Perhaps a priest can help you with the problems."
"Very well," Paul spoke wearily. "Is there anything else you require of me now?"
The heads were beginning to fade away. The eyes, as always, remained visible longest. The Quincunx spoke in meta-concert.
"No. May the All sustain you, First Magnate, and bring you success."
Unifex made a sudden, capricious decision to go to Earth, and performed hyperspatial translation without even bidding its colleagues goodbye. There were still matters to discuss, and so the 4 remaining members of the supervisory body convened out by the brook, wafting in and out of the dew-dripping willow leaves to gather the occasional molecule for sustenance. Asymptotic Essence ventured a mild complaint. "Unifex might have stayed with us to consider the matter of young Illusio."
"It's probably gone to keep an eye on her," Trend observed. "That girl is surely cooking up another mad scheme to entice Hydra. She has a right to do so, but if she dies in the process, some very important nodalities will have to be scrapped."
"If Hydra kills her," Essence noted astringently, "we certainly can't appoint her deputy dirigent of Caledonia." "She's almost as much of a wild-card factor as Jack," said Impulse. "A pity she seems to loathe him so. He might have been a useful ally in her quest against Hydra." "One suspects Jack might not scruple at acting without her knowledge or permission," Concordance remarked. "His starship has left Orb, you know."
"No,"
said the other 3 entities. They all thought about the anomalous young human magnate for a time, speculating upon what he might do to help Dorothea MacDonald. Thanks to Dorothea's probing at the Halloween party, Jack now knew the Hydra meta-concert configuration, but he did not know the identities and whereabouts of the Hydra units, as the supervisors did. It was most likely that his only option was following the girl, either mentally or physically, in hopes of coming to her assistance if he was needed. "One wishes one could intervene personally in this matter," Noetic Concordance said with regret. "Jack could dispose of the Hydra units in a trice if we pointed them out to him."
"Unifex's prohibition must take into account factors that one is unaware of," said Trend.
"One has been mulling it over," Eupathic Impulse said. "There may be more to this situation than the simple survival of the girl and the apprehension of Hydra. One should also consider Jack's relation to Illusio and vice versa." "She can't stand him," Asymptotic Essence said. "She finds his mutation repulsive and his manner cheeky and superior.
He thinks that she is rash and immature. One may recall that Jack, while an estimable person in many ways, does have certain unfortunate mannerisms. His great success on Satsuma, saving the life of his brother Mark when their meta-concert faltered, bolstered his self-esteem higher than ever. Now he is determined to become Unity's greatest champion. One fears Jack is in some danger of becoming a wise guy. Reluctantly, Noetic Concordance agreed.
One suspects Lucia would bitterly resent any well-intentioned interference on Jack's part, Trend said. Perhaps it is necessary to her spiritual maturation that she face the Hydra monster alone, and either vanquish it or die in the attempt.
One has it in a nutshell, Essen said. We shall so instruct Jack.
One can certainly pray for the girl, however, Concordance put in. Poor thing, with so few friends. If she becomes dirigent at a young age, she risks becoming even more lonely. But great things are required of those possessing great talents.
An apt sentiment, Impulse remarked. Original.
Luke 12:48, the poet admitted.
One is inclined to vote that Lucio become deputy dirigent of Caledonia, Asymptotic Essence decided. How say you, colleagues?
Affirm, said Noetic Concordance. She flirts with rebellion, but her deepest inclinations are toward unity.
One also affirms, Homologous Trend added, while hoping devoutly that she survives until her inauguration to the Concilium. However, once Lucio is installed in office on Caledonia, the probabilities are strong that she would be secure from Hydra's menaces for many years to come.
One is pleased to contribute the final affirmation, said Eupathic Impulse. In spite of Jack's low opinion of her maturity, one finds her to be most suitable to be the eventual successor of Graham Hamilton. She will have a lot to learn, but she can scarcely do worse than that worthy dotard. The Scottish planet is an attractive world, and Lucio loves it. She should be happy there for a little while, until the next nodality, provided that the major planetary cratons behave themselves, Essen said. A pity the besotted and neglectful Crondock surveyors never got what was coming to them for botching those crustal evaluations 4 millenaries ago, Impulse remarked, showing a trace of righteous indignation.
The lithosphere may remain stable for hundreds of Caledonian orbits, Trend said. One should attempt to look on the bright side, not only of that probability, but also of the great bifurcation involving Jack, Lucio, Mark, Fury, and all the rest of them.
Anent that concern, said Concordance, one proposes that we turn our thoughts to prayer. It may take a bit of coercion to jolt the prime entelechy into resolving this fine mess.
Yes, maybe, Asymptotic Essence sighed. All the more reason to get on with it, said Eupathic Impulse.
Amen, said Homologous Trend.
Anne was not in her apartment in Rive Gauche, and it took Paul several minutes to track her down with his seeker sense. He found her alone in the little Église Saint-Julien-le-Pauvre, and rather than disturb her with far speech, he strolled through the quaint streets and byways of the Parisian enclave, mulling over what the Lilemic had said. The trouble with them was that they were too damned subtle. More often than not, it was necessary to find the meaning behind the meaning in their rambling discourses. Unifex was apt to be blunter than the rest, but Paul suspected that its lofty talk about sin and moral dilemma was a camouflage for something else. There was some compelling reason for him to question his oldest sister about Fury, but it probably had little to do with gaining her priestly insight, and a great deal to do with Anne herself. It was past midnight in the enclave, and most of the non-operant humans who ran the place for the benefit of the operant tenants, the restaurateurs, shopkeepers, concierges, and other service personnel, were asleep. When the Concilium was in recess, the enclaves hosted only magnate bureaucrats and meta-staffers working on special projects in the human polity offices. A month from now, Rive Gauche would be bustling. Now it was nearly a ghost town. The Church of St. Julian the Poor was a replica of the smallest and oldest church in Paris, dating back to the 12th century. The Rive Gauche version was reasonably authentic in its exterior, but more modern inside to accommodate the needs of worshippers in the Galactic age. The door opened without a sound, and Paul went into the vestibule, dipped his index finger in the holy water stoup, and crossed himself. The Greek uniate ornamentation and other accretions in the original Parisian edifice had not been reproduced, leaving a vaulted chamber with elegant stonework, a statue of the original St. Julian and another of St. Julian of Norwich, ranks of cushioned oak chairs and kneelers, and a tiny baptistry. In the sanctuary, a simple contemporary wooden table-altar stood before the old-style stone one with its gilt candlesticks. The tabernacle was also modern, but above it hung an ornate silver lamp of medieval design. Its flickering ruby light and the dim luminosity from the stained-glass windows revealed a figure prostrate on the stone paving in front of the sanctuary. Paul's mental vision identified her at once. It was Anne. The sound of her weeping was almost inaudible. The first magnate moved quietly up the center aisle, inclined his head toward the tabernacle, and sat down in one of the chairs. His sister was clad in a long black gown of some roughly woven fabric, grayed with dust. A hood covered her hair, and she wore sandals on her bare feet. For at least 10 minutes she continued the vigil with her mind tightly shut, although she certainly knew Paul was there. He waited patiently. A soft tapping of rain on the leaden roof marked the start of the nightly shower that refreshed the air of the urban enclave. There were bouquets of old-fashioned roses on the stone altar, together with the unlit candles. Their fragrance reminded Paul of his own garden in Concord, 4,000 light-years away. He wished to hell he were there, even though it was winter in New Hampshire and perpetual spring in Rive Gauche. The woman on the floor finally stirred and drew in her arms, which had been outflung in the ancient cruciform posture of penitential entreaty. She got to her knees, remained there a moment with her hooded head bowed, and then came over to Paul, unceremoniously wiping her tear-stained face on her sleeve. "Hi," she said. "Let's go to my place. I'll give you coffee or whatever." She momentarily lost her footing, and Paul steadied her and took one arm. For the first time he noticed that Anne had become excessively thin. Her face was normally gaunt and austere, but he was shocked at the boniness of her arm. When they were outside the church, walking down the wet cobbles beneath a psycho-creative umbrella, Paul said, "The supervisory body called me on the carpet tonight. I might have helped to talk them out of condemning the rebel movement. On the other hand, the Lyelmic kingfish seemed ready to veto the others, and none of them were especially keen on a pogrom. So they may have had other reasons for the meeting. Sometimes I can't help thinking that the supervisors secretly approve of the rebels." What form was the condemnation to take? Loyalty oaths for all magnates. Those who came up treasonous would have had to choose between a snuff job and having their operant lights put out. Flaming idiocy. I more or less told the Lyelmic the same thing, and gave them a quick refresher course in the psychology of our perverse race. Anyhow, they've agreed to bag the Inquisition. The Pan-Polity Directorate for Unity will be instructed to get the lead out and begin propagandizing pronto. We'll be rolling by the time the Concilium convenes. Got a lot of good stuff from the Poltroyans, bless their purple pellicules. The rain shower stopped. Crickets chirped in the flower beds fronting the little Musée de la Terre, a popular spot for nostalgic colonials. There were lights on in the boulangerie where the bread-making was about to begin. Small robot cleaners on noiseless treads sniffed around the gutters and scavenged fallen leaves. The Lyelmic also told me that the family had better make damned sure that Fury doesn't infiltrate the rebel movement. I asked them to help in tracking the thing down, but I got the usual stonewall treatment. Anne snorted. "They don't know who Fury is." "I have a sneaking suspicion they know the new identities of the Hydras, though. Damn their eyes! Why won't they tell us?" We persist in thinking of the Lyelmic as omnipotent and all-seeing. They're not. They're a pack of lazy effetes, except for that busybody Unifex. They have one valuable idée fixe that has saved humanity's neck time and again, that we're vitally important to the future of the milieu, and the rest of the polities jolly well better put up with our imperfections. Other than that, "They've also saved our family from disgrace," Paul pointed out. "But I get the idea that they may withdraw their protection if we don't do something about Fury soon." They had reached the quaint building where Anne lived on the top floor. Paul had not been there for years. They climbed 3 long flights of creaky carpeted stairs, and she opened her door and turned on the lights. The place was mostly as Paul remembered it, a sizable replica of an artist's studio with a few finished canvases lying about or propped against walls. A tabouret with brushes and a mess of oil paint stood next to an easel bearing an unfinished double portrait of Denis and Lucille. In a corner was a large and messy table loaded with tins of turps and oil, stretchers, rolls of canvas, and other art supplies. One entire wall of the loft was devoted to research equipment, library and newspaper units, plaque dispensers, a huge Tri-D screen, a subspace communicator, and data retriever. There was even a shelf of paged reference books that Paul's deep sight identified as theological tomes borrowed from the Vatican Library. In front of the huge north window was a tiny altar. A red LED glimmered on top of a little silver gilt pyx that held a consecrated host. The domestic furniture of the place was almost monastic, and the kitchen fitments rudimentary. Anne took off her hooded robe and hung it on a wooden clothes tree. She wore a short denim skirt and an old red blouse beneath. Her limbs were almost skeletal, the knees raw and reddened.
"My God, Annie!" her brother exclaimed. "What have you been doing to yourself?"
Something archaic. She went to the little kitchen and began to make coffee. Fasting, praying, physical discipline. Don't look at me like that. I'm doing no serious damage to myself, and I'm not in need of a psychiatrist. I wish it were that easy. Go light a fire for us. He did as he was told. There were 2 raddled easy chairs and a small table in front of the iron hearth. A scuttle held kindling and split billets of artificial wood. Glancing uneasily over his shoulder at Anne, he asked, "Is this business at the church part of it?" "Yes. I go there whenever I can, usually late at night. Old Père François has been very good about mopping up the puddles of tears." She brought the Memoirs cafetière, 2 plain mugs, and the sugar she knew Paul preferred. When the coffee was brewed, she pushed down the piston, poured for both of them, then finally relaxed in her chair. "I suppose you want the story." Paul shrugged.
"The Lalmic must know you're up to something. Unifex itself told me to come here when I begged for help in finding Fury."
"The Lalmic do know, because I've told them. I asked for their help too, and when they didn't vouchsafe it, I turned to another authority." "It began late in 2054, Anne said. At the time the human polity finally finished its probation and was admitted to full citizenship in the milieu. I began to have a series of very interesting dreams. I seemed to be in an attractive place that I recognized as one of the academies of ancient Greece, all white marble columns and splashing fountains, and trees with zephyrs blowing through them. I was young, perhaps in my early 20s, and I wore one of those classic chiton and peplum outfits of white linen. I was obviously a student of philosophy, never mind that women were forbidden to attend the Greek academies, and my teacher was none other than Pallas Athena herself. You remember that little statue of the goddess that I used to keep on my desk in the human polity offices? Athena was the embodiment of wisdom and learning, the invincible protector of warriors, the defender of states and cities. She was the virginal daughter of Zeus, sprung from his forehead. She sat next to him on Olympus, and she was the only one besides him who could fling lightning bolts and use his terrible shield. Athena was also a spiritual mother to human beings and the patron of conception. Without her blessing, there would be no human offspring. Above all, she was a goddess of mentality, of right reason and sanity. I was never much of a Catholic when I was young, and Athena was a more appealing patron saint for me than any of the submissive women the Church once held out as models of sanctity. I was delighted with my dreams of the goddess. They were appropriately Jungian as well. When I woke up, I could never quite recall her lessons, but I did retain a feeling of self-confidence and righteousness as a result of them. I knew I was a very special and important person, a Remillard, a doctor of jurisprudence and a scholar of milieu law. a Grand Master in all of my metafaculties, a magnate of the Concilium, and finally a member of the Human Polity Judicial Directorate. My personal life was both Spartan and Athenian. I lived for the golden mean, and was a model of objectivity. I was never distracted from my work by banal family matters, nor had I ever engendered a child who turned into a hydra, a potential fury, or a problematical mutant. I was obviously the cream of the dynasty. I was neither bourgeois and virtuously plodding like my two older brothers, Philip and Maurice, nor plagued with self-doubt like Severin and Adrian. I was coolly reasonable, not prone to fly off on emotional tangents like Catherine. I was chaste, not floored by a promiscuous sex drive as you are, my dear little brother. I would not have recognized hubris if it bit me in the gluteus maximus. Deep in my heart I envied you, Paul, and I was convinced that the Lylmic had named the wrong Remillard to be first magnate. Failing that, they'd at least chosen the wrong dirigent for Earth. I had always been bitterly disappointed that Davy McGregor was picked for the job instead of me. The dreams of Pallas Athena went on for several years, until finally, in 2058, their character changed. I began to remember them when I woke up, and their content filled me with incredible excitement. I knew the goddess wasn't real, but the vision she had introduced me to might very well come to pass. It was a vision of a second milieu, and if I chose, I might play a crucial part in its foundation. What exactly did the Athena figure mean by a second milieu? At first I wasn't quite sure, but I knew it was wonderful, and I knew it was right, as the Galactic Confederation we now live in is not. Gradually the goddess revealed its details. The human polity would have to free itself from the present governmental structure, which was dominated by exotics. Above all, we would have to avoid the diabolical snare of unity. The goddess assured me that unity would destroy not only human individualism, but even our very human nature. Under a new leader, c'est moi, naturellement, the human polity would sever its connection with the first milieu and go its own way, peaceful, prosperous, and free. I liked the concept very much. I had chafed bitterly during the proctorship at the indignities and hardships our race suffered under those humorless green symbiari nannies. It was all for our own good, they said to us, and only temporary. Stalin told his oppressed people the same thing. Then Pallas Athena revealed the ultimate mystery, the means by which I was to lead humanity into the second milieu. As she described it, I would become a new, blessed virgin, except that divinity would be implanted within my brain rather than my womb. In my dream I was overjoyed. The goddess smiled at me and withdrew. I awoke from that dream, screaming, and aware of who Athena really was. What had I done? How could I have been such a blind, arrogant fool? Athena was fury, and for over 3 years I had permitted it to range freely in my unconscious mind, instilling its poison. I had let my pride lead me to the verge of becoming another Hydra, or perhaps a new host for the fury parasite itself. If I had submitted to it, I would have given the monster a foothold within the highest levels of galactic government. I really had been willing to destroy the milieu. I would have broken and cast aside the confederation of benevolent minds that has done so much for Earth, and replaced it with God knew what. I was in my home in Hanover at the time that I finally came to my senses, but you can hardly call it that. All day long I alternated between fits of hysterical weeping and demented rage. I almost destroyed the inside of the house, and I nearly committed suicide in my despair and self-hatred. Fury had chosen well when it picked me out of the dynasty to become its new acolyte. I would have been ideal. I still don't know why I didn't succumb. After 2 days without sleep, unable to kill myself as I knew I should, and loathing myself even more for my cowardice,
I called our parents. Dennis and Lucille came at once. They seemed to know immediately that my demon was real, not a product of insanity. They took me to the old house on South Street where they were living and put me to bed in my old room, the one I had slept in as a child. They sat beside me, redacting me and comforting me for 4 days. Dennis assured me that I would be able to banish the Fury Goddess from my mind now by a conscious effort of will. Unless I wanted her to return, she would vanish forever. Finally I was able to believe him, and I slept, exorcised. It took me another 2 weeks to pull myself back together emotionally and physically. Fortunately, it was high summer, and your children, who usually lived in the house, were all at the shore. Dennis and Lucille never told any other members of the family about my breakdown. When I was fully recovered, I knew what I would have to do. Our parents, poor darlings, thought I was still deranged and tried to talk me out of it, but I finally convinced them I was sincere. My work as a magnate and milieu legal scholar could continue at the same time that I began my new career. I went down to Concord and spoke to the Jesuits who ran Brebeuf Academy. They sent me to their seminary in New York, and in due season I presented myself to the world as Anne Remillard, S.J.
I still don't understand the penance and fasting you're putting yourself through now, Paul said. What's it in need of? Surely you worked off your sin of pride and such like long ago. Nothing did happen after all. You have no reason to continue feeling guilty.
The penance and prayer aren't for myself, she said. I'm storming heaven on behalf of someone else. His eyes narrowed as he understood, and then his coercive redactive probe came at her like a bolt from a crossbow, but she was ready. The first magnate could not penetrate his sister's mental shield. She was as good a coercer as he was.
"Annie, tell me what you know,"
he cried, seizing her by the shoulders.
"Tell me who Fury is."
There have been quite a few clues, to say nothing of the insights obtainable from psychological deduction. Her voice was level. But I'm not absolutely certain, and so I can't tell you. I won't tell you. As Papa said, the core persona is innocent. If I share my suspicions, you would feel obligated to act on them in some way or another. I believe this would eventually cause more objective evil than if we permit Fury to remain at large. It may even be true that Fury's evil is destined to bring about an even greater good.
"You have no right to make that judgment," he told her coldly. "As first magnate, I overrule you and demand your evidence."
She gave a little humorless chuckle. "I know milieu law better than you, Paul. You do not have the right to force me to reveal unconfirmed raw data. When the prevailing conditions change and my conscience tells me it's time to talk, I will. To the entire family, including the suspect."
"Fury's after a little girl," Paul said, turning away from her. "Dorothea MacDonald, the 15-year-old metapsychic prodigy. Jack told me that a pair of hydras almost got her in Hawaii. Are you willing to leave the child at risk?"
"Yes. At 15, she's a moral adult, not a little girl. If what Jack has told me is true, she's deliberately called Hydra down on herself in hopes of trapping it. She's a near paramount and ready to take the chance. I have no obligation to interfere."
Paul's lips twitched in spite of himself, and he turned back to her. "Sometimes, Annie, you're positively Jesuitical. Give us a kiss. Good night."
They embraced, and then Paul Remillard left his sister and clumped down the 3 flights of stairs, brooding.
A greater good. What greater good? He himself continuing in office as first magnate? Mark's machinations with metaconcerted CE? Safeguarding the milieu's laissez-faire policy for the rebels? Keeping the Unity Directorate unsmirched by scandal?
Jesus, Paul said to himself, suddenly stricken. He stopped for a moment beneath a lamp-post and looked up at the building's top floor. Even from the street he could see the tiny red LED in her window, a pinprick of light that symbolized the divine presence in Anne Remillard's apartment. Had she really said no to Pallas Athena?
21. Islay, Inner Hebrides, Scotland. Earth, 17 December 2072. Dorothea MacDonald stood above the deep rocky cleft called Gheamhraidh and sampled the etheric vibrations.
"Are you here, Fury? Are you here, Hydra?"
The late-rising winter sun shone from a cloudless sky. Islay's land aura was placid, and the grey-green ocean waters were unaccountably calm. Even with a sea breeze blowing, Dee was almost too warm in the cotton crewneck sweater and Eddie Bauer mountain parka she had brought with her from New Hampshire. She had expected the Hebrides to be cold at this time of year. After all, they were at the latitude of Labrador. But the egg bus driver who had brought her from the Scottish mainland told her that Islay rarely had snow or even frost, because of the moderating effect of the Gulf Stream. The bright sunny weather was a wee bit unusual, he admitted, but not freakish. It was expected to hold for several days until the next gale blew in. Dee hoped the fine weather was a lucky portent. She had finished her doctoral dissertation, and now only her orals remained to be dealt with after the new year. When time came for her to embark for Orb, where she was to be inaugurated into the Concilium in February, she would have completed her formal education at Dartmouth College. What remained for her to learn she would have to learn by herself. Hence the journey to Islay. Malama Johnson had done all she could, but a stubborn residue of latency still remained in Dee's mind. It would prevent her from utilizing her full spectrum of metafaculties, prevent her from becoming a paramount, unless it was neutralized. "But you have to take care of the kind pilikia yourself, Makanalani," the Hawaiian woman had told Dee earnestly. "No kahuna, no mainland shrink going do that, eh? Ask your kuleana."
"But how am I going to heal myself, Tutu? Through self-redaction? I've tried to get at the really deep inhibitions many times, but I just can't reach them."
"Never mind redact like that. Mo better you go moku hikina." Dee shook her head, refusing to understand. Malama rolled her eyes in exasperation and abandoned the pidgin dialect that even the most educated Hawaiians loved to use among their closest friends. "You know perfectly well what I'm talking about, Dorothea. You must return to Islay in the Hebrides, to the place where your mother was murdered, and resolve the traumatic event in your mind. Live it again and purge the horror, the useless guilt, the rage that continues to fester in the deepest core of your being."
"I healed myself of all that years ago. The latentizing factor must be something else."
"Maybe so, maybe so. Go anyhow and do the healing journey. But this time begin at the end and go back to the beginning." Marcia and Kyle had been very dubious when Dee told them about her plan to visit Islay. First they tried to dissuade her. Then, after she explained the reason for the trip and its potential therapeutic nature, her grandparents wanted to go along and lend her their emotional support. They had no idea of the danger she might face, nor were they worried that she was too young to make the journey by herself. Their only motive was to be available if she should need comfort.
"That's kind of you and very sweet," she had said. "But if Malama Johnson is right, then I have to do this alone."
And also face the Hydra alone. She checked into a hotel in Bowmore Village on the island and dealt with some preliminaries she felt were important. Taking advantage of her new status as a magnate designate, she visited not only the police station where she had been interrogated, but also the farmhouse at Sanagmore. The local police inspector, Walter Gheamhraidh, furnished her with interesting data she had never heard before, including the fact that the remains of only a few of Hydra's earlier victims had ever been found. Her visit with the inspector to the farm where the Hydras had lived was disappointing. Because of its evil reputation, no one had wanted to live in the place, and it had been partially destroyed by a fire 7 years earlier. The thrifty islanders had voted to raise it if funds could be pried from the zone council, but money had not been forthcoming, and so the ruins remained. On her second day on Islay, Dee began the journey of healing. After sending her rented ground car off to meet her at the end of the trail, she hiked up a rolling expanse of moor to Gheamhraidh, the deep cut in the northwestern sea cliffs where the remains of her mother, her uncle, and her aunt had been found. She stood now just above the scene of the murders, a well-equipped day-pack on her shoulders and a metal-tipped walking stick in her hand. At Grand Marsh's insistence, she wore a wrist communicator. The rough region around Gilmore's chasm was deserted except for a hen harrier scouting a late breakfast. Nothing had responded to her far-spoken call to Fury and Hydra. The etheric ambience was tranquil. Gripping her stick and keeping her mind resolutely blank of memories for the time being, she began the tricky descent into the cleft. Tumbled rocks along one side served almost as giant steps. Her piquet helped waft her down the steepest parts, an acceptable fiddle, provided that no normals were there to witness it. It was low tide, and with the sea almost dead calm, the flat rocks where the victims had fallen and the Kilnave fiend had come scuttling after them were completely above water. The way into the narrow cave was unimpeded. At the bottom she negotiated areas of slimy wrack and stood finally at the cavern entrance, probing the darkness with her farsight. What had seemed eerie and otherworldly in her dream had a more prosaic aspect, in fact. The chamber was typical of Hebridean sea caves, a simple excavation in Precambrian gritstone accomplished by wave action, having no stalactites or other picturesque features. Its damp walls were streaked with the white excrement of birds that had nested in the crevices. On the level floor were a few pools of water, areas of rippled sand between smooth, flattened slabs, piles of seaweed, and a few bits of driftwood and other flotsam. The smell of marine growth was strong. Still keeping her imagination reined in, she went deeper into the cave, finally reaching the place where she had seen the 3 smoking mounds and the hideous creature standing over them. No trace of the atrocity remained. The rocks where her mother and her uncle and aunt had died were long since washed clean by the tides. 6 meters beyond them the cave walls met in a dead end. Dee closed her eyes then, and let the memories flood back into her mind. This time they would be complete, without any merciful hiatus or deletion. She would relive exactly what had happened in her terrible experience of 10 years ago. She saw the white gerfalcon that symbolized her own spirit in excorporeal excursion come flying down the chasm to defy the Hydra. The bird pursued the monster into the cave's green shadows, then confronted it as it prepared for its appalling feast. "Who are you? What are you?" "I am Hydra, the servant of Fury." "What are you doing?" "Watch." She saw the great black body with its grasping limbs, the 4 heads with eyes like evil stars, the red mouths opening, ready to feed on the life-force of the first helpless victim. The discordant shriek of Hydra's metaconcert reverberated in Dee's mind, that obscene mental symphony that enabled 4 human beings to metamorphose into a single, devouring entity with more power than the sum of its participants. Held fast in multiple arms, Robert Strawn looked at Hydra. "Not Uncle Robbie, no." "Yes, watch and learn." From the 4 gaping mouths came shining golden tongues that braided together into a single probe that affixed itself to the crown of Robert Strawn's head. His body was suddenly enveloped in purple radiance. He underwent a galvanic spasm and uttered a hopeless cry as the beast began to drink from the first vital source. Deprived of all willpower, but still hideously aware, he could only convulse and suffer as Hydra moved to the 2nd source at the rear of his skull, to the 3rd at the back of his neck, and on down his spine. As the feeding progressed, the writhing body's aura changed in color, and the skin darkened, as though the flesh and bone within were burning in astral fire. Each emptied chakra point was imprinted with a different, intricately detailed pattern having radial symmetry. Dorothea MacDonald watched, helpless to interfere, but this time she inhabited the vision with full sentience, experiencing the pain of her dying uncle through redactive empathy. Finally, when the life-force was drained from the 7th chakra at the base of his spine, Robert Strawn died. So did the agony Dee had shared with him. Hydra dropped the seared husk, which lay steaming on the damp floor of the cave. "That was well done, girl. Now for the next one. Watch. Learn." It turned to Uncle Robbie's wife, Rowan Grant, and consumed her vitality in the same way. Again, Dee shared the pain, not knowing why. "It was easier that time, wasn't it?" Last of all, Hydra took Dee's mother. "Not my mummy, no, no, please."
her most especially. Ready? Begin." For the third time Dee knew that incredible pain, inflicted deliberately by the Hydra to enhance its own pleasure, and for another reason as well. "Why did you kill them that way? Why, you filthy misbegotten thing?" But the monster only said, "Find your own food. Find your own anger. Find your own pain." "Oh, Mom, no. I did love you. I'm sorry I was so angry. You thought the therapy would do me good. You thought the pain would be worthwhile if it made me operant. I didn't understand then. I really would have saved you if I could, but I was too young, too weak, too selfish, too unaware." Pain unending, not for the 3 victims, but for her. "It wasn't my fault that you suffered. It was Hydra's fault and Fury's. I couldn't stop them." Liar. Pain. Hydra laughed at her in her tardy pilgrimage, and as it laughed its monstrous form changed and divided, and it became 4 human beings. One woman was a dark-haired, scarlet-lipped beauty, the other a frail-looking blonde with a glint of madness in her eyes. The taller of the 2 men smiled like a satisfied cat that had consumed its prey. His brawny companion was the young father who had besought Dee's help at the spouting horn. "I know who you are," Dee cried. "I know you're here on this island hoping for a chance to destroy me. But I'm not a helpless child any more. Go ahead, try to feed, see what will happen." She showed them, and in the dream vision, pain turned against the pain-givers. The Hydra faces screamed soundlessly, together with Dorothea MacDonald. She saw them squirming, dying, and was filled with joy. Abruptly, the 4 Hydra units became motionless, like holoforms in a frozen Tri-D display. John Quentin lost his solidity, turned to a wraith, and faded to nothingness. Yes, of course, he was already dead. Safe from her, damn him, but not the others. "Come after me, Hydra, come, so I can kill you even more painfully than you killed my mother." The Hydra survivors in her dream returned to life. Linking hands, they howled at her in a meta-concert of pure hate. "Too late! You should have done it the first time, coward, hypocrite!" They vanished. Joy vanished as well, and with it the beginnings of an awful understanding. Dee came to her senses, alone in the dank reality of the cave, standing in water up to her ankles. The tide had turned, and the sea was streaming slowly into the Gheamhraidh. The memory recall of the old traumatic experience was dim, confused, troubling. There had been no catharsis. She inspected the innermost portions of her mind with redactive scrutiny, and discovered that the deep mental inhibitions were still in place. Reliving the old nightmare had apparently accomplished nothing. A few gulls wheeled overhead, their melancholy cries echoing from the walls of the chasm. She wanted to shout her disappointment and anger to the soaring birds. Somehow she had managed to bungle the initial part of her healing journey. Understanding had slipped away from her at the last moment, or else she had let it escape. Very well, she'd try again. But not immediately. There was no real danger in the rising tide, but she would have to leave the cave at once. The high-water mark on the wall was above her head. She went splashing out, using her stick, and climbed onto dry rocks above the inundated bench. The sea was still nearly calm, heaving gently up and down as she began the ascent of the blocky steps leading to the moorland above the cliffs. Now the cave would be inaccessible for nearly 12 hours, and to start over at the beginning she would have to wait until long after nightfall for the next low tide. She could see in the dark, of course, but that required continuing mental effort that would seriously detract from the experience. "Damn," she said as she reached the chasm's top. "What am I going to do?" A wry female voice seemed to say, "First you try dry out the boots and socks, eh?" Dee had to laugh, and bent her creativity to the task. Then she made the only possible decision. She would ignore her apparent failure and proceed along the North Shore path as she had originally planned, retracing the route she and her family had taken on the fatal hike. Whatever happened would happen. First, though, a bit of prudent reconnoitering.
She travelled a few hundred meters northeast, circling the steep slope above the Gio, and climbed to the top of Nokwam Nomfair, a small hillock that was the highest point on this part of the island. From its vantage point she let her ultra-senses range out. Westward was only open sea that stretched all the way to Canada. North, across the water, lay little Colonsay and Oronsay, and Mull, where the invading MacLeans had launched their invasion 4 centuries earlier. A few scattered bright emanations indicated the presence of harmless, non-operant human life. She turned, scanning Islay itself, and found the northern parts of the island almost deserted. At this time of year only a handful of hardy visitors came, and the locals stayed mostly in snug villages on the southern and eastern shores. She found no operant mines nearby, no threat to her safety. But what was that? As she faced in the direction she must travel, she felt for the merest fraction of a second the weird, etheric disturbance that had frightened her when she visited Islay as a child. It was neither an aura nor the metapsychic resonance of minds working together. It was certainly not far-spoken communication. It touched only the emotions, not the intellect, wordlessly urging her to fear for her life, run away, give up the journey before it was too late. As swiftly as it came, the ultra-sensation disappeared. She cried out, "I'm not afraid of you. I won't run from you, Hydra." But was it Hydra? She replayed the elusive fragment, analyzing it with all the skill of a grand master creator. Its source was not Hydra, not even fury, but something else. Something. Many things? Not threatening, only warning. A frisson of unease touched her as she found herself remembering certain stories Malama had told her, frightening accounts of genuine ghosts whose unquiet spirits the Hawaiian woman had laid. One of them had been the unfortunate mother of Jack and Mark Remillard. With a dismissive shrug, the kahuna had admitted that the more sophisticated metapsychic practitioners of the human polity did not acknowledge the existence of malignant personality aspects that were able to survive death and bedevil the living. But kahunas knew better. Standing on top of the hill, Dee let her mind range out again, seeker sense honed to the keenest. This time there was no evocation of deadly danger, no warning. She thought of far-speaking Malama, even briefly considered asking her angel for advice and reassurance, but then a hot rush of resentment welled up in her, sweeping away any temptation that smacked of continuing childish dependence. No one could help her except herself. Malama had done all she could. The angel, that pre-programmed Lyalmic artifact, had also told her she was on her own. Her mother, her uncle and aunt, even the other murder victims, were quite dead and beyond communicating with her. She was alive and strong and ready to begin her life as an adult. If irrational fears or even genuine enemies stood in her way, she would have to remove them. She set off for the Tonvor headland a couple of kilometers to the northwest. As she strode along in the sunshine, she realized with a sudden burst of hopefulness that the Ton, not the Death Cave, marked the proper starting place for her journey. Perhaps she had not failed after all. Perhaps she had been a fool to think that she could accomplish her goal before completing the full pilgrimage. When she reached the headland, she sat for a time, resting against the same rock that had sheltered her and Ken and Gran Masha. She relived the original Gerfalcon dream in memo recall once again, this time without empathy, as though it were some fantasy drama and she an objective critic. She suffered no pain or fear, made no attempt to analyze the experience. Next, she retraced her panicky flight down the steep path where she had met Thrum Alulek. Before returning to the cliff-top, she scanned the blackened ruins of Senegmore Farm and the lands around it. There was nothing unusual to be found. The nearest human beings were at Loch Gorm, 6 kilometers due south, and her far sight showed that they were only biologists taking a census of the swan population. Staying as close to the precipitate shore as she could, she hiked down to sandy Senegmore Bay. Passing roofless, abandoned crofts with stone walls that seemed to be slowly sinking into the ground. There was still hardly any wind, but the air seemed colder and more damp. Haze was slowly bleaching the blue sky to milky gray. Far offshore, the horizon was beginning to blur. As she continued her resolute tramp through sand dunes, small bogs, and areas of dead bracken, she marked the absence of seabirds that had been so abundant on her childhood trek. Even the ubiquitous peeps, the shore-runners that should have been rather common in winter, seemed to have disappeared. After walking for over 2 hours, she stopped to scan the sullen sea. It had turned leaden as the high overcast moved in. When she extended her far sight, she encountered a bank of fog about a dozen kilometers offshore. "Uh-oh," she muttered, and switched her wrist-com to the weather channel. As she had feared, the fog was expected to move inland within a few hours. Still, if she stepped along briskly, she might still reach the beach picnic shelter at Tre Nosteg, completing the journey before visibility was too badly impaired. She had not yet stopped for lunch. The other sea cave, where she had seen the white gerfalcon, was not far off. When she came to the area above it, she sat at the rim of a small gully and unwrapped her peanut butter sandwich and orange. While she ate, her childhood musings over the splendid Greenland falcon drifted back into her mind. The bird had killed in order to live, and that had troubled her young conscience very much. When Dee grew older, she chose to minimize her consumption of flesh in order to spare the lives of higher animals. Janet and the non-borns had mocked her resolution, and most of her fellow students at Dartmouth had thought her a squeamish sentimentalist. But she had felt that the abstinence was necessary. At this time in the Galactic age, the majority of philosophers and ethicists had rejected as illogical the idea that humans should not kill and eat living things. Milieu physics had demonstrated that all life, not merely that of higher animals, was enmeshed within the vital lattices. Even so-called inanimate objects were known to have a minimal share of vitality, and so if one avoided the consumption of life, one would consume nothing. Logic dictated that the proper food for the human species was that which had nurtured it throughout its evolution. These moral preceptors taught her that "thou shalt not kill" really meant "thou shalt not kill thine own kind, those who think." The stewardship of other life forms and prevention of their needless suffering was properly regulated by prudence and logic. Only the lives of sapient beings, whether human or not, fell under a solemn commandment. Now, for the first time, Dee thought to ask herself why she was so anxious to spare animal life, when at the same time she would have gladly killed the humans who comprised Hydra. Hydra is a murderer, a torturer who deserves to die. Is that why you're trying to trap it? I want to bring it to justice, stop it from killing again. And if it tries to kill you? I wouldn't hesitate for a moment to strike back with all of my mental strength. Kill it in self-defense. It's perfectly justifiable. And if you captured it and it didn't try to harm you? It would try. Of course it would. I'd have to kill it. Kill it even more painfully than it killed them. There. Now you understand. The section of orange she had just taken seemed to turn to dust in her mouth, half choking her and setting her to coughing. She had to drink quickly from her canteen to restore herself. Still breathing raggedly, her heart thudding in her breast, she stared at the stony ground. Understanding. Knowing the truth not only about her culpable witness to Hydra's crime in the sea cave, but also the truth about the promise she had given her father. There were mitigating circumstances for the first sin, overwhelming fear, and the egocentrism of a very young child. But the second action, back on Caledonia, had been quite different. Hearing her father's agonized plea, she had decided just what she would do when she found her mother's murderers. She would not simply capture them and bring them before the Milieu authorities, but— "Oh, God," Dee whispered, and covered her face with her hands. Later, when the last fragment of the thing that had shattered inside her was gone, she was amazed to discover that it was late afternoon. Fog was stealing over the water into the bays and coves and making its first tentative foray onto the land. Dee packed up her things and climbed to her feet, aching all over, realizing that she must have been sitting there without moving for over 2 hours. "Right," she said aloud. "Definitely time to leave." It was a little over 3 kilometers to her journey's end, where her car would be waiting. Once beyond Falcon Cave and the ravine where she once thought she had seen the Kilnave fiend, the walking would be fairly easy. She would have to stay close to the cliff edge in order to avoid bogs, but her farsight would keep her safe in the thickening fog. When she had passed this way as a child, she and the others had remained on the height above the beach and obtained only a partial view of the bird cave. This time there was no surf, and she decided to take the low route to get a look at the cavern's interior. A strong air current streaming from the large opening in the rocks blew the encroaching mist away. It was still very quiet, except for the sound of her boots squeaking on the sand. Inside, the grotto was spacious and deep, much more impressive than Gilmore's. The doves had unaccountably abandoned the place, but their guano whitened many of the rocks protruding from the sandy floor. The wind from within the cave was steady, and it bore a peculiar musty scent, quite unlike bird droppings. Dee progressed to a point where the fading daylight did not penetrate. Her farsight seemed to show that the cave ended another 30 meters or so further in, but when she reached the back of the chamber she noticed that the airflow had become stronger, and had changed direction. It was now blowing from somewhere above her head. When she looked up, she saw a ledge about 6 meters high interrupting the sloping, rough-surfaced wall. Above it was a crevice that seemed wide enough to admit a human body. A non-operant person exploring the cave with artificial light, when the cave wind was not blowing, would likely have missed the crack entirely because of the way it was shadowed. There was a way up. Using her stick and her piquet, she negotiated the climb, then pushed her way through the tight crevice. Its sides were unpleasantly wet from dripping groundwater. After she had penetrated 10 meters or so, the passage opened into another large chamber. Dee straightened and stepped inside, scanning upward with her farsight to see how high the ceiling was. She stepped on something brittle that crunched beneath her boot. She did not scream when her mind's eye discovered the bones. The only sound she made was a low moan of sorrow. So many bones, skulls and rib cages, the long bones of legs and arms, perforated pelvic basins, disarticulated small bones that had been the framework of hands, feet, and vertebral columns. The skeletal remains were white and clean, and all of them were human. Dee counted the skulls. There were 33, some adult and some belonging to children. Inspector Hambule had told her that the presumed victims of the Kilnave fiend, still unaccounted for, numbered 29. Dee wondered who the other 4 had been. Lonely day-trippers from the mainland, with no one to report them missing on Islay. Boaters who had come unsuspecting to shore for a picnic, and instead found death lurking on the pretty beach of Falcon Cave. The underground wind still blew, this time from another opening at ground level that was less than a meter in diameter. But Dee was too distraught now to do anything but retreat. She turned and re-entered the cramped slot leading to the main cavern. A light was shining at the other end. With a sharp intake of breath, Dee stopped to focus her farsight in the darkness. Not one light, but 6 small, brilliant pinpricks like 3 pairs of stars, or glowing eyes. 2 women and a man were standing shoulder to shoulder on the ledge just beyond the tunnel's end. The Hydras, Madeline, Céline, and Parnell Remillard, dressed in ordinary outdoor clothing, were waiting for her to come out. "Oh, dear Jesus," she whispered, nearly paralyzed with dread. Whatever confidence she possessed had evaporated at the sight of those pathetic bones. She was no longer a brilliant, highly educated young woman, a Grand Master-class metapsychic nominated to the Galactic Concilium, but only a panic-stricken 15-year-old girl who had grossly overestimated her own bravery. Pressing back the way she had come, she staggered into the bone-room, heedless of the relics crackling underfoot. The old sense of dire warning thundered in her brain, urging her to flee for her life. They came after her, then, one at a time and slowly, because they were larger than she, and the passage very narrow. The wind still blew. Dee ran to the entrance of the next tunnel, threw off her backpack, dropped her stick, and crawled into the opening on her hands and knees. Where did the passage lead? Desperately she probed ahead with her ultra-senses, not expecting to learn much. Seeing through expanses of solid rock was formidably difficult even for a Grand Master Farseer. And yet she accomplished the task now with an ease that astounded her. The tunnel she was in slanted steeply upward and entered another underground chamber having two other exits. The larger passageway, which was the source of the wind, angled off, twisting and turning for nearly half a kilometre, until it abruptly plunged into unknown depths. The smaller tunnel, up near the ceiling, was only 3 or 4 meters in length. It terminated at the surface. Dee wriggled madly up the incline, dislodging loose chunks of rock that rolled and rattled behind her. Why weren't the Hydras combining in meta-concert, trying to stop her with their mind-devouring ploy? Working together, they might be able to kill her with psychokinesis or some bizarre manifestation of creativity. Instead, they seemed determined to apprehend her physically. One of the Hydra women, Selene, was more slender and agile than the others. She came eeling up the passage after Dee with incredible rapidity, uttering monotonous telepathic obscenities. Dee reached the third cave chamber and began to scramble up the steep wall. She struggled onto a rocky shelf 8 meters above the floor and tried to gather her shaken wits to decide what to do next. The exit shaft was another 4 meters up, and there were no more footholds. Céline Remillard appeared, screaming vulgar insults out loud. For a moment she paused, irresolute, staring up at Dee. The Hydra was fair-haired and sweetly pretty, and the mind that looked out through her turquoise eyes was mad. Giving a final maniacal cry, she changed into a soot-black monstrosity with glowing eyes, a serpentine neck, and multiple arms, a smaller version of the meta-concerted Hydra. A split second later the thing conjured up a hissing ball of energy and flung it at Dee. Without thinking, the girl spun a psycho-creative shield. The lightning ball hit the barrier and disintegrated into a shower of embers that rained onto the cavern floor. Roaring, the Hydra lifted a broken piece of rock the size of a small desk and hurled it without effort. Dee's shield held, and the deflected missile fell with a great crash, cracking apart into sharp-edged fragments. The Hydra shrieked in frustration. An inhuman leap carried it across the rubble-strewn floor to the base of the wall. It began to climb like a huge spider, slowly and carefully. At that moment, the head of Parnell Remillard appeared in the opening of the lower tunnel. Crawling awkwardly into the chamber, he shouted, "Get her quick, Seal! That's the way out!" By now the creature was nearly halfway to Dee's precarious perch. It seemed unable to climb as fast as a human. As Dee cowered behind her mental shield, her farsight perceived the third Hydra unit, the woman she had first known as Magdala McKendall, enter the chamber and speak urgently to her male companion. Abruptly, Dee's protective barrier evaporated. The 3 units had not combined in true meta-concert, but Dee knew instinctively that the other 2 had lent the black monster sufficient creativity to neutralize her mental shield. The thing slowly raised one limb and pointed it at her in a purposeful manner. Dee tensed, shifting all her mind power into the psychokinetic mode. Levitation was all that could save her now, a maneuver that operant preceptors considered ostentatious and déclassé, one that was never taught to PK-adept students. Most powerfully operant children learned it anyway. But before Dee could carry out the levitation sequence, the Hydra pitched another lightning ball at her with blinding speed. This time the mass of raw energy struck Dee's right thigh, burning through the denim of her jeans and searing the leg almost to the bone. She screamed in agony and nearly fell, but peripheral PK steadied her feet, and the redactive metafaculty that automatically responded to injury cut off input to her sensory nerves. What her redaction could not do immediately was restore the ruined sartorius and rectus femoris muscles of her upper leg, and with a greater portion of her mental potential diverted willy-nilly to self-redaction, Dee found she was unable to levitate. Huddled on the ledge with tears of pain streaming from her eyes, she watched the Hydra continue to creep upward toward her. Viewed by farsight, it was shadowless. "Kill me if you can," the insane creature said, almost gaily. "No, I won't deliberately try to kill you, Selene. Not now." "Then you are a fool," said the Hydra. Confident that it would now be able to penetrate whatever mental protection Dee could erect, the monster had not bothered to put up a psycho-creative screen of its own. It seemed to think its quarry had surrendered. With a wild giggle, it produced another globe of deadly energy and held it up for the girl to see. Instead of cringing,
Dee picked up a fist-sized stone and propelled it with all her remaining physical strength, striking the Hydra squarely between its blazing, demented eyes. The lightning ball winked out in the onslaught of unexpected hurt, and the monster faltered, black limbs scratching frantically for purchase. But before it could recover, Dee threw another stone, again striking the misshapen head. Wailing, the Hydra lost its grip and fell, landing heavily on the jagged rocks below. "Seal!" the other two cried. Unaccountably, they did not rush to the aid of their fallen companion. Instead, they remained standing side by side, motionless. The Hydra stirred. Its body flickered, and for an instant Dee far saw the human form of Celine Remillard staggering upright, her face twisted with pain. Then the woman straightened and gave a triumphant cry, apparently reinvigorated by some unconcerted mental ploy of Parnell and Madeline. She underwent her terrible metamorphosis, and Hydra reappeared. It immediately began to climb the wall again, and this time it wore a mental shield of its own. The terror and confusion that had afflicted Dee earlier had passed away, leaving her in control of what faculties she could still muster. Even if she managed to divert mental energy from the redaction, there would still be only enough vitality remaining to fully activate a single higher mind power. Very well. Then let it be creativity, the strongest of all. The agony from her ghastly burn returned as her redaction withdrew, and so did the traumatic shock. She was seized with a sudden attack of dizziness and a profound weakness. At first her body refused to obey when she ordered it to move, but a roar from the advancing monster, intended to intimidate her, had the opposite effect. Still crouching on the ledge, Dee stretched out her right arm and thrust her fingers into the nearly featureless rock face. Her creativity softened the stone like putty. She gouged out a foothold at knee-height, then a second somewhat higher, then a third and a fourth. Once her hand withdrew, the rock rehardened instantly, leaving a useful hole. Dee began to swarm up the wall, letting her injured leg hang free and supporting most of her weight with her arms. The Hydra reached the rock shelf, extinguished its shield, and extended its upper limbs, ready to seize her. Dee clawed out a final hold and heaved herself up into the tiny passageway, gasping from pain and exertion. The tunnel was barely wide enough for her shoulders. The cave wind hissed past her, seeming to push her gently toward freedom, and she began to worm her way upward. Ahead lay a dim grey area of light that had to be the evening sky. Then something took hold of her right ankle and pulled at her hideously burned leg. In hindsight, she knew she should have switched to the coercive mode and forced the Hydra to release her, but the abrupt blaze of new pain cancelled all rationality. Her creativity was available, and so she used it, accelerating the exhalation of the cave wind to hurricane force. Her small body was propelled through the passageway like a human cannonball. The Hydra's grip tore loose from her ankle. She flew out of the tunnel mouth on a roaring blast into the foggy night, tumbling head over heels through the air like a discarded doll. There was a stunning splash. She had landed in a shallow bog. Before the pain could render her unconscious, she called on her redaction. Crawling on her elbows and one knee through the yielding muck, she was able to reach the bog's edge and haul herself onto dry ground. She had emerged in a region of nearly level moorland, all swathed in mist. Her faresight, used gingerly, revealed that less than 30 meters away the land abruptly terminated in a precipice above the sea. The North Shore Trail skirted the cliff's edge. Behind her was the bog. To the left, a dale with a tiny burn that flowed down into Falcon Cave Cove, and to the right lay a jumble of rocks surrounding the subterranean shaft. Gnarled old heather bushes grew in rank profusion over much of the area. If she had fallen in them, she would very likely have broken every bone in her body. The roaring wind had stopped. Dee heard her own pounding heart, the trickling of the stream, and the distant sigh of the sea. Another noise, a very faint splashing, seemed to come from the other end of the bog. After a few moments it stopped. Dee's wrist communicator was smashed and inoperative, but she would not have chosen to use it even if it worked, nor did she intend to send out a far-spoken cry for help. She stripped off her muddy parka, her sweater, which was hardly wet at all, and her cotton flannel shirt. Dipping part of the shirt in the stream's clear water, she bound it carefully about her wounded leg and tied it in place. She put the sweater back on and hung the parka over her shoulders. In its capacious pockets were a bandana handkerchief, a damp Hershey's chocolate bar, her wallet, her hotel room key, and the encoded plas strip that would unlock and activate her rented ground car. She tied the bandana on her head and ate the chocolate. A swift, circumscribing beam of seeker sense assured her that there were no Hydra units in the vicinity. It was no use searching for them underground. Deep beneath the rocks of Islay, their auras would be imperceptible to her. It didn't matter. If they were hiding in the tunnel network, they were no danger to her. Dee's injured leg was as useless as a length of wood, but her mental strength was returning, and she knew she would be able to hobble to the car park where her rented vehicle waited. The village of Beaumont was only 20 kilometers away. She would first make a report to Inspector Hambule, then drive to the little hospital and check in. The authorities could deal with the Hydra. Dee didn't give a damn about it anymore. Strangely, the inhibitory barriers deep in her mind seemed to have crumbled, perhaps as a result of the moral insight she had experienced earlier. She felt no special increase in her powers, but in her present traumatized state that was to be expected. She'd let Catherine Remillard investigate her expanded metapsychic complexes when she had recovered. Only one thing still puzzled her. Why had the Hydra units failed to combine in metaconcert when they attacked her, rather than trying to subdue her physically? Even two of them working together would have been a match for her after her injury. The solution to that mystery would have to wait. Marshalling both her redaction and her farsight in the most efficient way possible, she set off on the trail to the car park. Jack watched her go, then said a prayer of thanksgiving. Noiseless and invisible, he glided over the surface of the bog until he reached a dark shape half submerged in the water. It was the body of a young woman, naked except for a pair of stout hiking boots, and so fearfully abraded that it seemed to be one vast open wound. Nearly all of Céline Remillard's skin was torn away, and both arms had been ripped off at the shoulder as she was sucked and battered through the constricted rocky shaft by Dorothea MacDonald's meta-creative blast. She had no face. Jack probed the brain of the Hydra carefully to make certain that life was extinct, then sent his powerful seeker sense underground. His sister Madeline and cousin Parnell had disappeared completely. It was to be expected that the Hydra had other secret exits from its death cave. Jack moved up into the sky, tracking Dorothea as she trudged doggedly along. She might deduce in time that the Hydras had avoided using metaconcert for a very good reason. They had suspected that Jack might guard Dorothea surreptitiously, and they knew that the emanations of their life-devouring mental combination would have drawn him to them like a beacon. What they had not known was that Jack had been forbidden by the Lyelmic supervisors to interfere, even if Dorothea had died. It was only when she had escaped by her own efforts that he allowed himself to divert her falling body toward a safe landing place. Once she had admitted herself to the hospital in Beaumont, he would go to her and show her how to heal her injuries quickly. Fury would withdraw into siege mode now, guarding its two last precious links to physical reality. The mental signatures of the units would be changed again, and Madeline and Parnell Remillard would eventually surface again with new identities and a fresh focus for meddling. No matter how ingenious their disguise, however, Jack was confident that he would eventually find them and confine them. Then Fury would be all alone, forced to reveal itself. It would have no recourse but to take over the body it secretly shared with an innocent mind. "Father of light," Jack prayed, "help me learn how to kill it before then." 22. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. Of all the higher mind powers, creativity is the strangest. Its expression differs greatly among the races of the galactic milieu, as anyone familiar with a slap-happy Guy and the anal-retentive Symbiari will attest. I've been told I have a goodly dollop of creativity, although I never allowed anyone to measure it, or any other contents of my skull for that matter. I can recall only a few occasions that the power has been really useful to me. On the other hand, creativity may have influenced me more than I realize if my family ghost turns out to be a figment of my imagination, and I myself am actually responsible for everything you have read. Que Dieu ne plaise. In human operance, metacreativity is the power most likely to be made latent and unusable by deleterious factors. Even when you've got it beaucoup and up the wazoo, you can lose it or have it seriously diminished by fatigue, illness, physical or mental trauma, or even getting up on the wrong side of the bed. Conversely, some emotions, fear, anger, lust, can hype it all to hell. Not always, worse luck. But sometimes, when you'd least expect it, a creative brainstorm can save your neck or win you a bundle. Creativity is the faculty most likely to be very strong in normal humans, what's called talent or genius. In the days before metapsychology, hardly any educated earthlings thought of creativity as a higher mind power at all. But the primitives knew, and wisely identified it as the touch of the gods. Every creature with true willpower possesses a modicum of it. Creativity is the integrator and modulator of the entire mind, forming the linkage between thought and matter. It's literally the inspiration, the breathing in of the divine into what would otherwise be mere mud molecules. Le bon Dieu had to tell us himself that humans are most godlike when they love one another. Left to ourselves, we equate godliness with creativity because human beings appreciate results. Psychologists and good school teachers know that creative potential is elusive and inborn. It doesn't necessarily equate with high intelligence. It can be nurtured, but it can't be implanted when the inherited faculty itself is puny. There's no way a person can acquire it by studying, but if you've got it and you work at it, overcoming obstacles in its pursuit, it grows muscles. Ignore it or suppress it, and it withers and may even die. You can lose it due to aging or bodily infirmity, and grief is the greatest creativity slayer of all. Creative insights can strike in an abrupt coup de foudre, or be wrung painfully from the psyche over long periods of time. Creativity can sneak into the mind in a dream, sleeping or waking, but it doesn't often fly in the window when you're drunk or stoned. It only seems to, and then comes the cold grey dawn. In normals, when left-brain creativity flags, it can often be spectacularly revived if one pursues a right-brain activity, and vice versa. Play music or drive a vehicle, and the literary muse will be resuscitated. Read a book or balance the accounts, and the artistic inspiration may return. It's as though the creative stew must sometimes be left to cook on its own, undisturbed by mere ratiocination or willpower's whip. When creativity is frustrated or warped, the effect upon the possessor and the environment can be appalling, because creativity's flip side is destruction. It's not necessarily true that great creativity in humans is closely allied to madness. This is discredited folklore. There have been human geniuses who suffered severe mental illness, particularly the manic-depressive kind, but by and large they seem to have been creative in spite of their disorder, rather than because of it. Schizophrenia, a disease affecting the imagination, is most spectacular when the person's imagination is extraordinary. The loonies depicted in these memoirs of mine have often possessed high creative talent, but try to remember that the consummate creative villain of them all was eminently sane. Meta-creativity is the queen of metafaculties, more awesome in its potential than any of the others. The creativity of normals yields ideas that may indirectly influence matter and energy. That of operants brings forth an idea that may be matter and energy. The simplest aspect of creativity is the special aura that all living things have. Elementary meta-creative tricks include such things as producing flames or lights through the chemical decomposition of organic or atmospheric molecules. Heating and cooling matter is also pretty easy for the average longhead, as is drying off things that are wet, which depends partly on creativity and partly on PK. Making a creative umbrella or other external shield is trickier because it depends upon the mental generation of a sigma field.
but most human master-class metas learn how to do it eventually. Shape-shifting, which isn't fully understood, involving as it does both sender and receiver, the generation of conventional illusions, and going invisible are middling creative. Actually putting together a physical body, even the shell of one, the way Jack did, is gonzo-class creativity, on a par with the external assembly of organic matter, directing metaconcerts and producing mind bolts of psychic energy. I did that a few times by accident, but it's easier with a CE hat. So are lots of other kinds of creative mischief-making, which is one of the main reasons why the galactic milieu outlawed cerebro-energetic enhancement after the rebellion. But now I'm getting ahead of myself. Dorothee's healing, assisted by Jack, stupefied the medical staff at the little Islay hospital. With no operants on the island, the medics were unfamiliar with the spectacular way in which powerful redactors can cure serious injuries. The operant community kept this information and a whole lot more besides, more or less confidential in order to avoid invidious comparisons. A normal Islay citizen of modest means, suffering a deep muscle-destroying burn like Dorothee's, might have had to spend a month in a regen tank, when one became available in a larger hospital on the mainland. Healing through genetic engineering was not as routine in the 70s as it would be 20 years later. Such expensive facilities were always available to operants who needed them, however. It was one of the side benefits the milieu quietly vouchsafed to those it deemed the most important members of the human race. With Jack's redaction added to her own, Dorothee was discharged within 3 days, not fully restored, but able to function normally and without pain. She would have plenty of time to deal with the cosmetic aspects of her wound herself during the starship flight to Concilium orb. In his statement to the police, Jack said only that he had come to Islay in search of background information on the original crimes, as had Dorothee herself. It was tacitly inferred by the locals that the famous young Remillard magnate and the hugely talented young woman were great and good friends, and he had been helping her investigate the old crime committed against members of her family. The two of them did nothing to contradict this notion, but Dorothee was actually furious with Jack for shadowing her. It was only after a nasty telepathic wrangle that she consented to let him help with her healing, and then only because she didn't want to stay in hospital any longer than necessary. To the great exasperation of Inspector Humbuel, agents of the Galactic Magistratum converged upon the island to take charge of the latest investigation. The first magnate himself put in an appearance, and he was mightily pissed off with the two young people for setting a Hydra trap without notifying him. But there was really nothing Paul could do about it. Dorothee had been completely unaware of the dynasty's secret search, and Jack was a law unto himself. All proceedings of the new Islay inquiry were sealed, with the exception of a terse announcement saying that Celia McKendall, believed to be the perpetrator of the numerous killings that had taken place on the island in earlier years, had been found dead in a cave, together with the bones of her victims, by a girl hiker. The presence of the killer on Islay was not explained, but the Scotsman speculated that she might have been overcome with remorse and committed suicide at the scene of her grisly crimes. The DNA of the woman who had attacked Dorothee yielded a positive identification of Céline Mireille Ashe Remillard, daughter of Maurice Remillard and Cecilia Ashe. The information was not made public, nor was it shared with the local police. The body was released to the custody of the first magnate himself. After a private Catholic memorial service attended by certain anonymous operants, the ashes of the murderer were scattered over the Atlantic Ocean. On 20 January 2073, Earth computation, her 16th birthday, Dorothea Mary Strawn MacDonald became a magnate of the Concilium and was named a paramount Grand Master in all 5 metafaculties. Her maiden speech, delivered a couple of weeks later, was brief but moving, a plea that all operant members of the human polity renounce forever the use of higher mind powers as weapons, even in a cause that might be deemed just, such as self-defense. There was enthusiastic applause for the young woman's naive idealism, plus a certain amount of trepidation among the rebel contingent, who feared that Dorothée might become a new and vocal member of Anne Remillard's pestiferous Unity Directorate. But instead, the new paramount was quickly named First Deputy Dirigent of Caledonia, which effectively removed her from the forefront of Concilium politics. Dorothée was both astounded and troubled by her unexpected appointment. She tried to decline the honour, insisting that she was too young and inexperienced for such responsibility, but the Lyelmic supervisors were adamant. The only concession she wrung from them was an agreement to review and evaluate her work critically in 2 years' time, and remove her from office if she proved incompetent. When she returned to the planet of her birth, she had a warm reunion with her father Ian, who had recently married Janet Finlay. Her non-born adoptive siblings, Ellen Gunn and Hugh Murdoch, were overawed at her new position of authority, while the one-time bully Gavin Boyd was scared shitless of her, until she assured him she held no grudge. Dorothée lived in a simple apartment and dirigent house in the Caledonian capital, New Glasgow, and spent the first year of her term learning her duties while acting as all-around dog's body to the aging planetary executive, Graham Hamilton. His former first deputy, Catriona Chisholm, was transferred to the populous cosmop planet Avalon, where she became deputy to Usha Singh. Although this was technically a promotion for Chisholm, she was furious at being replaced by a raw teenager, even one with paramount faculties. Chisholm had expected to succeed Graham Hamilton, but there was small chance of that happening now. Calum Sorley, the Scottish planet's Intendant-General, was livid at the thought of a youthful idealist usurping a position that the radical anti-unity faction had counted heavily upon. Their scheme for manufacturing illegal CE equipment on Caledonia, once Hamilton was out of the way, had to be abandoned, with the result that the active phase of the metapsychic rebellion was put on hold for nearly a decade, until Satsuma was finally able to produce the mental weaponry. Hamilton had been dirigent since 2054, when the Symbiare proctorship finally ended in the colonies. Before that, he had served in the planet's Intendant Assembly for over 30 years, he and his late wife having been among the first settlers. Graham was a rugged old haggis-walloper who scorned rejuvenation, claiming that he had no time to waste floating in a vat of artificial amniotic fluid when there was work to be done. He knew every nook and cranny of Caledonia, was personally acquainted with almost every first-generation settler, and had tinkered and goosed the Scottish world's economy to an unexpected state of prosperity, considering its paucity of natural resources. His health had remained excellent until his wife's accidental death in 2064. Then, like a lot of brilliant but careless old farts, he let himself go to pot physically, once there was no dedicated spouse in the house to keep an eye on him. He ate wrong and drank wrong, and kept the doctors and the genetic engineers at bay, declaring he'd redact any little aches and pains that bothered him. Hamilton was a hell of a coercer, but a bush league redactor. By the time Dorothée came to Cali in 2073, he was 79 years old. He had been fitted with a bionic heart, liver and kidneys, and also suffered from a maverick strain of chronic lymphocytic leukemia that defied treatment. He had been dying for at least 2 years, and was fated to hang on for another 4. There was nothing whatsoever wrong with his wits. He recognized at once that Dorothée was the successor he had been waiting for, a young woman endowed with a full bag of extraordinary mental talents who was loyal to the milieu and fiercely devoted to Caledonia itself. Unlike Catriona Chisholm, she was ready to put the welfare of her planet and its inhabitants above galactic politics. Her extreme youth made her malleable and eager for Hamilton's counsel. Her energy and intelligence provided him with fresh insight and made him feel confident that when he cashed in his chips, he'd be leaving Cali in the best possible hands. No wonder the two of them got on together like a house afire. Ideally, the office of dirigent involves ombudsmanship, fiscal oversight, the expediting of communication between the citizens and their government, and liaison between the Intendant Assembly of the planet and the milieu. The dirigent has a large staff of assistants, but most of them report directly to the top, so that the chief executive and first deputy are able to keep their fingers on the planetary pulse at all times. Although the dirigent and the deputy are both empowered to use coercion, deep probing, and the other metapsychic powers in the course of official investigations, good old horse sense is apt to prove a more effective tool in the long run. The dirigent's deputy is expected to act as the boss's sampler of public opinion, troubleshooter, and inspector general. Sophisticated Catrionicism had spent most of her time in the capital city, but Rogatien was almost compulsively on the move, interviewing citizens in the frontier regions of the planet, as well as the centers of commerce and culture. Nobody knew where she and her souped-up lotus egg would turn up next. One week she'd be prowling the farmsteads of Argyll. The next she might be visiting pearl fishers in Strathbogie, buckyball mines in darkest Caithness, or checking out tourism in the sport-fishing resorts of Cairngorm. Her paramount status made her an object of pride to the operant Cali citizenry, but the normals didn't really give a hoot about her awesome mind powers. It was her unassuming manner, intelligence, and genuine interest in their lives that won the hearts of those crusty, kilty hinterlanders. They called her the Dirigent Lassie, and accorded her a fondness that the aloof Chisholm had never enjoyed. Not everyone thought Rogatien was a superstar, however. Certain Caledonian Assembly bureaucrats with private agendas, professional sharpsters, sleazy corner-cutters, and thimble-rigging entrepreneurs came to view her as a holy terror. She'd come poking around some trouble spot, winsome and innocent-seeming, and when the lowlives were confident they'd pulled the wool over her young eyes, whammo! Wyatt Earp rides into Dodge City disguised as a girl in a tartan culotte. She could read the minds of flim-flam artists like they had windows in their skulls, and she was merciless with the exploiters and environmental spoilers who always seemed to infest the planetary frontiers. During her 4 years as Graham Hamilton's deputy, she played an important part in helping her world to achieve its long-sought goal of a positive balance of payments. The time finally came when the old dirigent saw his beloved Scottish planet no longer dependent upon milieu subsidies. Thanks to him and his tireless young deputy, Caledonia proudly took its place among the dozen or so ethnic worlds in the human polity that were prosperous and financially secure. Rogatien remained dubious about her own performance, however, suspecting, perhaps correctly, that the citizenry viewed her more as a beloved mascot than as a competent executive. She continued to beg the Lylmic to demote or remove her, feeling that she had failed to measure up to her high office. Some of her insecurity was due to Calum Sorley and his rebel allies, who waged a subtle and persistent campaign designed to belittle and discredit her. But even aside from this subversion, the nagging feeling persisted in her heart that she was only a jumped-up prodigy who had been thrust into high office through an exotic whim. No reassurances by Graham Hamilton or any other close associates in Dirigent House could convince her otherwise. Much later, Rogatien confessed to me that each morning during those early years, when she looked at herself in the mirror and combed her hair, she felt a pang of anxiety and disbelief. The person looking back at her from the glass was a freak and a fraud. This plain-faced, very small, very young woman did not deserve to be deputy dirigent, and could not possibly command the true respect of the planetary populace. She was only a celebrity, not a genuine leader. The Lylmic had made a terrible mistake, and one day she would surely be exposed as the incompetent she felt herself to be. Each morning and night she prayed for deliverance from a situation she felt was hopeless. But during her working days she continued to do the very best she could. I did not see Rogatien again until 2076, 3 years into her term as deputy, when she returned to Earth for the marriage of her brother. News about her doings came to me mostly from my old drinking buddy Kyle MacDonald, who shared many an ethanol-tinted evening with me in my favorite Hanover oasis, the Sap Bucket Tavern, just about the only bar in town that actively discouraged college students. It was there that Kyle converted me to the rebel cause. Not that I wasn't already tilting toward sedition on my own. what with Sevy and Adrian's shining example to poison my willing mind. Not even Jack's devotion to the milieu and keen advocacy of unity was able to overcome my own long-standing sense of unease at the prospect of humanity getting into some sort of permanent mind meld with the exotic races. The Poltroyans were fine and dandy, regular folks, if you could forget their purple skin, ruby eyes, and painted little bald heads. But who would seriously want to share mental intimacy with a gang of green-dripping, technocratic crepe-hangers like the Symbiari, or be mind buddies with a nightmarish Krondaku? The Ghee were a hoot at parties, but they were alarmingly oversexed and so sensitive they were known to drop dead just to make an aesthetic statement. The Lyelmik were probably the scariest of all, and I had my own family ghost to prove it. Fortunately, le fantôme familier had left me in peace during most of the years since Jack's birth, but I knew it was still out there, ready to bedevil me again when I least expected it. So I felt right at home when Kyle MacDonald gradually introduced me into the local rebel sewing circle. The activities of the Hanover Disunity Club at that time weren't especially exciting, concentrating as they did upon refuting the propaganda of the Pan-Polity Directorate and subverting operant Dartmouth students. Kyle's wickedly anti-milieu fantasy satires enjoyed a wide readership throughout the human polity, and he was once again rolling in money. Even his passage into low-grade operancy didn't harm his popularity among the xenophobic normals, who would eventually become cannon fodder in the metapsychic rebellion. One prime objective continued to elude the rebel leadership. They still hadn't managed to net Mark. Believe it or not, I was given the assignment of brainwashing my paramount great-grandnephew and converting him to the cause. Laughable in excelsis, you'll agree, but at that time no one else among the insurgents had ready access to him. I at least visited Mark now and then in his Pacific Northwest home, and even joined him on fishing excursions to Belize, Christmas Island, the Yakima River, and even the Irish planet. I did my insidious best to put across the rebel party line when we were together, but Mark, while sympathetic to anti-unity philosophy, seemed quite uninterested in doing anything about it. He mocked my fellow conspirators, especially the magnates, as a bunch of cocktail party mutineers with no viable alternative to the milieu they were so anxious to escape. Anyone possessing higher mind powers, said he, needed to be part of a highly structured, altruistic civilization. Homo superior was too dangerous to be let loose in the kind of old-fashioned laissez-faire society the rebels advocated. Yes, I recognize the irony here. But Mark would remain a staunch supporter of the milieu for years, until his own precious ox got gored, whereupon he revised the rebel manifesto and assumed leadership of the movement himself. Kenneth MacDonald and Luc Remillard were married in the same Fieldstone church where Dennis and Lucille had wed 81 years earlier. Anne officiated, Dorothée was maid of honor, and Catherine, the boss and professional colleague of both young metapsychologists, served as best woman. There was a reception at the Hanover Inn following the ceremony, and it was there that Dorothée and I managed to renew our friendship after its long hiatus. "It's too bad Ian couldn't make it," I said, having danced her onto the hotel terrace away from the noisier celebrators. We found an empty wrought-iron table with 4 chairs in a corner under an ornamental tree, and took possession. It was June, and the weather was perfect. A waitron came along with slow gin fizzes and made it even better. "Dad still believes the farm can't function without him," she said, "and he's an active intendant associate for Van Vorik as well." Although she hadn't grown a cent since I'd seen her last, she was most definitely a woman now, at 19, poised and mature, and still very private behind that grave little face that never betrayed what she was thinking. She wore a trouser suit of cherry-coloured linen and a white blouse with a froth of lace at the wrists. Around her neck on a gold chain hung the little diamond mask talisman. "Do you get to spend much time with Ian yourself?" I asked.
"Not as much as I'd like." She pushed back a lock of straight brown hair that the breeze had disarranged. "I did break the news to him about Ken and Luke. Dad was slightly disconcerted. His attitudes on marriage are still rather old-fashioned, like a lot of people who live on outlying ethnic worlds. But he came around in time and even sent wedding rings of Cali gold, inset with black diamonds from the local mine."
"The stones didn't look black to me," I remarked in surprise.
"No, they're really brilliant grey. Lovely things. I suppose the Cali diamond merchants think black sounds sexier. Our mines produce diamonds in all kinds of odd colours, but black is the rarest. Our pearls are tinted too. Even the trees on the planet come in outlandish tartan colours. Caledonia is a wonderful place. I want you to come and visit soon, Uncle Rogie. The deputy dirigent gets a quota of free transport tickets as an official perk, and I'll send you one."
"I like that. How's the fishing?"
"Fantastic."
She actually smiled.
"Angling is one of our prime tourist attractions. We have genuine Scottish salmon, of course, but the real prizes are some naturalized blue Siberian trout as long as your leg, planted years ago on Clyde by a chap named Vladimir Ilyich McNaughton."
"Send 3 tickets," I chortled, "and I'll bring Mark and Jack."
"If you like."
She looked away, and the smile disappeared. "Batage!" I exploded. "Are you still on the outs with Jack after all these years?"
"Certainly not."
She took a prim little sip of fizz and gazed out at the college green across the street. Young women her own age, college students dressed in Levi's and T-shirts and bright cotton shifts, were lounging about on the grass as carefree as meadowlarks. I wondered if Dorothée ever took time off to bird-watch any more, or even to relax.
Director John Remillard and I conferred at the last Concilium session about some of Cali's geophysical problems,"
she went on matter-of-factly. "Anything really serious?"
"We hope not. The studies have only just begun, and they'll take over a year. Human scientists are conducting them this time rather than the Krondaku, who did the original survey thousands of years ago."
"Another one of their fuck-ups like Satsuma and Okanagan?"
"Evidently,"
she said.
"Dirigent Hamilton has been after the milieu to do a complete new lithospheric evaluation for ages. Work finally began in earnest about 5 Earth months ago."
"After you put the arm on Jack," I remarked. She nodded uncomfortably. "Speak of the devil," I muttered. 2 men, one towering and dark, the other medium in height, and so unexceptional that he almost faded into the woodwork, had come out onto the inn terrace. They were looking about in that off-handed, operant way that invariably means you are the target of subliminal attention and had better acknowledge the overture unless you have a damned good reason not to. I waved and grinned. Dorothée produced a dutiful social smile, and the 2 Remillard brothers ambled over, carrying drinks and little plates of dessert. "May we join you?" Mark inquired, looking dapper as the devil in a Brummel-esque outfit, with a dark green tailcoat, fawn breeches, shiny boots, and a white stock. Jack wore the only brown Nebulan suit I've ever seen in my life. The glittery fabric actually looked drab on him.
"Certainly."
Dorothée was gracious.
"Please sit down."
Jack took the place next to her and made small talk about the lovely wedding and the happy couple. Dorothée produced similar pleasantries, and then remarked that his goody looked delicious. "It's almond mademoiselle wedding cake," he said eagerly. "Please share it with me." The fork, the plate, and the cake all fissioned like mutant amoebae, yielding half-sized replicas of the originals. Mark and I rolled our eyes and heroically refrained from snide utterances, but Dorothée might have been young Queen Victoria, confronted with a flower-bearing gutter-snipe.
"How very kind of you,"
she murmured. She began to eat the very paragon of politesse. "Dorothée was just telling me about the great sport fishing on Caledonia," said I. "Cosmic class, so I've heard," said Mark. "I've always meant to give it a whirl, but the new E-18 project at Serum seems to be taking all my time."
"A new cerebro-energetic application?"
Dorothée inquired. Mark nodded. We'll crank the enhancement of innate creativity up to nearly 300% if I can get the bugs out of this model."
"Why, that's amazing."
She hesitated momentarily before continuing.
"I wonder if your brother has mentioned the spot of seismic bother we've been experiencing on Caledonia? If your organization should ever need to field-test your new equipment in a geophysical application, we'd give you a grand Scottish welcome, and take you fishing besides."
"The offer sounds irresistible," Mark agreed, smiling his charming, asymmetrical smile. "Mind if I tag along?" Jack asked diffidently.
"You'd both be welcome, of course," she said. "Shall I keep you posted on the progress of the new survey?"
"Oh, Serum's been keeping an eye on you ever since the crustal studies began," Jack said with bland innocence.
"Then you must know,"
she said a bit more stiffly,
"that we may have reason for grave concern. Within the last 3 years, deep-seated seismic activity has increased throughout the entire northern hemisphere, especially in the vicinity of the Clyde continent. We've even had a kimberlite diatreme for the first time in 30,000 orbits. Fortunately, the pipe was less than a meter wide, and the eruption took place in an uninhabited region."
"What's a diatreme?" I asked. "A cold eruption of gas," Jack said. "Usually carbon dioxide or water vapor. The phenomenon undoubtedly accounts for the abundant diamonds of Caledonia. The crystals form at great depths beneath ancient cratonic land masses and are blasted to the surface when diatrematic activity forms a kimberlite pipe. It's fascinating,
"Unless it takes place in the midst of a densely populated area,"
Dorothée broke in gently.
"But we're not so much concerned with the diamonds as we are with a possible threat to cratonic stability. A craton is a very ancient chunk of crust that forms the nucleus of a continent. On Earth, each continent is made up of a number of cratons. Caledonia has 19 small continents with a single craton for each. We've left the 7 most seismically active land masses uncolonized. The 12 populated ones were supposed to have cratons that stabilized eons ago, but, as you may know, doubts have been cast on the validity of the original Krondock survey."
"A charitable way to put it," Mark murmured.
"We're not sure yet,"
Dorothée continued,
"but there may be a sizable reservoir of magma with an extremely high volatile content just below the lithospheric mantle of Clyde's craton. If signs of imminent instability turn up in the new study, then CE modification of the reservoir contents could be critically important."
"Sounds challenging," Jack said. "Do you have many trained CE ops with Grand Master class creativity who could work on geozap planning with Mark's serum people?"
"We have 3, she said.
Jack was taken aback. "That sounds like a considerable challenge."
42 Caledonian Grand Master geophysicists are undergoing training on Satsuma,"
Dorothée said,
"but it will be some years before they're all fully certified for cerebroenergetic enhancement. Dirigent Hamilton is adamant about safety considerations."
"So am I," Mark said tersely. "My brother and I have developed some interesting new meta-concert programs for multiple Grand Master heads," Jack said, "but we don't usually participate personally in serum geophysical projects these days."
"Oh."
Dorothée was plainly disappointed.
"You see, it would be very difficult to get additional experienced Grand Master class creators to come into Caledonia from other worlds. Those planets that have CE operators trained in geophysical creativity paid a fortune and waited a long time to get them certified. They're understandably anxious to keep the workers at home, where there tend to be more projects than they can handle. That's why I thought, that is, I hoped, that you two might consider working with our Caledonian operators in order to test your new equipment."
Jack shook his head with real regret. "Frankly, tacking just 3 Grand Masters onto my own meta-concerted input and Mark's would hardly produce an appropriate configuration." I let loose a derisive guffaw. "Be like hitching a trio of mice alongside a pair of Clydesdales." But I shut my fool mouth and mentally kicked myself when I saw the look of dismay on the poor girl's face. It vanished immediately, however, and she appeared as composed as ever.
"I see,"
she said.
"I apologize for the misunderstanding."
She pushed back her chair and prepared to leave. We all politely climbed to our feet.
"Whether or not you choose to test your new equipment on Caledonia,
she said to Mark. "It would make me very happy to welcome you and Jack and Uncle Roger for the fishing. Now you must excuse me. I promised dances to Ken and Luke before I left." She nodded pleasantly at each of us and went back to the ballroom. "Nice going," Mark said to me with heavy irony. "Ah, shit," I muttered wretchedly. "I didn't mean to make fun of her dinky little C.E. Corps." Jack said, 3 GMs on their own wouldn't have a prayer of diffusing a deep-seated high-pressure magma reservoir, even using Serum's new E-18 brain booster. He lifted his inhuman eyes to his older brother. "Would they?" "No," said Mark. "I thought the problem on Caledonia was typical subduction zone volcanism, 10 to 50 kilometers deep. If Caledonia's mantle and crust are nearly terrestrial, then a subcratonic reservoir of the type she spoke of would likely lie 130 to 200 kilometers below the surface. Deep drillers can descend that far, but getting the metacreative impulse focused and shaped under those conditions of heat and pressure would be a real bitch. It may not be feasible under any circumstances, and it would certainly be bloody dangerous." "But you and I might be able to pull it off, using the new hats." Jack's tone was almost pleading. "Creative CE is finally gaining acceptance with the milieu conservatives," Mark said severely. "A fiasco now would put us back to square one, or worse." "But if a subcratonic reservoir blows, it could be a major disaster for the affected planet." "Damn it, Jack, I'm not touching this thing with a barge pole. I almost barbecued myself once before doing experimental geozap CE with you. Pardon me if I can't get all worked up at the notion of a fresh try. If the boil on Caledonia pops, they'll just have to evacuate the region and pick up the pieces." "Poor Dorothée," I said. "Poor Serum," Mark retorted. "If I get myself killed or tangled in a no-win mess because bodiless bozo here thinks he's in love." I gaped at Jack. The paramount naked brain and little diamond mask? The absurd contingency had never entered my mind. "You know, Mark," Jack said in a friendly fashion, "sometimes you're really a primo prick." "At least I've got one to call my own," Mark snapped, and he went stomping off, coat-tails and hackles both flying high. Jack's mind said, freakish obscene image, plus utter dejection. I tried to force some hearty optimism. "Cheer up, Tijon. Maybe there won't be any rumble on Caledonia. Maybe those half-assed Crondoc surveyors got it right after all. And maybe bears will build latrines in the woods." I couldn't resist asking, "Are you really in love with her?" The inhuman blue eyes had a sardonic glitter. "What a ludicrous idea. Me? In love? Why, that's positively sickening, right?" "Oh, Tijon," I whispered, and my vision began to blur. "I really can't stand people who cry at weddings," Jack said. "See you later, Uncle Roger." I stayed there alone for a good long time, then snuck away to the Sap Bucket Tavern and got paralytic. A little over a year after Dorothée returned to her home world, Graham Hamilton died peacefully. She was immediately appointed planetary dirigent of Caledonia by the Lyelmic supervisors. Late in 2077, the team of human geophysical surveyors confirmed the presence of an enormous, high-pressure magmatic reservoir beneath the continent of Clyde. In their report to the dirigent, the scientists estimated that the thing would blow off catastrophically within 2 to 3 years, unless something drastic was done to modify its development. Dorothée thanked the surveyors and promised to take the matter under advisement. Then she called me, and I called Jack. 23. Sector 12, star 12337-010, Grian, Planet 4, Caledonia. 13 to 14 on Giblean, 24 to 25 November 2077. By the time Roger revived from the state of enforced hibernation he'd endured throughout the tight-leash trip from Earth, Skura 2 was dropping through the aurora-streaked ionosphere toward the cloudy Scottish planet. Scratching himself and yawning, the old man made his way to the flight deck. His great-grandnephew was no longer in the brain-boarded fishbowl that was his resting place of choice while disembodied, but sat instead in a command chair like a decent human being, dressed in a blue jumpsuit and a pair of sauvage hikers. The blinking light on the terrain display before him indicated that their landing site was nowhere near either of Clyde's metro areas. "What's happening?" Rogie inquired. "You're not putting down at the Wester Killicranky starport?" "We've got emergency clearance to land at the geophysical operations site," Jack said. "Cali Traffic Control decided Skura 2 is small enough to be designated an honorary egg bus. We won't have to transship the equipment to a rowcraft for atmospheric flight." "Some bus?" the bookseller snorted. "Damn thing would leave a Chromdock clipper in the dust. I can't believe we hopped over 500 lights in 2 days. Actually, I held back a little to be sure you'd survive. You're the first passenger I've taken in the new ship." The old man flexed his arms again and groaned a little. "I'm glad you didn't tell me that before we started out. I might have thought twice about wanting to come along." The bus driver showed immediate concern. "Are you in pain, Uncle Rogie?" "Just creaky from being zonked out for 2 days. You redacted me just fine. Didn't feel a thing. All I need is a square meal. You get any word from Dorothea while I was out for the count?" Jack turned back to the display. They were swiftly approaching their destination, a plateau situated between 2 sizable rivers that was labelled Windlestrow Muir. It lay about 700 kilometres south of Caledonia's capital, New Glasgow, below Clyde's Lothian range. There were dozens of small cities and villages in the valleys near the sea, but the moorland itself seemed almost devoid of settlement. "I first spoke the dirigent when we emerged from the first subspace vector," the young man finally said. "I wanted to find out if she'd had any luck recruiting additional CE operators from other worlds. She only got 3 from Satsuma and 1 from Yakutia, and now she wants to call off the operation." "Mad." Rogie heaved a disappointed sigh. "But what else can she do? You told her before we ever left Earth that 15 trained geo-zappers would be the minimum to fit the E-18 metaconcert for a big operation like this." "I want to check out the situation myself. Confer with the chief surveyor of the planet. Maybe I can think of something, design a new config for the 7 operators, or find some different way to tackle the problem." The ship said, "Entering planetary tropopause, opening viewpoint shutters, ETA Windlestrow Auxiliary Landing Area, 5 minutes. Do you wish a summary of surface conditions?" Jack gave a sad little laugh. "Why not? Scattered cumulonimbus cells with heavy precipitation and limited visibility at surface. Wind 3-6, gusting to 5-5. Air temp plus 04. Local time 17:32 hours. Windlestrow Navcom clears us for immediate landing. Shall I proceed?" "Go," said Jack. And to Rogie, "Break out a couple of rain jackets, would you please, and 1 E-18 unit for show and tell." They touched down in a thundering deluge and near total darkness. The portable buildings of the Geophysical Operations Camp stood on high ground above a hollow containing a lake about a kilometre in width. Down at the water's edge, high-intensity floodlights on tall standards illuminated 4 huge machines and a similar smaller model, Sigma-shielded deep drillers capable of penetrating far beneath the planetary crust. Skura 2 shuddered slightly as it came into gravity's grip, touched down, tilted, then modified the landing strut's extension to compensate for the soggy, unstable ground. The pad was nothing but roughly graded earth, scored with shallow erosion channels full of running water. A single big-wheel Bronco, headlights dim in the rain, came lurching and bouncing toward them from the cluster of buildings. The starship said, "This area is experiencing microseismic activity as well as soil instability due to water saturation. I advise you to leave my systems activated at level 2, rather than commanding full shutdown. In the event of an emergency, I will assume a holding pattern in the planetary ionosphere and await your mental summons." "Go," Jack agreed. He stared through the ship's forward port for a moment, checking out the approaching truck with his farsight. The dirigent was driving, and Intendant General Calum Sorley sat in the back seat. Her face was without expression, but her eyes had dark smudges beneath them, betraying anxiety and lack of sleep. She looked years older. Poor little diamond mask. She had pleaded with the supervisors not to appoint her to the dirigentship, but they had been adamant. And now her beloved home-world was on the brink of ruin, and she would have to preside over its demise. Jack joined Roger and donned a jacket. When the big Ford four-wheeler pulled up, he opened the starship's airlock. The waiting vehicle had cleated tires nearly a meter in diameter and stood in mud up to the hubs. Jack propelled Roger and the carrier with the CE equipment into the front seat with unceremonious piquet, levitated himself into the back seat, and slammed the truck doors after them. "Welcome to bonny Caledonia," said Dorothea MacDonald, lifting her hand in the open-palmed operant greeting. "Sorry about the wee sprinkle. It'll pass by in half an hour or so." She introduced I.G. Sorley, a well-built man in his late 30s. Both of them wore day-glow orange environmental suits without headpieces. Their hair was soaked and their faces beaded with raindrops. The Bronco began to wallow toward the lighted buildings. "Thank you for coming, Jack," the dirigent said, rather coolly. "Uncle Roger should never have pressured you to involve yourself, but—" "He didn't. I'm glad to be here, and I'll do anything in my power to help. I can't understand why you didn't ask me yourself." She was staring straight ahead, clutching the steering wheel in a white-knuckled grip. "I wouldn't have presumed. You have so many other demands on your valuable time. I asked Roger to approach your brother Mark about lending us the new CE equipment from Serum, but I never dreamed he'd ask you to come here." "Oh, for God's sake," Jack muttered. "Would you really put Caledonia at risk just because you can't stand me?" "I have the greatest respect for you. I simply didn't feel it was proper to involve you in a hopeless situation." "How do you know it's hopeless?" he challenged her. "You can see for yourself in just a few minutes. Our chief surveyor is ready to give you an overview. I told you in our subspace conversation yesterday that you were only wasting your time." "Damn it, let me be the judge of that." "I'm responsible for this world, not you, Jack," she snapped, "and the final judgment on this project will be mine." "Then be sure that judgment is based on reason and not on your stubborn pride." "Will you two cut it out?" Roger pleaded. "One piece of good news," Caleb Sorley put in hastily. "Another GeoZap recruit signed on, from Okanagan. She'll be here by supper-time." "That's 8 qualified CE operators all told, then?" Jack muttered. "Better, but still not enough for the 15-head metaconcert the job probably needs." "The Akusha operator made a suggestion this morning," Sorley went on. "She said that we might abandon the metaconcert approach and attack the subcratonic reservoir with multiple individual creative impulses instead. It seems they've had some success with the technique on their world, coping with smaller magma chambers. The beastie under Clyde is much larger and deeper, of course, but with the added power of your E-18s—" "I'll need a better picture of the reservoir," Jack said. "We'll give you a full Tri-D model with all the bells and whistles right now, unless you'd rather freshen up first." "Not at all. Let's go for it." Sorley nodded. "Narendra has it all set up." They were approaching a large portable building crowned with antenna arrays. The dirigent skidded to a stop in front of it, flinging a sheet of muddy spray. The 4 of them climbed out and raced through the rain to the entrance, where they were met by a dark-complected man with a dazzling smile. The dirigent introduced Caledonia's chief surveyor, Narendra Shah McNabb. He greeted Jack and Roger with effusive enthusiasm and led the way to a holographic display chamber. "Are you familiar with the latest geophysical graphic models?" the scientist inquired. "No? Well, you should find this interesting. I'll just start the simulation." He glanced at a little monitor just outside the chamber, took a portable keypad from its holder, and tapped away for a few moments. Then he opened the door to a 3-dimensional vision of hell. "Cri de tabernacle!" Roger gasped, backpedaling in dismay. But the surveyor only laughed, beckoned for them to follow him inside, and shut the door. The holographic representation of the tectonic environment beneath Caledonia's crust filled the entire room, so that an observer seemed at first to be immersed in flaming chaos. Only gradually did the scene take on a sense of order and even stark beauty, with semi-transparent streams of fiery scarlet, vermilion, and yellow, forming dynamic three-dimensional patterns that one could examine at close range from any angle. At the other end of the room, a platform with shallow steps running along its entire length was barely visible through the simulation. Narendra Shah McNab led his guests through the midst of the conflagration and up onto the platform, where it seemed as though their heads broke through the illusion's surface and into open air. They became giants, looking at the southern shore of Clyde land mass and the adjacent sea. Then, as they moved down one shallow step at a time, they effectively descended beneath the lithospheric crust and into the depths of the planet. Clyde grew a massive root, solid in the top 30 kilometers or so, and stiffly molten to a depth of about 160 kilometers. The entire continental lithosphere was embedded in a much thinner oceanic lithosphere that formed the floor of the sea. "The fiery, moving portion of the model below the lithosphere," McNab said, "represents an upper part of the planetary mantle called the asthenosphere. It behaves more like a liquid than the more rigid lithospheric mantle that generally stays coupled to the continent. The swirling areas in our model asthenosphere are convection currents, greatly accelerated in the simulation, of course. Note that they're very complex. The individual convection cells change shape and also exhibit changing velocity in response to heating and cooling and alterations in the density of the circulating material. Now let's move down the rest of the steps and inspect the asthenosphere immediately underneath Clyde. Very soon now the simulation is going to demonstrate the catastrophe scenario." They took up a position just south of the continent, where they were able to look up through the semi-transparent route. "The umber-colored area with a deep crimson lower portion represents the Clyde craton and its associated lithospheric mantle. We're right on top of it here at Windlestrow Muir. The craton is the southerly, most ancient part of the continent, which was presumably formed when Caledonia first solidified some 3 billion years ago. The lighter-colored continental regions around the edges and to the north are younger rocks that accreted to the craton throughout the eons as the landmass slowly grew." "Largest craton," Jack observed. "Cali's continents have grown much more slowly than those of more Earth-like worlds," said McNab. "But never mind the reasons for that. Look lower now into the asthenosphere right in front of us. Notice how that very large convection cell beneath Clyde is losing stability, actually fissioning while we watch." Of course, the event actually took place over a period of several million orbits. "Now look down here. Ascending amidst the turbulent area is an elongated thermal anomaly that looks a bit like an inverted fiery raindrop. It's less dense and much hotter than the surrounding area of mantle." "A plume!" Rogier exclaimed.
"No, a diapir," Dorothea MacDonald said. "A rising blob, not a persistent upwelling stream."
"Exactly," the surveyor agreed. "We've speculated that the diapir resulted from the remobilization of very ancient, so-called fertile mantle material that never previously surfaced and outgassed. Whatever its origin, it contains a high percentage of volatile material, mainly carbon dioxide and water. Now watch what happens when it reaches the lower boundary of the lithospheric mantle at the 160 km depth." The rising portion of magma, colored a brilliant golden yellow in the simulation, reached the stiff mantle of the cratonic root and halted, spreading out and partially penetrating the crimson. After a moment, the ascending diapir pinched off from below, and its matter formed a reservoir at the deepest part of Clyde's lithospheric mantle. "At this point," Narendra Shah McNab said, tapping his portable keypad, "I'll speed up the simulation. In actuality, the high-pressure reservoir of volatile magma remained lurking in place for an unknown length of time."
"Just peacefully cooking up diamonds," the dirigent said, "as carbon-laden diapirs are accustomed to do."
The surveyor nodded. It stayed relatively dormant until natural changes in the ordinarily stiff and resistant lithospheric mantle allowed it to resume its ascent. In the simulation, a tiny thread of magma began to travel upward from the reservoir's top. That ascending queue seems to have begun to move only about 10 years ago. What we are about to see now is an extrapolation that will be valid if no CE modification is accomplished. That is, if human intervention proves impossible. The crimson part of the cratonic root swirled in minute turbulence. Instantly, the thin filament of golden magma enlarged and pushed upward at an accelerating velocity. It smote the underside of the umber cratonic crust, broke it, and burst forth at the surface. In moments, the reservoir contents were drained. The observers stood silent for a moment, and then the 3D simulation winked out, leaving them standing in a featureless, empty room. Roger spoke hesitantly. "What happens on top when the thing blows? Aside from a shower of diamonds, that is." "Imagine," McNabb said gently, "the eruption of 50 Krakatoa volcanoes. But because of the adiabatic decompression of volatiles in the magma, the eruption would be cold, not hot. What we call a diatreme." "There would be stupendous earth tremors," Dorothea MacDonald said. "Clyde itself would be devastated, of course, but that's not the worst of it. Airborne ash, carbon dioxide, and vapor would pollute Caledonia's atmosphere and render it nearly opaque to sunlight for an indefinite period. A great die-off would very likely ensue. The planet would have to be abandoned." The surveyor opened the holographic chamber door and held it politely. "I hope the brief simulation has been of use to you, Director Remillard," he said to Jack. "Detailed information on the volatile magma reservoir is available in the survey databank, and of course I myself will be entirely at your disposal if you should decide to attempt a modification." Jack hesitated, reluctant to ask the obvious question. He had no doubt that Dorothea MacDonald already knew the answer. "I wonder if I might ask you for a snap opinion, Dr. McNabb. Quick and dirty?" The chief surveyor gave a small shrug. Jack took the E-18 carrier from Roger and hefted it casually. "I know you're familiar with the conventional type of CE geozap modification. We now have 8 Grand Master operators available, and I've brought experimental CE equipment that will boost their metapsychic output by a factor of 300, as opposed to the older-style helmets that augmented 100 times. You know the volume of the reservoir and its constituents. In your opinion, will we have enough creative energy available from unconcerted joint output to bleed off the volatiles and sink the magmatic residue back into the asthenosphere?" Narendra Shah McNabb knit his brow in a courteous imitation of earnest thought. Finally he looked Jack straight in the eye and said, "Not a prayer." The dirigent of Caledonia, looking very small in a bulky white sweater and a pair of tartan trews, was a little late for supper. She and the newly arrived CE operator from Okanagan, a slender black woman named Tisha Abaka, came to the table in the scientist's mess where 2 chairs had been saved for them. They plumped down after minimal vocal greetings to Jack, Roger, and the CE operators, and fell like wolves upon the roast lamb with rosemary anchovy sauce, bashed neeps, and butter-drenched baked potatoes. Everyone else seemed equally hungry, and the conversation was entirely telepathic. Dorothea MacDonald. "If Director Remillard can check out the crew on the new E-18s tomorrow, we may be able to initiate Nelia Demidova's attack scheme the next day." John Remillard. "This is the plan predicated upon the deployment of individual operators ex concert?" Dorothea MacDonald. "Yes. Nelia, would you please show us the finalized version?" Nelia Demidova. Image. This would be the first phase, a final recon of the southern side of the reservoir, done by Jim McKelvey in a small driller. As chief CE geophysicist of Caledonia, he's best qualified to determine the optimal point for lateral drainage of the magma into the Sgerin-Dubh subduction region south of Clyde. The ancient island system associated with the sinking oceanic plate there has the potential to form a back arc basin if diverted magma interferes with the old arc structure and ruptures it. Once the small driller has established the optimum attack pattern, this might take a day or more, the rest of us in the 4 larger machines will join Jim for the diversion. The result will be a new, slow-growing island arc. There would still be devastating volcanism over a period of decades, but it could be coped with, whereas the present situation is cataclysmic and quite hopeless. Tisha Abaka. I've never heard of such a thing. We've never tried anything like it in Okanagan, that's for damn sure. Nelia Demidova, cheerfully. Perhaps that's because Okanagan is an older and more stable world, with relatively few island arc situations. Our poor little Leucutia is filthy with them. Of course, we've never had such a large, deep magmatic reservoir to cope with. The ones we've diverted were continental, at a depth of 70 kilometers at the most, and only a tenth as large.
James McKelvey. I'm not saying I doubt ye, Nelia, and I agree your scheme seems to be our only chance. But look again at the horizontal component of the diversion. It's nearly 300 kilometers under the sea from the south edge of the Clyde Craton to the Sgerin-Dubh island arc. Ailsa and Tormod and I spent the day going over the convection patterns in the intervening asthenosphere. We're worried that we won't be able to keep the diverted magma in a coherent blob, pushing it that far. Part of it's bound to get away from us, especially if we're not in metaconcert where we can react instantly to anomalies in the thin ALM boundary zone beneath the oceanic plate.
Toru Yorita. My 3 colleagues and I did a similar analysis, also taking into consideration potential fracture zones in the intervening small piece of thin oceanic crust. Zanendezu. But in our opinion, the diverted magma is all too likely to ascend and break through the seafloor before we can trap it beneath the more rigid island arc structure. Midori Sakai. We are not prepared to predict the effect of a huge submarine diatraumatic eruption, but it would certainly be very nearly as disastrous as a continental one, with the added effect of a massive tsunami engulfing every continental shore.
Ailsa Gordon, looking up from hand computer. It might even be worse if the erupting shit is ultrapotassic, with a large water-soluble component. Then you might poison the sea as well as blotting out the sun with ash and vapor clouds.
Nelia Demidova, slightly huffy.
Well, I offered the plan as a potentially workable hypothesis, that's all.
Intendant General Kalem Sorley.
And we deeply appreciate your desire to help us, Nelia Alexandrovna. All of you, looking around the table, willing to risk your reputations and even your lives to aid Caledonia in a situation that the Milieu Science Directorate has officially categorized as hopeless.
Yoshifumi Matsui.
We have had to cope with official skepticism on Satsuma as well, Intendant General. Our entire corps of geophysical CE operators would have volunteered to assist Caledonia if it had been possible. Since it was not, we drew lots, and Midori, Toru, and I were the winners. We are honored to be here.
Dirigent MacDonald. Even if Caledonia must be abandoned and a new Scottish planet established elsewhere, we'll remember our friends.
Nelia Demidova.
We don't want a memorial or a footnote in a history text. We want to do something.
Tormod Matheson.
The greatest difficulty, lass, is our low level of creative strength, even with Director Remillard's E-18 super hats.
John Remillard. Call me Jack, for God's sake.
Tormod Matheson nods.
Even with Jack's 300X CE helmets, our energy output ex-concert is going to be too low to move the beastie with safety over that great distance. Now, if we could only tie all 8 mines together in a new metaconcert config, Nelia's scheme just might work. It'd still be iffy, mind ye, but at least there'd be a fighting chance.
Toru Yorita.
How about it, Jack? Could you whip up a new program?
Dirigent MacDonald. Toru, I don't think you appreciate the difficulties of metaconcert design. I never anticipated asking Seram for more than the loan of the new equipment. Jack volunteered to bring the hats when his brother reluctantly agreed to assist our experiment. But there was never any question of his doing a—
John Remillard.
Yes.
Dirigent MacDonald, incredulously.
Yes. Rogatien, Remillard.
Hot damn! You really think you can do it, Jean?
John Remillard, apologetically. Not following Nelia's plan, I'm afraid. There really is too great a probability that the volume of magma would escape if we try to divert it metacreatively. Ailsa Gordon. What the devil else could you do but divert it? John Remillard. Alter its composition.
Ailsa Gordon. Jack, pardon me if I seem rude, but you're not a geophysicist. The magmatic components of the reservoir can't be altered in any useful way, not unless you can design us a metaconcert for the transmutation of elements.
John Remillard. If the extremely volatile materials, the CO2 and water, are segregated at the top of the reservoir, what's left will be denser than the asthenosphere immediately below the cratonic root. James McKelvey, awed. The laddie's right. Degassed, it'd sink right back into the mantle.
Ailsa Gordon. How the devil do you plan to effect the separation? We're talking 60 kilobars of pressure, for Christ's sake, and given that you do figure out how to perform the miracle, do you realize what would happen as soon as the volatiles begin to bubble out?
Midori Sakai, mildly. The cork would fly out of the champagne bottle. Tormod Matheson, to Jack. Both Ailsa and Midori are right, you know. John Remillard. We would need not one metaconcert but two. One to effect the separation, and another to delay the eruption until the process is complete. Then we allow the volatiles to outgas through a diatreme vent. There would be a rather powerful tembler, but the volatile ejecta would almost surely be essentially harmless to the atmosphere and the land. Dirigent MacDonald. 2 metaconcerts. Of course, the 8 Grandmasters working together to effect the separation, John Remillard, and 2 Paramounts in tandem to hold down the lid until the volatiles are allowed to blow. You and I, Diamond. Dirigent MacDonald. Inscrutably. I'd do it willingly, but I know nothing about CE operation and very little of metaconcert. John Remillard. I could teach you enough, and act as the executive image in the concert. You would handle the focus. Rogatien Remillard.
But that's the way Mark nearly got himself killed. Doing focus?
John Remillard. Yes, but his mind hadn't been accurately calibrated to fit the dual configuration. I checked with Orb last night. Diamond's mind was calibrated by the Lyelmic before they named her paramount. Dirigent MacDonald. Yes. She smiles ruefully. It was quite an experience. Intendant General Sorley, beside himself with excitement.
But that means if you two joined in, then Caledonia...
Dirigent MacDonald. Might be spared after all. Tisha Abaka. Jack, how long will it take you to get everything ready?
John Remillard. 2 days should do it. I'll need an in-situ analysis of the magma to complete the calculations. I'm afraid I can't use the old figures. I need to know what the composition is right now. James McKelvey. Tormod and Ailsa and I will take the small driller down at once. We'll have the beastie vetted inside of 14 hours. John Remillard. Training the lot of you, and the dirigent, will take most of 2 days. Rises from the table. I'd like you to excuse me now. It would be a good thing if I got just a bit of sleep and studied up on igneous petrogenesis at the same time. I'll get started on the preliminary metaconcert designs in the morning. If you all agree, we can start training when Jim and the others come back with the magma specs. Dirigent MacDonald, also rising. Let me show you and Uncle Roger to your rooms. Verbal adieu and expressions of enthusiasm as MacDonald and the 2 Remillards exit. Nelia Demidova, worriedly. I know Jack is the greatest mind in the human polity, but I hope he knows what the hell he's doing. Genius or not, one can't learn everything there is to know about magma dynamics overnight. Toru Yorita, sighing. Nor can a group of Grand Master creators and 1 brilliant young female paramount learn to perform perfectly in a novel metaconcert without long months of practice. But I think we are all going to have to try. The rain was over. Watery morning sun shone through the high cirrus veil, and quasi-Mesozoic birds with pink plumage squawked in the exotic heather as they gathered bits of vegetation to pad their subterranean nests. It was spring on Windlestrow Muir, and the dirigent asked Roger to go for a walk with her to calm her nerves before the return of the small deep driller. The old man was suitably impressed with the multicolored foliage of the rolling moorland, mostly baby blue and peach, softened by generous amounts of dark green. Large flowers resembling buttercups bloomed among the rocks and were visited by insectal flyers with transparent wings. The ground beneath the gnarled bushes was coarse, yellowish in colour, and nearly dried out in spite of last night's downpour. In the gullies and other eroded areas were drifts of wine-coloured sand and heaps of light green and garnet stones. 60 kilometres to the northwest, the Lothian range loomed on the skyline as a saw-toothed shadow. Keeping a friendly silence, they followed a game trail along the broken perimeter of the cup-shaped depression that held Windlestrow Loch. After they had walked a couple of kilometres, the dirigent gave a little triumphant cry and stooped to pick up something from the side of the path. "Look, Uncle Roger, a diamond." "You're kidding." She dropped the crystal into his open palm. It was a pea-sized dodecahedron, with rounded edges, oddly greasy-looking, and faintly blue in the diffused sunlight. "If this operation is successfully concluded, I'll have it cut and polished for you as a keepsake. We'll call it the Star of Windlestrow." She peered closely at it for a moment. "My deep sight shows it's a VVS blue-white, with only tiny flaws. Diamonds are very common on Calais." She indicated the surrounding area. "That little lake is right on top of a very ancient kimberlite pipe. You know, the material diamonds are found in? The old pipe goes clear through the Clyde Craton, right down to the magma. Millions of years ago there was another, much smaller diatreme on this site." "Batege! It's been a long time since anyone gave me a diamond." Roger fished in the pocket of his chino pants and came up with a key-ring fob known to 3 generations of Remillard youngsters as the Great Carbuncle. "When I first got hold of this, it was worth millions. I suppose you could buy another for only a few $1,000 nowadays. It's been my lucky charm for God knows how many years." She examined it with interest. "But it's gorgeous. That unusual clear red colour, and polished into a perfect sphere. Where in the world did you ever get it?" "From a Lyle Mick," the old man said playfully, and when she eyed him askance, he said, "Oh, all right. I found it in a gutter in Hanover. Very mysterious. But I swear it saved my life a couple of times." His face lit with sudden inspiration. He detached the fob from the key-ring and pressed the glowing little silver-caged gem into her hand. "Let's trade, Dorothée. You keep the Great Carbuncle for luck during this operation, and I'll hang on to the Star of Windlestrow." She froze, and for a moment it seemed as though she had stopped looking out of her eyes and had turned instead to some sombre inner vision. Then her face lost its haunted aspect, and she smiled. "I'd love to carry the carbuncle, Uncle Roger." She pulled a gold chain out of the neck of her sweater. A glittering little mask charm hung on it. "There. Your good-luck piece can hang next to my own talisman." She tucked the chain back into its hiding-place. Then her gaze met that of the tall old man, and she threw her arms around him and buried her face in his chest, not making a sound. Roger felt his heart plummet. She was 20 years old, and she might very well die within the next few days, consumed in a split second by the fires inside her world. Last night, after they had left the others, Jack had confessed to him and Dorothée that, even using the double metaconcert, there was only a 50-50 chance of the new plan succeeding. The dirigent had nodded calmly. She had not asked Jack why he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of a rather ordinary colonial planet. "Do you know why, Dorothée?" Roger asked her. "Would you like me to tell you?" But she pulled away from him, not answering, and stood staring down at the little lake. "Look," she said. The waters were suddenly roiled and bubbling. At the same moment, Roger felt a faint tremor underfoot. In the survey camp on the other side of the depression, people were running out of buildings and down the steep embankment to the shore, where they waited expectantly. A few minutes later, a vast eructation of steam broke the water surface. A bullet-shaped black machine the size of a bus thrust up vertically in the middle of it like a broaching leviathan, then fell back with a resounding splash that echoed over the heath. A pair of frightened pink birds burst out of the shrubs and took wing squawking. The humans down on the lake shore jumped up and down, and their faint cheers reached Roger and Dorothée on the ridge. Still steaming gently, the driller floated sedately toward land, deployed its treads, and crawled ashore. It halted next to the 4 larger machines parked there, and in a few minutes its ventral hatch opened and 3 people emerged. The dirigent watched them with narrowed eyes.
"They have the analysis. It's time for me to go back and learn how to boost my brain. Pray for me, Uncle Roger."
She turned and ran off along the path. "I'll damn well do more than that," the old man growled to himself. He waited until the dirigent was far away, then looked around furtively and addressed the open sky. "Ghost, you hear me? Do something! You can't let those 2 young people die. Help them!" He stood with his head cocked, listening. The pearly sky glowed, the spring wind blew softly over the moor, and the archaic pink birds uttered relieved clucks and returned to their nursery hole. "Don't play coy. I know you're watching mon fantôme." The breeze seemed to sigh in resignation. The old man smiled then and set off for the survey camp, fingering the slippery little diamond in his jacket pocket and muttering to himself in French. 24. Sector 12, star 12337-010. Grian, Planet 4, Caledonia. 17 to 18, on Giblean, 28 to 29 November, 2077. The 10 of them assembled at dawn, dressed in silvery Nomex suits as a partial precaution against creative flashback, and carrying the matte black CE helmets under their arms. The drill rigs had been equipped with every piece of safety equipment the CE operators could think of. It was raining again, and rather than waste mind power erecting an umbrella, they stood together beneath the belly of one of the huge machines, listening to Jack's final instructions. "If everything goes according to plan, the job should be completed in approximately 50 hours, including the 14 needed for ascent and descent. This is well within the safety margin of our 4 full-sized drill rigs. Keep in mind, however, that the only possible way we can abort is for the dirigent and I to hold the lid in place until the volatile components return to solution in the magma. I must warn you that the reabsorption process might take over twice as much time as the separation did, and she and I might find ourselves unable to contain the pressure. So we'd damn well better not abort." "We understand, Jack," said Jim McKelvey. "We do the job right the first time, or risk complete disaster." The others murmured in acknowledgment. Unspoken was the fact that every settlement on Clyde was now on full seismic alert status, ready to deal as best they could with the catastrophic results of failure. "Let's get on with it, then," Jack said. As they all went off to the different vehicles, his mind reached out to his great-granduncle, who had withdrawn with the other survey personnel to a safety bunker 20 kilometers away.
"Goodbye, Uncle Roger."
"Bonne chance, toujours, et Dorothée, et Dieu vous bénisse."
"After you, Madam Dirigent,"
Jack said, gesturing to the ladder of the drill rig he would share with Dorothea MacDonald. Tight-lipped, she climbed into the machine without a word, and went immediately to the control room, where she halted in sudden consternation. Before the command console was a single chair. Beside it stood a pedestal bearing what looked like an open-topped spherical fishbowl. "Sorry," said Jack, coming up behind her. I forgot to warn you that I'll have to do this job bodiless to conserve my mental energy. I don't usually say too much about this aspect of my life to people I work with. It distracts them." "I see." She sank into the chair and watched, blank-faced, as he set his CE helmet aside, slipped off his boots, and began to remove the rest of his clothing. The deep driller, which, like the other three, was temporarily under the command of Jim McKelvey for the descent below the planetary crust, suddenly came to life. "Attention," it said in a Scots-accented voice. "This vehicle, designated D4, is now being activated via remote control from D1. Checklisting of operating and environmental systems will proceed silently unless a verbal override is given." Jack said nothing as he unzipped the fireproof coverall, stepped out of it, and tossed it aside. His PK folded the suit in mid-air before it hit the deck, and stowed it tidily in an open locker. He stripped off his boots, socks, and air-conditioned underwear, and disposed of them in the same way. The dirigent waited in some apprehension for him to remove the last white form-fitting garment. Reading her thoughts, Jack shrugged, and she knew then, with sickening certainty, that he was already naked. Except for his normal-looking hands, head, and neck, his body was smooth, hairless, and completely without wrinkle, crease, or blemish. He had no genitals, umbilical scar, or toes. His appearance was that of a man-sized doll made of plass, with human parts inexplicably grafted on. Involuntarily she gave a low cry of pity. "It's all right," he said with casual reassurance. "I don't usually bother with body construction details if it's not absolutely necessary. But all the usual humanoid equipment is optionally available. And then some," she gasped. For the merest instant his body had grown an astonishing coat of light brown fur, curled ivory horns, and membranous wings that stretched between his wrists and ankles. The fantastic embellishments disappeared almost as soon as they were created, and Jack's pale pseudo-flesh began to dissolve, flowing to the deck like heavy smoke and gathering in a greyish-pink puddle. The fluid contracted into a gelatinous lump the size of a large melon, then bounced into the locker where the clothes were. The door slammed behind it. Hovering in mid-air was a glistening, silvery brain. The driller said, "Checklist completed. Prepare for inertialess descent." As the dirigent continued to watch, stunned and disbelieving, the thing that was Jack floated to the crystal fishbowl and fitted itself neatly inside. Outside the forward viewport, the rainy landscape seemed to be in motion as the driller entered Windlestrow Loch. "But your physical form isn't disgusting at all," she blurted at last. There was a disembodied laugh. "I hope not, but aesthetic standards vary quite a lot, don't they? When I was very young and just getting the hang of living with the mutation, I made my share of social errors, cooking up weird bodies to nauseate my elders. Mark and Uncle Roger made me, shape up rather quickly." She could not take her fascinated eyes off the brain. Does it hurt when you come all apart?" "Certainly not. Physical sensors are lacking in the bodies I create unless I have some special need to install them, which I rarely do. Ultrasenses deliver a full spectrum of external stimuli to my brain, and my metacreativity and PK modulate the output." "And the sound of your voice is only—" "My PK, vibrating the atmosphere molecules. I do usually create vocal cords, lungs, and all the rest of it when I incarnate. It gives a more natural vocal timbre. And I do a partial gastrointestinal tract to accommodate social eating, and a set of male plumbing when I'm put into a situation that requires social peeing. You know how men are. The camaraderie of the porcelain?" She had to laugh in spite of herself, and then looked away. Turgid grey water now covered the viewport, and light from the surface was rapidly fading. The rig was descending into the lake at an angle of nearly 60 degrees, but there was no sensation of tilting or falling in a vehicle with inertialess propulsion. Activating penetration beam and level 1 sigma field in preparation for entry into lithospheric overburden of the Mar, the driller announced importantly. Just shut up and drive, Jack told it. You can let us know when we arrive at our destination, but don't bother us with the details en route unless there's an emergency, understand? Affirmative. The mechanical voice had a slight overlay of wounded pride. The dirigent regarded the brain with a little smile of approval. That's telling it. Life's too short to waste time chit-chatting with the machines for no good reason, Jack said. I agree, but I thought all members of the Remillard family were essentially immortal. All except me. My mutation made a mess of the self-rejuvenating gene complex. The brain will age. Its hardware will deteriorate more or less in the normal human fashion as redactive processes fail, and I'll die after reaching the biblical 70 years, or thereabouts. Her face was unreadable, and her voice calm. The regeneration tank can't help you? It operates at normal human parameters, and I'm not normal. Don't feel sorry for me, Diamond. I plan to accomplish a thing or two before I go to glory. Provided that we survive this little adventure, of course. She nodded, and pretended to study the console's instrument readouts. After a few minutes there was nothing but darkness outside the viewport. The drill rig was capable of illuminating the ancient kimberlite pipe as they descended, but the formation was uninteresting except to a specialist, and neither Jack nor Dorothea cared to be reminded that they were plunging deeper and deeper into solid rock. I suppose we should practice our meta-concert, she said without enthusiasm. It'll be hours before we reach the magma reservoir. Later we ought to put the hats on and review the program, but I'd rather talk about other things now. That is, if you don't mind. No, of course not. Would you think I was prying if I asked you about your life? I know from talking to Uncle Roger that you weren't born that way, but he didn't tell me much else. He saw that the very idea of your mutation frightened and repelled me. And you were angry, the brain said softly, because of my stupid attempts to far-speak you. I'm sorry about that. I thought you were trying to trick me into demonstrating my operancy. That would have meant my leaving Caledonia. I pretended to be latent as long as I could. I was a tactless idiot. Adolescents are apt to be insensitive, and I was probably worse than most. It went with the territory. It was Roger who finally got me to back off. He said you far-spoke me because you were lonely. The brain produced a dry little laugh. And then there are those who remain insensitive even though they're centenarians. I love Uncle Roger, but sometimes he's a damned blabbermouth. Loneliness is nothing to be ashamed of, or defensive about. It's a human thing. Reassuring, you mean? Proving I'm not a monster? I'm glad you can be straightforward about your condition. And laugh. She lifted her chin in a small, defiant gesture, to show she didn't much care. That's probably a sign of mental health. Maybe. I've never let shrinks mess with me. How about you? I simply locked the snoopy bastards out. The one who really troubled me was my mother. And she began to tell him about her. Later she wondered if he had managed to coerce her when she was distracted by the emotion-laden thought of Violastron. Or was there another reason why she suddenly felt compelled to tell him all about her difficult early years? The words came tumbling out almost without volition. Her terrible time with the latency therapists, her fears that her powers would destroy her if she failed to keep them locked away, her struggle between wanting to please her mother and wanting to be true to herself. She described the ambiguous trauma of Viola's death, the appearance of the mysterious guardian angel, the escape of one metafaculty after another from the bonds she had imposed on them. And then she told him about her encounters with Fury and the Hydras. When she finally ran out of breath, she felt both relieved and furious with herself. I don't know why I told you all that. It's none of your business. Yes, it is, Jack said. "I want to know everything about you. Not only your life story, but what you like and dislike, what your ambitions are, even your fears." She fixed her intent gaze on the brain. "I'll tell you one thing I'm afraid of. An inhuman mutant who can force me to reveal my secret thoughts." "I swear I didn't. And to prove it, I'll tell you my own cerebral tale." "Humph." She got up from her seat and went to make some coffee in the drill rig's tiny galley. Jack oozed out of the bowl and floated companionably after, and began to spin the improbable story of his birth and childhood. He was a bewitching raconteur, embroidering his amazing autobiography not only with slapstick humour, but also with a poignancy that brought tears to her eyes. By the time they returned to the control console, the drill rigs had passed the Moho and entered the lithospheric mantle. They continued talking for hours, he about himself and she about herself. She was now quite sure that he was not coercing her. A real compassion for the disembodied brain began to stir within her, and reluctant sympathy as well. He was so full of quixotic ideals, so determined to use his awesome power and influence for the good of the human race, to which he only marginally belonged. So eager for her approval. Why? What did he want from her? Did it have something to do with his family's attempts to track down Fury and Hydra? More hours passed. They practiced their meta-concert. She had a meal and a nap, and then they talked again, this time more easily. By the time the drill rig reached its destination, in the red-hot magma far beneath the surface of Caledonia, she had nearly managed to forget what her companion was. He was simply Jack, and if they managed to survive, they might become friends after all. "Attention! D4 has now reached a depth of 168 pip 2 kilometers below mean sea level and has reached its pre-selected station. Remote control operation is now suspended. Manual control may be assumed ad lib. Please give the appropriate command if you desire to activate an alternative navigation program." "Continue hold," said Jack. "Open intervehicular communication channel." "Hello, everybody. I presume we've arrived." An armored shutter had closed off the viewport at the 50-kilometer level. The console monitor now showed 3 blips indicating the other drill rigs positioned around the equator of the magma reservoir, while their own machine lay slightly above the molten mass. Jim McKelvey's voice, sounding faint and hollow, came out of the comm speaker. "All units are now deployed at operating station. Drills 1, 2, and 3 stand at clomb depth 175 pip 5, azimuth 90, 180, and 260, range 1 pip 5. D4 stands clomb depth 168 pip 2, azimuth 300, range 0 pip 9er. The asthenospheric atmosphere outside our sigma field here in D1 is a brisk 1106 degrees centigrade, and the pressure 58 kilobars, which I might remind our ignorant lay paramount creators is equivalent to 58,000 times that of Earth atmospheric pressure at sea level." "Eek," whispered the dirigent. "I knew that," Jack chimed in with mock superiority. There were a few scattered laughs from the experienced geozappers. "Any significant change in the mantle roofing the magma reservoir, Jim?" "No. The extrusion queue has ascended another 3 meters or so to the 139er pip zilch 2. Still on a slow creep. You'll find the complete up-to-the-nanosec data on the rigidity of the superimposed lithospheric mantle in your CE helmet banks, with pull-up graphics galore to assist continuous mental monitoring. An alarm will sound in your minds at the least shift in mantle phase or mantle reservoir boundaries. If the queue starts accelerating, you'll also get a shout. The interconcert comlink that provides you with data feed on the degassing operation, plus jokes, snappy comments, and complaints from all and sundry, is set to activate once we've all slotted in." "Then," said the brain, There's no reason why we shouldn't begin. Go for the hats, everybody."
Jack's CE helmet levitated from where he had left it on the instrument console and settled over the bowl, hiding it and its contents from sight. Like a golden snake, a power cable emerged from a deck receptacle and plugged itself into the back of the hat. Small LEDs lit up on the dull black surface, indicating that Jack's brain was energetically enhanced. The dirigent put on her own E-18 helmet. As always, there was a moment of claustrophobia as the thing covered her eyes, but fortunately this model left the lower part of her face exposed, so she could talk and breathe normally. She winced at the brief, painful stab of the multiple crown-of-thorns electrodes penetrating her scalp, felt nothing as tiny holes were drilled through her skull, and the cobweb-fine wires carried their tiny cargo to the fluid-filled ventricles within her head. The brain-boosting machinery sprouted and activated. She could see again. Every detail of the drill rig's control deck was now exquisitely distinct, even though the CE helmet's brain board was set to enhance only creativity. That metafaculty was so deeply enmeshed in the function of all the other mental processes that they became preternaturally efficient as it intensified. But there were certain disadvantages. Every nuance of bodily feeling and every ultra-sense that she possessed was also sharpened. She heard her heart thud, her lungs inhale and expel air, her guts rumble, even the hissing of blood in her eardrums. The tiny noises filling the control room were magnified into a jarring racket. She felt the helmet's weight, the pressure of the heat-resistant suit intended to protect her in case of mental flashover, even her tongue moving nervously over her teeth in her closed mouth. The distractions would vanish once the meta-concert was established, and the work began. "I'm ready," she said to Jack. The control deck disappeared. She was no longer a human being, but a small globe of emerald radiance suspended in darkness. Another green nebula hung nearby. Wispy, crimson mist drifted around them, and there seemed to be two lingering musical notes, sounding faintly, like a deep chord from some phantom cello. Below, a slowly churning expanse of red represented the magma reservoir. A thin, stem-like excrescence, the queue of scarlet molten matter slowly pushing its way toward the surface in an expanding lithospheric fissure, protruded from the top of the reservoir some distance away. The dirigent found that if she exerted herself slightly, she could see all the way through the mass of magma below and discern three widely separated groups of little white lights gathered round it that represented the poised minds of the others. Jack said to her, "Come together." Their meta-concert established itself. The two green nebulae began to orbit a common center, describing complex glowing patterns that constantly changed as they moved closer and closer. The sustained notes of mental music became melodies that rose and fell, creating a subtle coordinated fugue. When it seemed that the two shining globes had nearly metamorphosed into one, a luminous emerald cone flashed into existence, extending from the center of the meta-concert to the upper surface of the reservoir. The beam drew a bright, sparkling circle that rapidly expanded until the entire mass of magma was roofed in scintillating points of prismatic light. The Q extension was a red stalk sheathed in twinkling stars. Jack was the executive, continuously organizing and guiding the creative impulse. Dorothea was the living lens through which it was focused and activated. She felt marvelous. There was none of the frightening tension she had experienced during the practice meta-concert maneuvers. This time the two of them were combined to do real work. They had created something exquisite together, and it was very, very good. "The lid is in place," Jack told the other meta-concert.
and he asked her, "Are you all right, Diamond? Is the energetic flow consonant?"
"Yes," she sang. "Oh, yes."
The luminous parts of the other metaconcert seemed to come together in the heart of the reservoir, even though the generating mines actually remained outside its boundaries. The 8 white lights began their own intricate orbital dance, but their unique harmony was inaudible beneath the adamant vault Dorothea and Jack had made. "Begin degassing operation," said Jim. "We're on our way, people. Mo dias, mo vuhe." For a long time the effect of the separation effort was imperceptible to the dirigent, but at last she became aware that a real change was taking place in the magmatic reservoir. It was visible first in the queue, where bubbles seemed to be rising, creating a golden zone free of the scarlet matter as they reached the tip and coalesced. Slowly the queue filled with the volatile components of the magmatic mass that were being separated from the molten rock by the other merged mines. The dirigent watched the process in mesmerized fascination, never interrupting her own metasong for what seemed to be many hours. When the entire fissure was filled with gold, the bubbles began to gather at the ceiling of the reservoir itself. The gaseous brightness expanded like a swarm of fiery organisms, swelling and joining and spreading until the entire top of the magma chamber turned to a layer of fluid gold. "It's working," Jack said to her. "There are no signs of instability yet in the lithospheric mantle above us. It's staying nicely rigid. But as the volume of separated volatiles grows, there will be a tremendous increase in pressure against our barrier. If the alarm sounds, we'll have only a fraction of a second to alter the structure of the lid, to strengthen it at whatever point the lithosphere has weakened."
"I understand. I won't let myself get lulled by the song. But it's wonderful, isn't it, the way the contrapuntal duet works?"
"Yes, it's a kind of magic, very satisfying. The pattern is so elegant, so right. It's been a while since I worked in concert. I'd nearly forgotten how exciting it can be. Of course, working with my brother Mark was quite a bit different from this. You and I together are a Bach invention. When you link with Mark, it's apt to be either Stravinsky or Wagner at his wildest." Laughter.
"Do the E-18 helmets make much of a difference?"
"Yes. There's an apt analogy, but I don't think I want to go into it just now." Half-formed image.
"Oh? Oh!"
"Let's see how the others are getting along. Jim?" McKelvey said, "Aye. We're keeping the pot stirred down here. You realize we've been at this for over 10 hours. 26 left to go, plus or minus, till we've wrung as much volatile matter out of the beastie as we can. Then you two'll pull the cork, and it's either party time or apocalypse now."
Dirigent MacDonald said, "It seems to be working well so far."
Nelia Demidova said, "Both Tisha and I are amazed, actually, and quite relieved." Toru Yorita said, "D2 crew is gratified that its faith in Jack's ingenuity is being so well repaid."
Ailsa Gordon said, "Oh, he's a clever wee bugger for certain, but you just remember that he's got our dirigent doing the really tough work in the configuration."
The dirigent said,
"I'm fine, really. This is turning out to be a very educational experience in more ways than one. Working in concert with Director Remillard is an interesting challenge."
"Tell us," said the women in the degassing metaconcert.
"When we're finished,"
the dirigent said.
"Perhaps."
The queue began to rupture 7 hours later, when less than half the volatiles had been separated from the magma. Dorothea had tried valiantly not to let herself be distracted, but even the mind of a paramount Grand Master may be torn by conflicting emotions. She had avoided analyzing her changing attitude toward Jack, telling herself that it was enough to know that her earlier sense of loathing was finally obliterated. His life story had been moving, at times hilariously funny. He had listened to her own tale with sympathy, and his comments had been sensible and unsentimental. He had refrained from commenting on the obvious comparisons between them, while she had had sense enough to stay on firm emotional ground after making the faux pas about loneliness. There would be time enough for further exploration, she told herself, when the two of them were no longer enmeshed in this perilous situation. Now she must focus entirely upon the job at hand, just as Jack was doing. But the distracting thoughts continued to come. Could it be possible that he saw their future relationship as more than an alliance against Fury and Hydra? Was he human enough for that? In the midst of her reverie, the mental alarm shrieked. The Q had broken through their meta-creative sheath. Jack's command to alter the configuration of the meta-concert came, and she floundered clumsily, trying to regain her concentration. The complex image of the new meta-concert shape that would cap and contain the ruptured Q hovered in her brain, ready for her participation. Jack was saying nothing, only showing her clearly what she must do, but she still tottered off balance, at first furious with herself, and then mortally afraid. In desperation she reached deep within her mind, tapping ultimate reserves of metapsychic power that neither she nor the Lyelmic examiners had ever suspected were there. A creativity far greater than Jack's responded. A surge of fresh energy more powerful than what he had called for exploded from her mind and overwhelmed the meta-concert design. The phenomenon was called Disurgism. Only a fraction of a second had passed. Jack saw the structure they had created begin to collapse, not only the reinforced sheath enclosing the Q, but the entire lid of the reservoir as well. The generating beam that had formerly been green flashed an abrupt blue-white. Shock waves rippled the starry roof. A tiny lance of gold spurted up, penetrating it. A newborn second Q. He realized immediately what must have happened, heard her despairing mental cry. She was completely unaware of the disaster's source, frantic because she was unable to reintegrate her creativity. She did know that something had gone fatally wrong, and there seemed no way she could stop the lid from dissolving.
"Jack, do something, for God's sake, do something!"
The new meta-concert. He decided in an instant that it might possibly be changed to accommodate her higher creative flux, but he would be forced to withdraw his own meta-creative output from the faltering lid while he refashioned the framework. In the meantime, the high-pressure volatiles would smash against the unshielded mantle as the reservoir of magma was transformed from a caged brute into one set free and eager to escape. The lithospheric mantle might hold if he was quick enough. The dance of the twin emerald globes had become stumbling and uncoordinated, the meta-song a discordant howl as she tried without success to control the blue-white power surges that were destroying the barrier. A third nascent magmatic Q broke through. Jack heard her mind crying out hopelessly as she tried in vain to steady the flickering green beam. Flashover. Energy, overflowing from her enhanced brain, escaped into the command deck of the drill rig, ionized the atmosphere, and created a burst of incandescent gas. Jack cut loose from the original meta-concert, drew the new configuration, flung himself into it, and rechanneled the chaotic meta-creative force. The entire magmatic reservoir shuddered and began a diapiric ascent. "Focus now!" he cried out to her. "We can make a new lid if you focus now!" "Yes," she said, ignoring the pain, the hideous, burning pain. "Now." The meta-concerted pas de deux resumed in a blare of triumphant mind-song. A brilliant aquamarine beam thrust down at the rising diapir, expanded into a cone, and created a new starry roof, denser and thicker than the first one. The slowly moving golden crest of the diapir hit the barrier and expanded laterally. Singing in her agony, she widened the focus, keeping pace with the spreading magma.
Finally, when the reservoir was only half its former depth, the pressure stabilized. The new lid held firm. Beneath it, the molten mass contracted slowly into an approximation of its original shape.
"Good God Almighty," said Jim McKelvey. "You saved it, Jack. It's holding stronger than before."
But Jack wasn't listening. His own invulnerable brain had been unaffected by the flashover, but he knew what had happened to her. He spoke on her intimate telepathic mode. "Diamond, can you hear me?" "Yes," she replied. I maintain focus now. My redaction came online as flashover dissipated. No mech suit protected body, but Jack, my face below CE helmet burnt deep, my entire respiratory system damaged, flight deck environmental restored, depleted atmosphere, but I can't breathe. Jack, something wrong, nerves can't see either. I don't dare divert any energy from the meta-concert. Your PK, can you use it? Perhaps a little, but I'll die soon and then—
Be quiet. Listen, in the locker to the left of your chair, marked Emergency IPBB, is a positive pressure breathing apparatus. Get it."
Yes. Ah, God, it hurts. Yes. Oh, Jack, oxygen. Hurts so much, but I can breathe, see again. Jack?
"Diamond, my dear darling Diamond." She breathed. Intermittent positive pressure from the oxygen mask inflated her ruined lungs, then let them exhale. Fingers shaking, she fastened the mask in place. A hallucination swept over her, and for a moment she was back in the cockpit of the funny old yellow flitter, filled with joy as she flew high above her father's farm, as free as a falcon. To fly again. She would fly again. "Diamond, come back."
Yes. Sorry, Jack, but I didn't drop the concert, didn't stop the dance. I'm still with you."
"Of course you are." But Jack knew that she wouldn't continue for long. Her meta-creative output was slowly sinking. The oxygen was keeping her alive, but she was too badly injured to maintain her role in the meta-concert for more than another 5 minutes or so. They would have to abort less than halfway into the operation. There was time enough for the other 8 CE operators to escape, but he and Diamond would certainly be caught by the ascending diapir when the lid failed. They would ride the molten rock to the surface of the planet, accelerating faster and faster as the volatiles expanded. When the eruption broke through the surface, their armored, sigma-shielded deep driller would be blasted high into the air. Perhaps they would survive. Caledonia would not. There would still be enough ash in the ejector to devastate the planetary atmosphere. "Jack! Jack! For God's sake, man, answer me!" Poor Jim McKelvey was trying to find out what had happened. It was time to tell him. "Jim, the rest of you, listen. The dirigent has been seriously injured in a flashover event. She won't be able to carry on much longer in our meta-concert. We're going to have to abort the operation." "No." "I know what a horrible disappointment this is, but we have no choice." "I said no, damn it, don't abort." "Jim, don't be a bloody fool. Kill your concert. Get out of here while you can." "No, no, no. Hold on, 2 minutes more." "Jack? Jim here. It's not me talking. There's somebody else. Somebody using CE-enhanced far speech right down here in the fucking asthenosphere." "It takes only 2 minutes to plug in a creativity brainboard." Jack was laughing, nearly hysterical. He knew who it was. "He said he wouldn't have anything to do with this project. God only knows what he's doing here. But I'm going to plug him into this meta-concert of mine, and he's going to work with us now whether he wants to or not." "Stop yammering like an idiot and open up. I'll phase in as soon as you cut her loose. Switching to creativity mode." "Diamond, can you hear me?" "Yes. What?" "It's over. The separation of the volatiles is complete. We're on our way to the surface. We don't know yet whether the operation was successful, but the probability is high." "I'm
glad. How do you feel? It doesn't hurt so much anymore. I've been redacting you.
Featherlight kisses on her closed eyelids. She opened them, saw his face bending over her. She was lying on the deck of the control room, her body somehow cushioned and comfortable. She lifted her hand, and he kissed the palm. Silken fabric slipped down her arm. She was no longer wearing the Nomex suit, but was wrapped instead in some peculiar white material that was soft and warm.
The suit was scorched and filthy from the flashover, he explained. I made you a gown and robe. From the food rations. I've had a lot of practice transforming organic matter.
She tried to smile. She couldn't. Her fingers touched the mask that still covered her lower face and gently fed oxygen to her damaged lungs. She let her seeker sense look beneath the smooth glass and found hideous, charred muscle and bone. Jack's redaction anticipated her shock and horror, neutralizing it so that she only felt a mild sadness.
I couldn't heal you completely. I'm sorry. Your injuries are too severe, and I'm wrung out myself from our ordeal. I didn't want to make any mistakes. I dealt with the pain and certain internal problems and did some superficial tidying. The rest had better wait until we reach the surface and let medic redactors look you over.
All right.
I just thank God you survived. There was nothing I could do to prevent the flashover from harming you. The E-18s are too powerful.
Why did it happen?
I know it was my fault. No. Blame the Lylmic who did your last MP assay. You had reserves of creativity that were still uncalibrated, and when you fed them into the concert unexpectedly, dysergism resulted. It wasn't your fault. We Paramounts are full of surprises, my darling.
Her eyes widened. He bent closer. There were tears on his face.
My dearest Diamond, I love you so very much. Ever since we first met at Mark's party. I know it's impossible, though, so please don't give it another thought. I promise never to make a pest of myself ever again. But I had to tell you. I hope you'll forgive me.
Her own vision fogged. She tried to bespeak him, but her thoughts were too chaotic.
He loved her. That was why he had come to Caledonia and risked his life.
Uncle Roger had tried to tell her, but she had refused to listen.
Knowing it already. Not wanting to know.
All she could say was,
"But I look so horrible."
"You're beautiful,"
he said, and showed her the mental image of her that he treasured.
"That's not me,"
he laughed softly.
"It is, you know. But don't fuss about it. What you need now is rest. It'll be hours before we reach the surface. Go to sleep, little Diamond."
But she continued to stare anxiously at his face instead, that smiling face with the ordinary features and the extraordinary blue eyes. That face that she now realized did not really exist, except in her imagination. He projected no illusion, wore no creative disguise, and still she saw him, heard him, felt his kisses and his falling tears.
How? Why? "Don't worry about it now," said the hovering brain. "We'll sort it out later, when you're feeling better."
25. From the Memoirs of Rogatien, Remillard. I was in the Windlestrow safety bunker, where I had spent the previous 48 hours together with a skeleton crew of geophysicists, several government observers, and 3 media reps waiting on events below. We played poker and tiz and Monopoly, listened to music, ate nuked pizza, Scotch eggs, sausage rolls, and scones with jam. Some of us, including me, drank to excess. There was no way we could contact the people in the drill rigs down in the magma, and no way we could tell what progress they were making. Continual micro-tremors from the subterranean activities made a hash of any attempt at fine monitoring. Only when the diatreme began its ascent would we know for certain whether or not the operation had been a success. The 50-50 odds had first made us optimistic, but as the hours dragged on and the deep seismic disturbances grew more alarmingly intense, our spirits did a 180 flip, and our once hopeful vigil turned into a virtual death watch. It was futile, we all agreed, to think that 10 human minds could forestall the awesome eruption that was going to devastate the Scottish planet. The Celtic soul has a natural bent toward melancholy fatalism. My Kilty companions and I, by unspoken agreement, began to conduct a wake for Caledonia. When he arrived, I was well on my way to alcoholic oblivion, sitting in a dim corner of the bunker's main seismic monitoring room with Calum Sorley and a couple of sozzled Tri-D reporters. A big wall-mounted screen showed a view of rain-swept Loch Windlestrow 20 kilometres away, where the eruption was expected to surface. I was pouring myself another shot of Glenfiddich and wishing somebody would turn off the damned bagpipe music on the intercom, when there was a sudden rumpus at the entrance to the bunker, a great metallic clang, confused yelling, and a familiar voice bellowing for people to get out of his way or he'd zap them into piles of dog shit. A towering figure in black jeans and a buffalo-plaid mackinaw exploded into the room. His grey eyes were blazing, and psychic tension made his wet, curly hair stand out around his head in a wiry corona. He froze as he caught sight of me lolling there with my tot of scotch, and the anxiety on his face turned to fury. He came at me and plucked me from my chair like a rag doll. My shot-glass went flying. "What the bloody hell is going on, Uncle Roshi?" Mark said through his teeth. The CE job, of course. But what are you doing here?" He didn't answer immediately. A coercive, reductive probe raced through my drunken carcass like a galvanic shock, causing me to convulse and nearly lose control of my sphincters. I shrieked. My stupefied companions watched with sagging jaws. Mark dropped me back into my seat and stood glowering with his big fists on his hips. "There's nothing wrong with you except a skinful of booze. No emergency at all. What the fuck do you think you're playing at?" "I'm getting drunk," I explained with sweet reasonableness. "You broadcast a telepathic scream for help 2 days ago that nearly fractured my skull. You begged me to drop everything and come to Caledonia at top DF to save your frigging life, then disappear underground where I couldn't far-scan you. I had to commandeer a Crondock research ship to get here from Earth. Explain." I was tight as a tick, and his mental shakedown had by no means rendered me sober. I shrugged and attempted a winning smile. "Never forspoke you, mon fils. No, sirree. Can't reach across 500 lights to save my sin-sodden soul. You know that as well as me." I uttered a pixelated titter and laid my finger aside of my nose. "But I bet you I know who did make this out." "Who?" "The family ghost." "Tu foutu biberon, toi!" He came at me again and hauled me to my feet. "I was right in the middle of a crucial experiment, and your telepathic call scared the living shit out of me. I ought to punch you senseless." "Too late for that," I pointed out. "But so long as you're here, why don't you take a little ride? Do something truly useful." I squirmed out of his grip and picked up the hand control for the big monitoring screen. After a few false pokes at its pads, I got the remote to zoom in on the small drill rig still sitting forlornly on the shore of the loch. "Jean and Dorothée and the rest of 'em are down in the rock soup. You take one of the spare E-18s, put a far-sense brain board in, and go keep an eye on 'em." My eyes, overflowing now in spite of myself, locked on to Mark's. "Drive that drill rig there. You don't have to do a thing if they're noodling okay down there. Just watch. Please." Cursing, Mark went. With him taking the place of Dorothea MacDonald in Jack's Meta concert, the separation of volatile components from the subcratonic reservoir was successfully completed. As had been expected, the outgassed molten rock started to sink back into the deep mantle from whence it had come. The hot carbon dioxide and water vapor, together with a small amount of solid material, began moving toward the surface as soon as the metacreative lid was removed, creating a colossal subterranean commotion. The flashover that had injured the dirigent had done no significant damage to the control room of D4. The drill rig carrying Jack and Dorothée, together with the 4 other machines, withdrew to a safe distance from the ascending diatreme, and then headed for the top. For a long time we didn't know whether the folks down there were safe or not, but we knew they'd done what they set out to do. The wild acceleration of the elongated bubble of gas had a seismic spoor much different from that of denser magma. Narendra Shah McNabb was almost incoherent with happiness and relief when he verified the data and announced the good news about Caledonia's reprieve. The diatreme was scheduled to erupt within about 6 hours. I was all for getting out of the stuffy bunker and watching the event live, and so were Calum Sorley and the privileged media people who'd been invited to cover the operation. But McNabb put his foot down on us fun-seekers with emphatic gusto. Nobody knew yet, he explained, whether the ascending mass was mostly water or mostly carbon dioxide. If it was the latter, any observer downwind of the blowout stood a fair chance of getting suffocated. The chief surveyor also delivered many a discouraging word about the hellacious earthquake and shock waves that were going to accompany the blast. My drinking buddies and I decided to stay in the bunker after all and watch the spectacle on the monitor. There was plenty of food and liquor left. The big belch was going to surface right where McNabb had predicted it would, right in the hollow containing the little lake. As the volatile mass rose, it expanded, and as it expanded, it cooled. When it reached the solid part of the lithosphere, the actual Clyde craton, which was about 35 kilometers thick, it was still hot enough to melt the rock in its path and turn it into the stuff called kimberlite. Closer to the surface, its heat almost entirely dissipated, the rising diatreme just pulverized whatever got in its way. It exploded out of the ground in a vent over 2 kilometers in diameter, the largest eruption of its kind ever to occur on Caledonia. The whole planet vibrated like a gong, and the quakes, especially on Clyde, were formidable. Most of the stuff tossed into the air by the eruption was ice, some of it dry, solid carbon dioxide, but the bulk was just plain old water ice, like hail, in fairly small bits and pieces. The blast wave scattered it from hell to breakfast all over the area surrounding the vanished lake. We even got 25 cents of ice full of the bunker. When the eruption subsided, ice fragments filled the kimberlite pipe to a depth of nearly 300 meters. It settled and solidified into a plug that didn't melt for years. The diatreme also spit out some rocks, and pretty near a metric ton of diamonds. Calum Sorley far spoke the good news to the government people in New Glasgow, and a fleet of eggs was soon on its way, carrying support personnel, eager geologists, and lots more reporters. Meanwhile, a monstrous diatreme-induced rainstorm pounded the eruption area and helped to melt the drifts of ice pellets. We all sat tight in the bunker, riding out the aftershocks and praying that the heroic CE ops were all right. 3 hours after the blowout, the 5 deep drillers broke through the ice-mantled surface of Windlestrow Muir and came trundling to the bunker. Jack had redacted Dorothée all throughout the long trip to the surface, repairing a good deal of damaged lung tissue and relieving most of her pain. She was fully conscious when he carried her out of the machine in his arms. The 2 of them came up the slope to the bunker, flanked by the 8 CE operators, still in their helmets, who now used their creativity only to keep off the rain and provide a nice dry surface to walk on. An oxygen tank floated along behind the triumphal procession, suspended by Jack's piquet. Dorothée was wearing a garment that looked like a long dressing gown of white silk, and a veil of the same material covered the lower part of her face. Her eyes and hair were untouched by the mental fire. The 2 good-luck charms, my great carbuncle and her little diamond mask, lay side by side on her breast, hanging from their golden chain. Dorothée's serious injuries threatened to put a damper on the wild festivities that were already breaking out, but she would have none of it. Speaking to us with a PK-induced pseudo-voice, she related the entire extraordinary story of the operation from beginning to end, telling of her own horrendous role matter-of-factly. When she finished, we all cheered ourselves hoarse. Then Jack and I put Dorothée in Scurra too and flew her to the University of New Glasgow Medical Centre. She declined recuperation in a regen tank. The quakes had done considerable damage, and she had important official duties to attend to. There would be plenty of time later, she said, to restore her face. Meanwhile, the ingenious medics at the University Hospital fitted her with a half-mask that not only facilitated her breathing, but also made it possible for her to take liquid nutrients and water. In a fit of whimsy, she had the thing decorated with diamonds, then completed the ensemble by donning her much-loved old flying outfit. Over the years, just for fun, she had replaced its erstwhile faux stones with the real thing. She toured the quake-damaged regions of Clyde in this costume, with Jack and me at her side, supervising relief efforts, and the dour Caledonians wept and laughed and adulated their dirigent lassie half to death. But there was a subtle new flavour to the popular esteem that secretly excited and gratified Dorothée. Whether it was because of her unprecedented accomplishment and her sacrifice, or simply because of her awesome outfit, she was now accorded not only affection, but also the deepest respect. She was very young and very human, and this change in her relationship with the Calais citizenry touched her profoundly. Before, her great abilities had been obscured, as it were, by the image of a small, plain-featured woman wearing ordinary clothes. But in her diamond mask and sparkling suit she became almost an icon, a telling symbol of strength and authority. While she wore that garb, no one would ever forget what she really was, and neither would she. That, I think, is why Dorothea MacDonald wore her dramatic costume, and others like it, until the very end of her life. Mark had managed to disappear almost as soon as he climbed out of his drill rig. He returned to Earth immediately and declined with thanks the dirigent's offer to make him an honorary Caledonian. He did agree to return to the Scottish planet during its next autumn, when the fishing would be at its best. I stayed on Calais with Jack and Dorothée for nearly 6 weeks, until they bowled me over, along with most of the rest of the milieu, by announcing that they would marry in the summer of 2078. Then I finally reclaimed the Great Carbuncle, which had done a damn fine job, went back to my home in New Hampshire, and tried to decide what kind of wedding present to give the improbable lovers. I was feeling wonderful. Le bon Dieu was in his heaven, and all was right with the galactic milieu. And then Anne Remillard spoiled it all by coming into my bookshop and telling me that Dennis was Fury.
Remillard Family Tree. Reader's Note. Dennis Remillard, 1967 to 2082, and Lucille Cartier, 1968, were married in 1995. They had 7 children: Philip, 1997, Maurice, 1999, Severin, 2003 to 2083, Anne, 2005, Catherine, 2009 to 2083, Adrian, 2011 to 2083, and Paul, 2014 to 2083. Philip married Aurélie d'Alembert, 2008 in 2030, and they had 13 children: Joseph, 2031, Adele, 2033, Louis, 2034, Gabrielle, 2036, Michelle, 2036, Charlene, 2038, Richard, 2041, Emile, 2044, Denise, 2044, Samuel, 2046, Norman, 2048, Lauren, 2049, and Marianne, 2050. Maurice married Jean d'Alembert, 2010 to 2037. In 2033, they had 3 children: Robert, 2034,
Caroline, 2036, and Leanne, 2037. In 2040, Maurice married Cecilia Ash, 2014, and they also had 3 children, Céline, 2040, Roger, 2042, and Roland, 2044. Severin was married to Geneviève Boutin, 2004 to 2045, from 2027 until their divorce in 2029. They had a son, Gregory, 2028. Severin's second marriage was to Galia Miaskowska, 2006, and lasted from 2030 until their divorce in 2033. They had 2 daughters, Yvette, 2031, and Natalia, 2032. Severin's third marriage to Maeve O'Neill, 2013, lasted from 2035 until their divorce in 2046, and they had 2 children, Suzanne, 2036, and Quentin, 2040. Anne Remillard, 2005, never married and had no children. Catherine, 2009 to 2083, married Brett McAllister, 2012 to 2051, in 2035, and had 4 children, Douglas, 2036, Renee, 2038, Ronald, 2038, and Gordon, 2040 to 2054. Adrian, 2011 to 2083, married Sherry Lozier Drake, 2077, in 2035, and they had 6 children, Adrienne, 2038 to 2052, Parnell, 2040, Henry, 2043, George, 2045, Rosamond, 2047, and Corey, 2049. In 2037, Paul, 2014 to 2083, married Teresa Kaulana Kendall, 2017 to 2053. They had 6 children, Matthew, born and died in 2038, Mark, 2038 to 2113, Marie, 2039, Madeline, 2040, Luke, 2041, and John, 2052 to 2083. End of note. The author is grateful for permission to quote from Caledonia by Dougie MacLean, published by Lime Tree Arts and Music, 2933 Burner Street, London, W1P4AA. End of Diamond Mask, The Galactic Milieu Trilogy, Volume 2, by Julian May. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, November 1995. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher. A Borzoi book. Alfred A. Knopf, New York.
End of book.